on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, we looking at a champ. Hey, we looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. Looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that's the beat. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't want to looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ, hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship, hey, all I do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ, hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, everybody, to another day of the 2020 LCK Spring. I am Valdez. With me is LS once again. And for you guys who are just joining us for the first time, we have started our remote broadcast. So me and LS, we're casting from home. We're trying to stay safe against the coronavirus right now, so we do have also 3 matches today, 3 series. So how are you feeling today, LS?
Oh, I'm feeling pretty good. I am really looking forward to seeing T1 play again later on today, as well as we get another series of Genji, which is always exciting. We're kicking things off though with Afrika versus Sandbox, and I think that the time off, we'll see what Afrika has managed to do, obviously, in the interim. They've been really very hit or miss the last couple of weeks. After starting off so strong and also in the Kespa Cup looking so good as well, they've really been struggling to find their groove. And so it's definitely a bit weird.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, Afrika was a team that we were expecting a decent amount from, and then they kind of overachieved, and then now they're kind of underachieving. So it's kind of interesting to see. Although they have won 2 in a row, so definitely they are the favorites coming into this matchup against Sandbox, and it's. And the funny thing is, even though it is 4th place against 8th place, I feel like this is the matchup of the 3 that we have today that could be the closest.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. So Afrika, they are on a 2-game win streak, but in so many of their games, either Keen or Mystic, who are 2 of the primary carries on Afrika, have struggled at various points and almost looked like they weren't showing up in some of the games and in some of the series. And Afrika's had some pretty rocky series throughout Spring 2020 so far, even though they are in 4th place. Now, obviously, Sandbox, they've been struggling to a different extent, and obviously they had that series where they didn't even use Summit, and now we've had quite a large hiatus, and you have to wonder what Sandbox has done during the break. What kind of approach are they going to take? Because they've been plummeting. I think that they even look weaker than APK in general, and arguably, even though the standing doesn't say it, they might be weaker than Griffin.
Yeah. It's a pretty weird state that we are in, down at the bottom of the LCK right now in terms of the standings. So we'll have to see how they do today. I think after the hiatus, that's really the telling time, when everybody has the time off to practice and to just focus on, not going outside and just staying inside playing games. And we do have the points of the match here. Of course, Afrika up against Sandbox. Both teams already tried flexible lineups in all lanes. Who will start for round 2? So definitely a big question there in terms of, is Summit even going to start today? Who's going to start for the side of Africa? Both sides definitely have a bunch of subs to come in.
Yeah, and it does, take a look at the second point. Monster Jungle Dread was the solo player of the game in the T1 series. And will Africa get another victory here today? They definitely want to make sure to get this one. So we are in round 2 now. Every single win matters. And they want to make sure that they don't potentially taper off and fall out of playoff contention. That's the scariest thing for them right now. And Sandbox, likewise, every single win for them matters because they're treading the water at relegation zone, and that's not a place that you want to be in. Take a look at some of the team stats right now. KDA, Sandbox 6th in the league, team goal difference at 15. They do have a positive number there. They are 4th. And I think that a lot of that probably stems from their aggressiveness, also having Summit up there in the top lane. They like to try to do things early on, and then oftentimes that ends up actually being their demise in a lot of games where they'll be too reckless, they'll get a little bit overeager and ahead of themselves, and then they'll just throw things away.
Yeah, and taking a look at some of the other stats here at the bottom, you see the gold lead at 15 is the same for both in terms of how often it happens, but then Africa, when they have a gold lead, they win 100% of the time. So they've had a gold lead in 13 of their 26 games, about 50% of the time. But then when they get it, it's like they just win every single time. As we are taking a look at the lineups as well, you'll notice that Summit is not starting here. For the side of Sandbox, Lonely is going to be coming into the top lane once again.
And I mean, that is a little bit peculiar to not be fielding one of the best top laners in the entire league, so we definitely have to wonder what is going on with that and what could possibly be the issue in that regard. As Summit, he was really one of the main driving factors, and there were so many professional players in the LCK that basically talked about how good Summit was, but to now have him not playing in 2 series in a row, especially after such a long break, it's definitely going to raise a lot of eyebrows, and I'm sure I'm not the only one wondering what could possibly be going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, it is a question, and this always happens with teams that all of a sudden start doing poorly, is that, the drama will start, the infighting could start. We have no idea, but I'm just throwing spitballs out there because definitely he could have been benched, or maybe they're just saying that they want to give Lonely a shot because the team as a whole is not doing well. Either way, we are taking a look at Dread. It's funny that for the key player of the game, we're only looking at 1 player. Generally, we look at 2 and look at the comparison. But today, it's just going to be Dread, and I suppose he does deserve it because he's been really popping off in recent times. He had a bit of a slower start. Spirit was playing a lot in the beginning of round 1, but now Dread has kind of become the solid jungler here for the side of Africa.
Oh.
And okay, we will get a
All right, but it's
player.
from a different role, and so that is really interesting.
Yeah.
So we're having Dove in the mid lane as the key player for Sandbox. And you know what? I actually personally like this. I think that it really gives a better chance to identify who we should be paying attention to rather than just a particular matchup. Because matchups are always really cool, but sometimes they're really lopsided. And I feel like this really gives an incentive to look at, okay, well, if this team is really going to find success, who's it going to be coming from? Obviously highlighted here is Dove in the mid lane. Damage percentage, 28.2%. He's first in the league. Damage per minute, 453. He's playing a lot of those carry champions that mostly stems from their ability to control the game and deal lots of damage very quickly. So Zoe, obviously, probably his premier champion. We'll see if she even gets through as we jump into the ban pick here. Africa, they might just ban it away on blue side. Sandbox probably should be banning Ornn Aphelios Senna, or Aphelios Ornn Kalista, and maybe trying to answer the Senna.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see some assortment of those bans. You'll notice the Varus ban is a very common response to Senna in the bottom lane, so Afrika immediately saying, you you guys better ban Senna or else. But you see that Kallista's going to come out here, so it really raises the question of, you know, do they want to ban Ornn? Do they want to ban Senna? Not many options left outside of that.
Well, Kalista does end up biting the dust. And we'll see what the final ban. It's going to be Ornn on blue side for Afrika, which is very peculiar. Perhaps they're actually prioritizing Senna, but even Senna is now going to be taken off the table.
Yeah, I mean, once you do that, it makes it really easy for Sandbox to ban. You know, you could have given them the hard choice of either Senna or Ornn, but of course, if you don't ban the Ornn, and then Sandbox don't ban Senna or Ornn, then Sandbox will get one of them. But I feel like that's a kind of a leveling game that you have to play. Because banning Ornn on blue is always questionable. Set is going to be picked up, and then Aatrox Jarvan will be the choice here for Sandbox.
Well, let's take a look at what Afrika's response to this is going to be. Sandbox already, you know, we oftentimes talk about in the LCK that Sandbox has a very mono-red approach, and for viewers that may not understand what that means, it just means full-on aggression, aggro straight to the face, and that's all that they want to do. So they draft a lot of early mid-game team compositions that tend to, I want to say fall off a cliff, but that really doesn't do it justice as the mid to late transition comes into play. So they managed to fall out of orbit. It is probably a more accurate depiction of what ends up happening.
Into a black hole and gets sucked into another dimension, basically. But Afrika's picking some champions that can do that as well. They're looking at Renekton. Going to switch that over to Pantheon, which I do like. It's going to be two melee champions alongside of the Sejuani, so a very tough core for the side of Afrika.
Yeah, and they have the Pantheon and the Set. Now the Set is able to be flexed, as is the Pantheon. Set able to be flexed mid, top, and support. Pantheon probably only mid and top, depending on where they need to use him, but there is the possibility he could even go support himself. Sandbox now can actually lock in the Azir, and I really do like that pick, even though it is a bit off theme with the Aatrox and the Jarvan. And what I mean by that is that it's trying to achieve an entirely different thing in terms of team composition. But it is very good against the Set, against the Sejuani, against the Pantheon. Offers a lot of control, and so Sandbox, they want to sort of try to dial back and have high mobility, have champions that are very good at fighting against raw, hard-on engage, and then Aatrox is going to have to try to change gears and basically just be a peeler for the Azir and the AD carry. An AD carry that would be really good for Sandbox in a spot like this would honestly probably just be Ezreal. High mobility, able to build Iceborne Gauntlet, really effective against Pantheon and Set. Not that bad of a champion choice. Sandbox banning away the Kennen, and now the Kaisa as Nautilus bit the dust.
Yeah, so many AD carry bans overall so far. I mean, there's 5 of them, and we still have 1 ban left. What will be this ban? I think the Ezreal definitely could be one of the choices. We could see Xayah come out now, especially as we get down to, you know, off of S tier, off of A tier. The Thresh also going to be taken off the board here, so even something like a Xayah Rakan could work for maybe Afrika if they do want to pick it here down on the left side. But we will have to see what Sandbox want to go for first. MF, actually, another AD carry that's pretty high tier that was left available, and it looks like they might just lock this one in.
MF does get locked in. Now, while it doesn't have the self-peel and ability that an Ezreal does have, it has the bullet time, which is really good, but Pantheon able to just sort of absorb that straight up, and obviously Set doesn't really mind taking a lot of damage as long as that gives him a valuable Haymaker, although that's not really what you're probably thinking in most endgame stage teamfights, as Afrika locking in the Lucian. So Afrika is the one going full Sin on their team comp, as they're hovering even a Blitzcrank blind. And Afrika's team composition basically says, hey, we have to win by 2 items or this just isn't really going to work, as Yuumi is finally locked in. Now this does give some of their champions a little bit of an extra boost in the mid to late transition, but as it currently stands, things are looking really rough for Afrika. They put themselves on a clock. Some of their champions are misaligned with each other, and it's a very aggressive team composition that needs to brawl, needs to find victories, and it's a little bit peculiar because their dragon control, you should assume that it's weaker than Sandbox's, and so that it's not even like they can get bailed out by getting to Soul Point really early on in the game. You give the option to Sandbox to basically counterpick you in the bot lane, so we have Misfortune and Karma locked in for Sandbox. The Sejuani has a really tall order this game. Pantheon is a pretty awkward matchup in mid lane, and then obviously Set versus Aatrox. That's one of the lanes where Afrika finds an advantage, so we'll have to see what can go on. Jarvan is going to function a lot better on low economy here than a Sejuani would, because Sejuani has a much more heavy reliance on her laners to get advantages, and if she's going to be forced to try to help them do that, it's going to be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, I think some of the cards on that note will be on to Keen trying to outplay Lonely. Of course, when you look at that matchup, just in the lineup, you're saying, okay, I mean, Keen is going to bop this guy. And definitely could happen, so perhaps Dread will try to focus up towards the top side, you know, allow Mystic and Jelly to just do their thing down bottom. Fly is just kind of, you know, he's got an awkward matchup there in mid against Azir, so maybe just hold down the lane, try not to lose too hard. Whereas on the opposite side, you look at Sandbox's comp, definitely some opportunity for some nice wombo combo, but we'll see exactly if they can get into that position. We're seeing a bit more Karma coming into the meta as well. We've seen it in heavy poke compositions in the bottom side, but now just alongside the Misfortune is kind of interesting to see it just kind of plainly there down in the bottom side. So looks like we're ready to jump into game number 1. Afrika up against Sandbox for the LCK Spring 2020 remote broadcast. It's been fun so far. We had a super long day yesterday. We went 8.5 hours. Pretty much
8
straight.
games.
Yeah, we went pretty much
We
the
almost
distance.
went the distance.
Yeah. It was just that Gen G is a little bit too good for Griffin, so that one I don't think had any hope that it was going to go to 3 games, but had it been a different matchup, perhaps we could have gone to 9. Still a chance that we go today, but we do have some more one-sided matchups today.
And, well, this is going to be an interesting early game here by Sandbox versus Afrika, because if Afrika falls behind, their champions don't really have any insurance policy for getting back on their feet and then coasting into the mid game and still being viable as a team composition. Now, one of the things I do want to point out is that Mystic and Jelly, they both have Exhaust, and we've seen G2 do this in LEC. Exhaust did get buffed earlier on in the season, and so the duration of it has gone up. It's very obnoxious, and when you have a team composition that is trying to stick onto the opponent, stay on top of them, reduce any sort of blowback that you can experience, double exhaust is really powerful. So we'll have to see how they can end up utilizing it here in this game. Runes outside of that, though, seeming pretty standard. We're not having any sinful scorches here today.
Thankfully. Karma is going to get in the bottom side, but can be quite annoying with the amount of poke that she can throw out, so I don't mind it all too much in the support role there. And yeah, the one thing that was highlighted by production was the Hail of Blades for the Azir. That can be extremely annoying to deal with. It just allows you some really heavy burst damage, especially if you can consistently land it, and that's going to be the case against a melee champion in the Pantheon in the mid lane. So just a little bit of a tweak, a difference there that Dove wants to bring that in and be a little bit more aggressive in his lane as we switch over to the top lane. Definitely one that we will have to look at, as I know that everybody's expecting Keen to heavily win in this matchup.
Yeah. We'll see what ends up transpiring. So far, Lonely obviously on the back foot. Keen could have shoved this a little bit faster and gotten a cheater recall off, but instead now sticking around for the 4th wave. So If Keen does nothing, the wave would have slow pushed back into him. But you can see he's immediately actually just hitting the minions. Gonna actually take a combo now from Lonely. Uses the Haymaker, tries to shove in the minion wave, and the question that viewers have to ask while watching this is, what does this really achieve on wave 4? You can see he's actually, I think, gonna get zoned out of one of the CS, and while he is keeping Lonely underneath the turret, his jungler's pathing up, but now there's not a minion wave. And so you have to wonder what exactly is going to go on, what's going to transpire. Darwin was obviously in close proximity.
Oh boy, here we go. Already Lonely is being bullied up here. They're going to land the Arctic Charge here. Is it going to be the flash? Yes, it will. First Blood will go the way of Keen as he flashes to secure that one.
흔들리지 말아요.
Yeah, and looks like
My
maybe,
microphone muted.
Maybe we lost you for a little bit there.
We did lose me for a second.
Is this the Valdez solo cast again?
No, we're back.
Are you back?
I'm back.
Okay, I mean,
All right, we're back.
I'll
totally
trust
fine.
you with that one. I don't know.
Keen is backing. Okay. He's recalling now. We'll see what actually he ends up getting. If he gets Ninja Tabi, it's super effective against the Aatrox and the Jarvan. And then the mobility ultimately converts into damage because extra movement speed, you're able to land more auto attacks. If you proc Conqueror, it ends up being more valuable than, say, just getting Phage. You basically permanently have Phage's passive, and even though you don't have the HP and the damage, you are able to sustain a lot more, have a lot more power in the 2v2 and things of that nature. So he does end up picking up the Ninja Tabi. And Infernal Dragon, first one of the game. There's a trade happening down here in bot lane. But everything seems to be pretty stable. Dub has a CS lead. We have a 2v2 here, though.
Yeah, Dread down a level. Considering a fight, Fly is actually also down a level. Dove, not too much mana, but I think it would have been enough for a combo. And so Dread says, okay, you guys win this time. We'll just back away. And won't be too much of a big deal. The Zoomies really helping Mystic stay in this lane. Imagine if he didn't have healing, he'd probably already have to go back by now. And so Punch winning that little skirmish, he's just gonna get to work on the Infernal Drake. And you can see that Dread is nowhere near this, so it should be easily secured by the side of Sandbox.
And so this is one of the things we pointed out inside of the Champ Select, where when you have the Sejuani, it's assumed that she's going to be slower and less functional early on than the Jarvan. The Azir in mid lane, he's always going to have priority. The counter in the bot lane with the MF and the Karma, they're basically able to get priority on a moment's notice, and so it's very easy for them to control all the area around the right-hand side, assuming that the lane matchups play out as expected. Of course, things can always just go a little bit bizarre in the early stages of the game and could have potentially led to Afrika getting Infernal, but that's not the case here. And so Infernal Dragon goes the way of Sandbox, and that's pretty bad news bears for Afrika. They are ahead. All of the gold lead, however, is stemming from that top lane matchup where Keen is putting on a clinic. We might have a trade here.
Okay, yeah, getting in here, but Gorilla is going to be joining this one to make it a 3-on-2. They're trying to collapse onto Aatrox, but they need to be the ones that are running as Dread is going to turn around. But there we go, Pantheon now trying to come on in as they're really trying to force this fight. Pantheon going to get exhausted, and so really needs to run away. Puts his E up for the block, has to flash as Keen sticking around for a little bit long, trying to push them back. Jelly finally making his way up to the top side. Pretty cute, the little cat on the book, just desperately trying to find a friend. Eventually finds Dread as nobody dies in the trade.
Yeah, and so what ends up happening is a bit of shared XP on the minions. Root was actually trying to run up as well. He ended up turning back around and heading back towards bot lane. And meanwhile, Dove got a lot of solo XP. He got chip damage onto the turret, also ends up picking himself up a plate. He's getting another wave. He's going to crash it in. Pantheon will arrive for it, but Jelly still hanging out with the boar. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. Obviously, Lucian
Animals
down.
stick together.
Animals do stick together. Animal Crossing is a great game. So
that's why. I mean,
if you need any more proof, it's right here for you, Valdez. As bot lane, Mystic is isolated by himself. Now, the reason that you see Root and Gorilla not really trading with Lucian is because the wave is coming back in. And if Jelly doesn't come back down into bot lane, Mystic is inevitably going to get zoned out soon. He doesn't have the culling, he can't farm from afar, and now we're doing something that apparently everyone forgets how to do once the game enters the mid-game phase. We're freezing. Or we're trying to, although Root Gorilla did just clip the back minion wave a little bit, softened them up.
Yeah,
and they won't
Root's
actually
helping out with that.
zone Mystic off of the cannon, which is a little bit unfortunate, and they're playing this so cautious. The last 20-30 seconds, they have Karma Shield up. They could have easily hard traded onto Mystic, abusing the shields to keep his HP lower, but they don't end up doing it. And so now, with Jelly having returned to the lane, he's going to be able to essentially free farm. They're going to try to go for a trade, and in doing so actually miss 2 CS. Dread looking for punch right here. 2 minutes until Cloud Dragon comes up, and that's not the most impactful dragon for either team, really. None of their ultimates really scream, well, we have to use this off cooldown, except for Grand Skyfall. But Grand Skyfall has other variables that have to be entertained, like where is your laner's lane states? What are you trying to accomplish? So it's not always certain that you'll always be able to utilize the 10% extra CDR immediately off cooldown.
You can see that vision being taken over here by Afrika as the push in the bottom lane is really what opened up that opportunity. It was originally a 2-on-2, but the second it became a 3-on-2, 4-on-2, immediately sandboxes mid and jungle had to back away. So it's really a massive fight over vision here as Keen trying to make a big trade happen. Lonely is really having trouble up in the top side. At least he's not getting too far behind in CS, all things considered. I mean, he got ganked underneath his turret and probably lost a bunch of CS there, so it's not going to be easy for him, but at least he's not getting totally shreked just yet.
And Dove, meanwhile, in mid lane, trying to keep the pressure up, not electing to hold a freeze or anything of that nature, knows that Pantheon has Grand Skyfall available, so wants to keep the mid lane permanently reset, essentially, so that he's able to follow on a moment's notice. As Punch, he's in close proximity, but there's a heavy trade going on. Punch a little bit preoccupied with the golems.
Has to run away. He had to flash away from that one. As Lonely was like, yeah, I'm really alone up here. It feels like I don't have any friends. Punch doesn't want to help me. And he had to burn his flash to get away from that one. That was under turret at the same time. I mean, Keen is putting on a clinic up there and really showing him who's boss up in the top lane.
So right now it's a little bit interesting. You can see bot lane is resetting, and so Karma coming off of the reset as well. They clear out the vision. They're making this setup for Sejuani, but it's kind of a hard gank to really orchestrate. Pantheon does have his ultimate available. He should be able to move to the right-hand side, but now the jig is up. Dread has been spotted. They know that all of Dread's left side camps are up as well. And so bot lane just going to try to shove in that wave, immediately move over to the Cloud Dragon. As now Keen gets yet another turret plate, and he's where they're really finding a lot of success. About a 1,300 gold lead in top lane. Blade of the Ruin King being built first on set. This is the patch where Blade of the Ruin King did get buffed. And so a lot of the top laners that are melee champions that utilize that item really well, you're going to see them spamming it, and oftentimes even building it first. We saw it yesterday on the Camille. She ended up building it. Just a really powerful item after getting the buffs. Root almost dies, but not quite.
Yeah, it felt like they were sticking around because they had Punch nearby, but it feels like this is not the first time that Punch has baited one of his allies into a rough position by saying, yeah, I'm here, but I'm not really going to help. As they were looking for the gank, didn't actually pan out. As you can see, the total gold here, it is by far in favor of Keen in the top lane. You'll notice that wins for Sandbox are in the mid lane, pretty much only. About 700 gold ahead right now is Dove, so current carries, if you can say that, is Keen up against Dove for this matchup.
Yeah. And Luden's Echo completed on the Azir in mid lane. And we'll see what Dove can end up doing the later that this game ends up going. So one of the really worrying things is that Afrika didn't get the kind of sizable advantage that they would have hoped to have. They have about a 1,000 gold lead right now at 13 and a half minutes. Mountain Drake gonna come up around the time that champions are like halfway to their second core item, and so that team fight is gonna be really crucial. And you can see that Fly has a bit of Build-A-Bear workshop going on. He has the Phage as well as the serrated Dirk, and he wants to get the Black Cleaver, not just for himself, but Lucian and Set. And hold on, we might have a dive.
Punch just went back home, lonely. He's so lonely. He's all by himself. He's trying to go 1v3. But, you know, honestly, he's doing a really good job so far. But he is going to get stunned up. I think this is pretty inevitable. He tries to trade against Keen, but it's a 1-on-3. It's not fair. The guy's so lonely. And he's going to get bullied in the top lane.
He buys a lot of time. Unfortunately, there's no more turret plates remaining, and you can see Dove summoning Sand Soldiers behind himself in the event that he would need to just use the Azir command to latch on to one of them and try to retreat inside of the lane in case something would end up being a little bit funny. As Mountain Dragon, 2.5 minutes, surely is going to be taken by Dread, but no turret plates really remaining. It's not the most impactful neutral objective to pick up at this point, although they really will need its assistance to get the damage onto Azir's mid-tier 1 turret, because that turret really will become a thorn in their side in the later stages of the game. They have no siege potential. They have no way to poke Sandbox off of a turret, and with Azir's wave clear and MF's wave clear, things get scary. Now Keen, still trying to dive lonely up here.
Okay, looks like he was able to get away from that one. The skirmishes all over the map. Double exhaust does come out, as you mentioned. Gorilla's going to eat the whole culling as the Flash just barely not going to have the angle to finish him off. And now we have a big rotation coming in from Sandbox. Mystic and Jelly in a lot of trouble here. No Flash and no way to get out of that one. Jelly is going to abandon the ship and says, I've had enough of this. You are not looking at a champ, and I am going to go back home alone.
Jelly's looking like a champ. Jelly jumped out of that plane with his parachute at the exact right time.
Yeah.
Definitely a professional skydiver. As getting that kill down in bot lane, offsetting that pressure, it's a really big deal. And you can see that with the top tier 1 turret actually down, Lonely is getting to farm a lot safer than he normally should be able to. And Keen, yes, he's able to push up. Yes, he's able to threaten golems and take them away from Punch whenever it would come, but he's immediately shoving back in waves, and you're not zoning Lonely anymore. You're not threatening any kills onto him, and so that lead is sort of, it's really slowing down. As we take a look at the replay that ended up happening, Lonely not able to get any of the minion wave. He's just trying to buy as much time as possible for the Azir in mid lane to try to shove in the mid turret. Let's take a look at the trade that happens down in bottom. Double exhaust ends up coming out. Mystic even tries to flash, but not quite able to issue the auto attack to end up killing Karma. Mystic knows that it's probably not long for this world. Jelly ends up aborting the mission right at the very end there.
Really funny. Where she just hops out of that one. She's like, nope, I've had enough. I'm gone. All right, Shirley is going to be coming up here. Mountain Drake as Keen has joined the fight, but he's kind of being zoned by the Scuttle Crab, and now we got the Pantheon in a really awkward spot. He's just going to get dunked, and he's going to bait Keen in there as well, who immediately just superplexes into the backline just to die. So immediately 2 members of Afrika go down. The Dragon absolutely will go the way of Sandbox.
Yeah. So it's a really big victory, as now Mountain Dragon getting picked up. It's a very big thorn in Afrika's side, because their team composition is all about collapsing onto the opponents, dealing as much damage in a burst situation, and trying to really kill them. Because in the really long sustained team fights, or if they fail to burst, they're going to end up looking like Deft from yesterday, where he would go in, deal a lot of damage but fail to execute anyone, and then just look like a sitting duck. And when that happens, with all the resistances getting stacked up, I mean, we have a kill happening here in mid,
Yeah, he is gonna
but
get burst down, but
it's a
immediately the
1-for-1.
Karma, yeah,
and this
gonna
is
burst
a
him down.
nightmare situation for Afrika. They're on a timer, they're on a clock, they don't have a real solution, and Sandbox are the ones gravitating towards a Mountain Dragon that will, the Mountain Soul will just end the game. Take a look at the replay. Cataclysm comes out, knocks some people down. Obviously, they convert that immediately into a Mountain Drake capture. And Mystic trying to go really hard in here. Mispositions ever so slightly. And ends up just dying for his attempt to get a kill. And so it's less than 1,000 gold lead for Afrika right now. And you have Set even building a Black Cleaver, I think, as well. You have the lethality on the Pantheon, so Set's not just going to go into Triforce and rely on the penetration granted by Pantheon. And armor resistance is constantly getting amplified. It's a really big problem that Afrika is going to be hard-pressed to come up with a solution with, because they can't even split push Valdez.
Yeah, it's kind of a rough spot for them. As we mentioned, you know, we talked about how we had 8 games yesterday. Well, you were actually able to call who's going to win from the ground for all 8 of those games. And I wonder if we can continue that streak here if Sandbox do eventually win it. As Dove certainly a big time carry right now, although Keen has slightly more gold. He's got about 200 more. Keen trying to split push a little bit. He's got Dread nearby, but Dove doing exactly the same thing, so kind of splitting the map for what it's worth right now.
Well, Afrika now in mid lane, trying to do anything. And remember, this is what we talked about in regards to the Herald.
Go ahead, you can play-by-play this.
Go ahead. I mean, you're the WoW guy.
No, I'd
you need
rather
to
not.
scream. You're the play-by-play, Valdez. I need you to say Leroy
You know,
Jenkins.
I'd rather not.
You'd rather.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna not play that.
Now look at everything that Keen is achieving by endlessly pushing in the side waves here. He manages to be super overextended, gonna actually superplex underneath the turret and gift over a kill. So phenomenal play by Keen in a time where Sandbox is really not looking to do anything. He manages to donate them a check of 300 gold up in bot lane.
Yeah,
Up
you
in
know,
bot
it's,
lane, you
it's
like
a
that?
time. It's a time of giving. A lot of people are struggling nowadays. It's a good time to be generous. So Liza's here. Take this one.
Not to be outdone, Keen immediately Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah, Keen starts pinging the bottom lane. He's like, wait, no, it's my turn. Like,
Says I want to Leroy too.
Lowly kind of baits him into this fight, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like, you know, let's go. He gets the full combo, and then Keen gets angry. and then
The
he
thing
goes
is
right
that
down.
even without Karma, I'm pretty sure Lonely kills him by himself. With the angle that Keen took. So it was so bizarre. He doesn't have Black Cleaver. Now, watch this right here. So, at this stage of the game, you should invite Sandbox to try to walk up more and then use Pantheon's ultimate to collapse onto any of the stray Sandbox members that walk up into lane. Instead, Keen is going to immediately walk to the bot lane and shove it out because he's got a hot date to go to. He has somewhere to be, so he's going to shove the wave right into the bottom tier 2 tier of Sandbox again, fail to push or do anything meaningful. Sandbox is going to thank him for his efforts as they continue to gravitate towards their superior scaling in the game and then ultimately win the Mountain Dragon. So rather than freeze or slow push side lanes and then use Pantheon to collapse on stray Sandbox members, they're constantly playing ping pong with Sandbox because they're good friends.
They're trying to make Lonely not feel so lonely anymore. Keen says, I'll play with you. Let's have a fun trade over and over and over again. And didn't work out too well for Keen. This is, you know, we talked about this yesterday. Of course, we're doing the remote broadcast, as you guys can probably tell. The players are all playing remote as well. We've seen more than often some players just like going down, just like solo queue-esque maneuver where it's like, what was he thinking? And maybe playing at home is just, you know, it's a totally new environment. You're not at the arena. Perhaps they feel a little bit too comfortable, and they're just like doing some questionable things from time to time. So a lot of these guys, they need to back away. We're getting the big zoom in onto Sejuani here.
So the really weird thing here is that, remember how this draft went? It was B1 set, followed by R1, R2, Atrox, and Jarvan. And then Afrika responds immediately with a Pantheon pick and a Sejuani. And so then Sandbox is the ones that initially opened with the very aggressive mono red-esque themed picks, and then they dialed it back. They immediately got the Azir, and then they went for the MF and the Karma counter pick down in bot lane to respond to the Lucian Yuumi, and they were the ones that recalibrated after opening face up with a very specifically themed composition. And Afrika were the ones that dug themselves into a hole in the draft phase. And now here in this game, this is the inevitable lull state. We talked about this in the very last game of last night's series. In the LCK, games consistently reach this phase of the game, almost all too often. And when you're constantly playing ping pong, whichever team has the better scaling draft is going to just have such insane edges, and it creates a really tall order for the aggressive team composition, or the one that has already decayed, to really mechanically outplay the opponents. And because they're humans, not robots, it's a really tall order to ask. And Afrika, they're staring down a Mountain Soul.
Yeah, and you'd have to imagine that if the Mountain Soul is taken here by Sandbox, there's really no hope for the side of Afrika. So in about 3 minutes, after 3 minutes of ping pong, you'd have to imagine that we will get a big fight in which Sandbox will be struggling to snipe that Mountain Drake. Afrika will be trying to, of course, take it away. We have the Baron available, but I don't think either team has... I mean, Sandbox could go for it. They could threaten it, actually, with the Azir and the MF. And they're coming in, they're clearing out all the vision first so they can threaten it, and once again just cut off all vision and try to get Afrika into bad spots where they can get picked off right before that Mountain Drake fight. See a lot of assistance pings over at the Baron. They're definitely considering it for now, but Afrika very well aware that this is an opportunity.
And so all that Sandbox really has to do right now is recognize, okay, there's no way that Afrika can just sneak Baron underneath our noses. They don't have a reliable way to do it, even though they do have decent Baron clearing speed. But Afrika, they can't push mid-tier 1, they can't push a side lane, they can't siege a turret, and they can't demand that Sandbox fight them right now. And so Lonely casts the World Ender, runs away from the Lucian, and if Lucian would try to freeze lanes, or if Set would try to freeze lanes in side waves, and then you collapse with Grand Skyfall, that's a way that you can try to make action happen. You have to recognize that you can't just constantly keep playing around vision in either side river and praying that Sandbox just makes mistakes and they walk into Fog of War and you can magically kill them. 1 minute until Mountain Dragon, Sandbox are sitting pretty. They probably recognize that's all that we need to win the game. If we get that, it is going to be near impossible, pending an internet outage, for them to lose this game.
Yeah, let's hope we don't get an internet outage. Let's not even summon that beast here. That would be pretty terrible for the remote broadcast. You can see Afrika's really posturing aggressively in the mid lane. Sejuani quite strong with the stone plate and a bunch of extra health, and has got a Yuumi on her back, so just says, yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult for you guys to poke me down, and I can threaten and engage, as they're moving their way into the blue buff now. Going to take that one away. And 20 seconds, I mean, Sandbox, it looks like they want to go for one final back before they do make this fight happen. They've got Azir sticking around mid lane. And now is the time where they really got to get in position for this Drake.
10 seconds until the dragon comes up. You have the Oblivion Orb, Nashor's, Luden's on the Azir. He is so massive right now. 2 core items also completed for Lonely on the Atrox. And You just look at the items on all the champions, and it
Oh,
favors
here we
Sandbox
go.
so much.
Keen going on in there, trying to burst down Punch. They nearly get him, and Dove is going to live with a flash away, but Punch will be the first casualty here. Dove zoned out, but it doesn't matter because down on the bottom side, Root is going to pick up a double kill. Afrika heavily losing this fight up against Root. Keen not able to carry it by himself in the back line. Trying to snipe down Dove, but stopwatch, pretty good item for both of these guys, and that is going to be the big team fight win for Sandbox, as they should pick up this Mountain Soul.
Yeah, they managed to get it, and that is going to be the end of the game, Valdez. There's no way that was the one timing where the items are still going to be as close as they could ever be in terms of what Afrika could ideally hope for in a straight-up team fight. You see how this starts off? Keen, Leroy Jenkins right onto Punch. They delete him entirely. All of his HP removed. He wasn't able to do anything. This was sort of like a 5 versus 4 to an extent, but look at the durability on the side of MF and Aatrox. The shields on Karma create so many problems because Set goes in, Pantheon goes in, they do their combo, they can't shoot through enough HP, and Lucian doesn't deal any damage either. The Mountain Dragons that are already on Sandbox, amplifying all those armor resistances, makes it so difficult. Lucian has no penetration. Pantheon, he has to stack his Black Cleaver first, which means that his initial damage burst isn't getting all of that bonus. Same for Set, and so they're having to chew through so much, and then they just don't have anything to run off of. They run out of fuel so quick. So Mountain Soul available now to Sandbox. This game is... We're just waiting for the inevitable push down mid.
Yeah, absolutely. This game has gotten way out of control, and it's something that we've seen many times before. It's almost like... what is that movie that you talked about? The Death Day? Like Happy Death Day or something like that? You remember that movie?
Yeah, Happy Death Day, where the girl keeps dying.
Yeah, it's kind of like we're watching that movie over and over. You know what I mean? Like the team that does not have the scaling advantage is pushing lanes into the scaling team, into the Azir, saying, please eat this. I'm going to die. Like, I know it's coming, and there's nothing I can do. Here
Just
you go.
get it over with.
Yeah, like, you know, like we talked about this in the draft. Yes, the scaling is going to be advantageous for Sandbox, and Afrika is kind of holding themselves into aggressive engage composition. But if you're going to do that,
And again,
you need to set up engages. You need to be able to set up what your comp is good at.
right, and you don't do that by just mindlessly doing the same things over and over, expecting a different result. They constantly kept pushing side lanes. They never utilized the mid-game Grand Skyfall. They could never break the mid-tier 1 turret. They are now Leroying in mid lane.
Yeah, and it's not going to go very well. Not much to say about this one. Keen desperately trying, but it's too little, too late. They could have set up plays like this had they actually set it up in the mid game, but they decided not to. Just going to push down mid lane here. Sandbox 16-4 is going to be the kill score here, as they will dominate Afrika in game number 1. Nexus going to go down, as even without Summit, even with Keen winning the top lane, it did not matter. Sandbox, the big winners for this game.
Well, they come out with a really impressive game number 1 victory. And honestly, this reminds me of Damwon's victory from yesterday, if you recall, where the team composition is just so grossly imbalanced that as long as everything stays even, stays stable, they eventually get to this stage of the game where it becomes really obvious what you need to do, and all they needed to do was do nothing. And so inaction is the action, and Afrika looked completely lost, especially after getting all of those advantages early game. Keen was lane kingdoming, lonely up there in the Set versus Aatrox matchup. Dread able to get him ahead very early on. I believe it was on wave 4. Aatrox ended up dying, or wave 5 actually, was when Aatrox ended up dying. And that is a super early time to die, but then they never did anything with it. And then due to the dynamics of bot lane as well as the jungler matchup, they couldn't get priority in mid or bot. They started hemorrhaging dragons, and unfortunately for them, they ended up rolling the worst possible third Drake, which was Mountain, which really stifles their team comp.
That it did, as we're going to take a look at some of the highlights here. We were talking about this before. A proactive early game from the side of Afrika. They bullied Lonely up at the top side. It's kind of all that they had to do. There were some unfortunate fights down in the bottom side for Mystic where they got really close to getting multiple kills, and then Sandbox just clapped them. Well, at least Mystic, and it was close. You know, had some of these fights gone a different way, perhaps they would have had a Morphed Lucian or a bigger Yumi or something like that. There were a couple of mistakes here in the mid game as well. It wasn't just that they weren't setting up stuff; they were also setting up good fights for Sandbox, getting out of position. Mystic here. It's funny. It looks like he dies to the Sejuani ult, but it's actually the end of the Mantrikyu from the Karma.
And this was it. This was the team fight where you have no idea what Kane is doing with that kind of an engage. Dove able to flash out right at the last second, and then Azir, he's so slippery, and he has so much control inside of his kit. It just left all the other members of Afrika on an island trying to do something. Pantheon couldn't achieve anything. And the really worrying thing about this is, remember, they knew what was coming, and then they drafted headfirst into it. That's the most worrying kind of a loss.
Yeah, and it's not the first time, but it won't be the last, no doubt. We'll see more of that later on today. Hopefully not from Afrika, as, yeah, by this time they try to go for a big engage, but it's up against Mountain Soul, plus Baron, plus the massive lead. And yes, the most damage was Kane. Unfortunately, Fly did about 0 in this game. I feel like he did negative points in this one. Almost had less damage than the Sejuani, and the two of them had less damage than the Yumi. So, not really having much of an effect on this one. We talked about that awkward lane up against the Azir, but they did not switch up anything to get him out of that lane or anything like that. So, kind of an unfortunate situation from the draft into the game, and LSU are 9 for 9 since we've come back here with the remote LCK for draft calls.
Valdez,
what do you have to say
I have someone
for yourself?
I have someone on all the past games as well. I'm really curious to know what the percentage is.
It's
well, let's find out
high.
if we can go perfect for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we're going to find out, guys. We'll be back in 5 minutes with game number 2.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 마지막으로 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키드 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이도 롤린 인더들 잘게 누나 막아 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 라이어가 멋이 부동동작 TFT 모바일 부동동작 5, 6월 서리 가득 찰노동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 하다 현타 부동동작 TFT 갤럭시 부동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설전자 머신 팬츠 우주 부동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동작
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the 2020 LCK. It's me, Valdez, with LS. And game number 1 felt like a bit of a draft win. Afrika a little bit inactive, we can say, in the mid-game to allow them to try to come back in that one. Sandbox taking huge advantage of that. They allowed Dove on the Azir, who we both thought was the key player of the game, to just scale up and do a really nice job in that Pantheon lane. The Pantheon looking pretty useless for that one. So Sandbox able to come ahead 1-0 so far.
Yeah, and basically, at this point, you have to wonder what Afrika's thinking. Now, they are going over to the red side, but for a team that had options to basically thematically counter what Sandbox were trying to do and then opted out of that, you have to wonder if they're really even going to utilize the red side all that well, especially because now they're going to be the ones that have to ban the absolute monsters. And we also saw that they banned Ornn on blue side. They don't want to play Ornn. We take a look at player of the game. It is going to be Dove, 2-0 in 11, 27% of the damage for his team. He was able to crash this wave, obviously, into mid. Pantheon not able to give any assistance. He roams down here with Jarvan. And I was really surprised. Mystic must have known that he was already dead, but didn't actually elect to get the last 2 CS. Doesn't even issue any commands there. It's just a little minor thing to talk about. Keen here probably feels like he's in a bit of an awkward angle. Tries to hard engage, gets trapped inside of Cataclysm, superplexes, and then dies upon landing. That's like one of those Olympic things when they do the gymnastics, but they end up like having a really bad landing. You know what I'm talking about?
They fall flat on their face.
Or yeah, they like break their calf or something. It's really what? All right, so no one can actually see what is on our screen right now, but 2 observers voted for support. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that it was
we know
GSAT.
them personally as well. If we were there in the break, I would ask them like, "What are you guys doing? Like, what are those?" I'm really not sure. I mean, Karma obviously threw out some Qs in the laning phase and provided shields, and we were talking about this actually during the break. How basically nobody really had a pop-off performance, but Dove did feel like the only person who was doing things. I can understand Karma votes because she did shields and helped her team in team fights, but definitely felt like Dove was the player of the game there. Either way, he did win, so it's not like the vote was stolen away or anything. By the way, as well, guys, we do have a substitution. Dread, unfortunately, even though I felt like he had a pretty decent game, I don't think it was his fault. He is going to be subbed out for Spirit, who is going to be coming into the jungle as we hop into pick ban for game 2.
Well, let's see what Sandbox are going to open now, being on the blue side. We'll also see what Spirit can actually add. Maybe we'll get a Karthus game. That would be pretty exciting if we could end up seeing that. Aphelios does get banned away. Sandbox. Now Sandbox are the ones banning away Ornn on blue, and that is very surprising. Maybe they want to get their hands on Senna or Kalista, something of that nature. As Afrika, what are they going to end up banning? It's going to be Senna, and so Kalista is still available and on the table.
Varus, another pick that has seen more and more play. It's good into the bottom lane against Senna, but it's also flexible. I mean, we've seen it in the mid lane a couple of times already in the LCK. So it does get taken off the board here on blue. I think the obvious ban here is Kalista, unless you feel like on the side of Sandbox they can't play Kalista, but from what I remember, Root was a pretty good Kalista. So they are going to take that away. Should be the set going over to the side of Sandbox.
So set first pick, able to be flexed, 3 roles, mid, top, and support. And Afrika now going to have to elect how they want to respond. They might just do the dreaded Aatrox into set matchup, feeling maybe comfortable to try to do the reverse. As we do see a lot of players will actually pick Aatrox into set. But so far, Rumble and Jarvan, that's a very powerful combo. Very aggro. And Afrika, how are they going to try to round this out? Kai'Sa is being picked blind. And a lot of AD carries have been removed. Obviously, Ezreal still on the table, but Ezreal would be a self-counter pick. And it would also be a bit off theme. It would end up being sort of like the Ezreal that plays a like cleanup, like janitor material. Yeah. As Lucian is being hovered and potentially going to get locked in again. And this is really surprising to see this happening twice now.
Rate. 3 and 12 is Lucian. And I don't know, it kind of gives me flashbacks to when Griffin was doing funnel Lucian. I don't know if you remember that. They were putting him mid lane and funneling him during that funnel time, and it just did not work out. But it does mean that they don't have like this ultra scaling AD carry with a lot of range. He's more of like a head first type of guy. And I suppose it fits with Jarvan and Rumble. Didn't look half bad on it in game number 1. Again, I don't think it was his fault that they lost. But definitely interesting to see Kai'Sa up against Lucian this early on.
Yeah, it's very peculiar. Afrika, they're banning away the Nautilus now. That's one of the old combos, Kai'Sa Nautilus. As Sandbox, they did ban away the LeBlanc. Afrika now have to decide on their last ban. It's going to be Morgana. And that's making me wonder if if a Leona or a Thresh is in the mind of Afrika. See if they maybe lock that in on R4 and reserve the counter pick or the flexibility of the Rumble for mid and top on R5. Sandbox, they ban away the Yuumi. And so let's take a look at what they're going to do here. It's actually going to be an Alistar being hovered. So Lucian Alistar, a bit of a blast to the past, but what you're noticing right now is that all of these champions are very short range. And they have a heavy reliance on getting ahead, engaging. This is very akin to Afrika's game number 1 team composition. And we saw what ended up happening there. If Sandbox pivots into just more scaling, more long-range disengage. Champions even like Cassiopeia, really, really good in a spot like this. Azir, yet again, is going to come out here for Sandbox. Braum, another disengagey type of champion. Leona being hovered. Galio, a beautiful champion in a spot like this. Also, the ability to steal it away, potentially, from Afrika. They're going to pivot back to Braum. It seems like they're deciding both of these champions thematically slot in really well. They're both really good at answering what Afrika's trying to achieve. Personally, I think Galio a little bit better because you have the option to steal him away from Afrika, but then just his ultimate ability against what Afrika's trying to do is really, really strong. But instead, they do lock in the Braum. Afrika now hovering a Zoe, and yeah, Zoe's it's a pretty strong stat checker champion, but when you look at the champions that she's getting paired with, she doesn't really have a theme. There's not really a very big purpose. She is locked in. Very bizarre to see the lack of synergy within Afrika's team composition. This Zoe now is the one that's going to be out of place and just really conducting herself as an isolated champion in this comp.
Yeah, I mean, she's kind of going to be alone. There is some pick potential where you can Sleepy Trouble Bubble and try to follow up with Equalizer and have some engage in that way, but outside of that, it's kind of like she's just there on an island in the mid lane against Azir. At least it's not Pantheon. That's all I'll say. I don't want to see that matchup again. The Azir absolutely dumping on the Pantheon, and Fly did not have a great game on that one, so will be a bit of a switch up. As what are you thinking about this? What are you thinking about this draft? Any predictions?
I'm thinking that Sandbox have a much stronger draft all around. The only thing that is a little bit worrying, though, is Zoe in mid lane is going to fare a lot better against the Azir than the Pantheon, as well as now Afrika find themselves with the Jarvan, the Lucian down in bot lane. So we'll see now what happens with Sandbox lacking control around the right-hand quadrant of the map. And that might prove to be a way out for Afrika's team composition if they can somehow threaten and bring this game to Soul Point.
Yeah, absolutely. So looks like we're just about ready to hop into game number 2. Spirit back onto the Jarvan. If you guys remember, he used to play support AP Jarvan. So definitely knows how to pick up that champion. We'll be excited to see if that sub can change things up here in terms of the play for the side of Sandbox, as it is game number 2. Dove, he picked up the player of the game on the Azir and is going to give that champion another shot.
Sejuani starting out with a very defensive opening, as is basically both parties. Just doing a 5-point start. If there were going to be, or if one of these two teams would decide to try to do something aggressive early on, it would definitely be, it would have been Sandbox with the Braum and the Sejuani. And at this point, we take a look at the runes, and there it is. Born in Sin. Double Scorch on the side of Afrika.
Oh no.
And so Zoe can't really kill Azir straight up. Rumble can't really kill Set straight up. These are very bizarre rune choices that, even when you factor in the jungle matchup and the overall dynamic of stuff, what they should be looking to achieve is, rather than trying to find ways to kill a blue side Set, who is it's very easy for him to play defensively, or to try to flip killing the Azir in mid lane or something of that nature. Play towards the strengths of the mid lane and the bot lane. Try to focus on getting all of those dragons, and then looking for something in the mid game centered around like a Zoe bubble or something like that, because you're not going to find super edges early on, and you end up hitting the stats tab or something and seeing how much damage that Scorch ends up doing. It's just not worth it, especially because you eventually get to Gathering Storm, and it's not like Gathering Storm is anything to scoff at the later stages of the game, and it does something.
Speaking of doing something, Spirit just gonna run on through. He shoves his spear into the casters and steals one of the XP from them. And then he goes on his merry way up to the red buff, so it's going to be a little bit annoying. Steals that one away from Fly. Was looking to get pretty aggressive on the Jarvan, as we did see. He was able to steal one little popcorn chicken at the same time. Just going to go on his merry way. The bottom lane is kind of interesting. We don't get to see Alistar all too often. But Jelly definitely a guy that has tried his hand at the cow from time to time. And so I'm curious to see if he can actually make that work. As Dove just going to face check into the brush, the flash into the Shurima. Shuffle, though, will be able to get him to safety.
He's able to fade that gank. Sejuani is actually going to be the one finding herself with the CS advantage, but Jarvan obviously going to be able to get over to the Scuttle Crab. Still does have Zoe in mid lane, and you can see that Punch is actually making his way up to top lane, perhaps anticipating Jarvan's arrival, and this would be a fantastic counter gank if it would end up working. Oh man.
Oh, I think it is going to work. Oh, they're going for a dive, actually. They should be able to pick up this kill, but now Spirit should be able to get Lonely down. Let's see, though. Goes for the flag and drag, picks up the kill, and now a level up here onto Punch is going to be frozen up.
So it ends up being a 1-for-1, but Keen doesn't get an assist, and Keen immediately teleports back in. We'll see what Lonely's response is going to be. Now, Punch has enough HP to actually stick around, and you can see actually a ping goes down onto the mini-map, and Jarvan is not still here, but you can see Lonely playing it really safe, going boots plus null magic mantle, wants to get to the Merc Tread, super value against the Zoe and the Rumble. As they go for the dive, It was a really bizarre sequence of events. Sejuani wasn't the one to be tanking turret aggro, utilizing the Aftershock, and so eventually Set ended up going down. Not the end of the world, though, by any means. Getting advantages on Set when he's such an integral part to the mid-game teamfights is super good.
Yeah, and a lot of the reason why they were able to even set up that gank is because one-on-one, Keen actually underestimated the Set and flashed away, had to flash from the Haymaker, and that just means that he's a sitting duck on the Rumble that doesn't have all that much mobility, of course. His Fly is looking to get aggressive there. He had the GLP, but not really going to happen. A Spirit really liking the popcorn chickens of Punch. He says, these are mine, actually.
Well, he's going to be able to get it. Punch not able to go in there, even though he did have Smite available. Doesn't have any vision over the camp. And so as it stands elsewhere, though, everyone is pretty much playing pretty safe in Standard. Nothing too chaotic happening. We have a bot lane reset occurring. And top lane, surplus of many minions. Now, Lonely's going to hit level 6 on that minion as the camera panned away, and this means that Punch, with the size of that minion wave, going to be able to move up here. Now, they want to do this before the melee and the cannon both end up dying. I believe that would give 6 to Keen, even though he has an 8. Some of the... Oh, actually, he gets it on the melee.
Oh, and that's perfect timing. As you mentioned, he's going to be able to push that one out. Spirit is not here because he's taking the Infernal Drake. Keen says, well, I'm going to try to take some of these as well, I suppose, if you're going to help me out with that. Can lose the wave and just take the jungle camp, I suppose. Shouldn't get too far behind.
So now, getting the Infernal Dragon for Afrika, it is really valuable. Even if the stats don't mean a whole bunch early on, it's going to help them in the mid-transition once the game gets to that point, because they need as much ammo as they can possibly get. Now, Ocean Dragon was rolled second, so this does mean that 50% of the time, we can get a really bad read. If Cloud Dragon comes up next, it's pretty disastrous. Jelly trying to go for a trade. Now, Mystic and Jelly are getting some nice sizable advantages down here on their own in bot lane. I think currently going to be up about 11 CS after Kai'Sa gets all of the minions. Also has a turret plate. And Spirit actually loses the Smite fight over the red. Punches, I believe, beating him in experience.
Yeah, I mean, after taking that camp, you would have to imagine that he does gain the advantage there, but there's a lot of stuff for him to farm in his own jungle. It's going to take him a while to get through all of that, actually. He does want to get in there. Could also hand off blue to the Zoe. We'll have to see where exactly he's going to attack first with the... he's actually going to come in here and smite the minion. He's been really loving these chickens, by the way. He's going up to his own chickens. And he's going to say, yeah, that will get me 6, and now I will start to make my move. Maybe trying to avoid vision by going straight into the pit, but this is already pinged out by the side of Sandbox. It is going to be warded here.
And Afrika just trying to get this Rift Herald. Again, just like in game number 1, it's super important to use that Rift Herald in order to get damage onto that mid-tier 1 turret of Azir, because otherwise you don't have a reliable way to ever take it at any other point in the game. This time around, they do have a Zoe, which with her bubbles and her paddle stars, it can help with sieging. You also do have the equalizer and things of that nature, but now taking a look at the XP, Afrika actually in the lead in several spots. Now Lonely waiting for this giant minion wave to come in. They're sharing a lot of XP. Punches here. Jelly doesn't have 6.
Jelly
so if they try...
Punch just got 6 in the brush, but it is going to be warded out. So they spot Punch, and no summon on Shelly, actually. I mean, they still have 5 minutes, so they can take their time with that.
Well, they crash the bot wave, and then they initiate a recall. They're now trying to match the one from Afrika, but they're really far behind on tempo while doing this. You can see Afrika now are actually recalling. I'm not sure if they're gonna go back bottom and just have Keen move up through mid lane and then make his way back to top, or no, they're gonna move back up to top lane. Bilgewater Cutlass now complete on the Lucian, Haunting Guy's first item for Keen up there in top lane. Now, the thing about this is it means that neither team will be in close proximity with their bot laners for the next dragon, which is a little bit surprising because if you're Afrika, you want to be the one to take that Ocean Drake and then pray that the 50% roll goes your way and that Mountain comes up next so that you can try to threaten Mountain Soul really early.
Absolutely. And we will see if that does pan out for them. We do see that Keen and Spirit were making their way towards mid, as really not much is happening as it currently stands. The junglers just going ahead and farming. Everybody extremely even on CS, by the way. If you look down at the bottom, it's only a gap of 1 to 3 CS in every single lane. So very even game so far when it does come to that. Of course, the Drake a slight advantage to Afrika so far in this one.
20 seconds until that Ocean Drake is up, as Root is idly attacking this minion wave, taking a little bit of damage from the minions, not too much though. And is he gonna just, no, he's gonna, I think he's gonna stay to shove out the next wave. There's really no reason to try to recall. You're already too late in terms of tempo to be able to get anywhere meaningful. It's a lot better if Gorilla and Root stay top lane and just try to get turret plates rather than just aimlessly recalling. And you can see that Afrika acknowledges that Sandbox is not interested at all in trying to contest. And so as a byproduct of that, they try to send Mystic back up to top lane. Root does recover in the CS department from what he was down earlier. Also has a turret plate now under his belt. And we're just sort of going blow for blow. Now, Sandbox is actually ahead in terms of overall gold. And we're entering the stage of the game where it's early into mid-transition. Azir's going to complete his Nashor's Tooth now this time around. And Set's going to complete his Black Cleaver, so F's in chat for that one. But it's going very similar to game number 1, so you have to ask yourself, how is Afrika going to win?
It's definitely a good question. At least they are going to put down the Rift Heralds here and try to get some plates for Keen, it looks like, but okay, it's just going to go the way of Fly, and actually the jungler is engaged from the right side as this Rumble is dead. Just immediately, just like that, a huge collapse coming in, and a big interrupt there from the side of Sandbox. That's going to make it 2 kills now, as yes, they got some plates, but they paid dearly for it.
Well, Mystic is trying to stay up in top lane, doing whatever he possibly can. These deaths are the opposite of what is good, Valdez.
Oh no.
As Gorilla Punch and Root are looking to do something, but gonna actually be dissuaded by the damage that was coming out of Mystic. Very cautious right there. Now, they don't have Braum ultimate. They do have Exhaust, and I believe they have the Sejuani ultimate too, but very peculiar how reserved they're being right there. They do know that Keen has teleport when he does respawn, so perhaps just erring on the side of caution.
Yeah, definitely not a decision that you see a lot of teams make. Maybe that's someone like Gorilla on the support role that's kind of, you know, giving them all the information that allows them to be that cautious. It's a very curious maneuver for sure.
Well, at this point, 2.5 minutes until Cloud Dragon coming up. And fortunately for Sandbox, they rolled fantastic. That Cloud Dragon poses no threat to them whatsoever, which means that unless the stars really align for them to be in a good spot, have lane states in a good spot, and it to be a good idea for them to move over and try to contest it or just capture it freely, they're fine now to just sit back and be like, okay, we can wait another 7 minutes to actually get more core items, increase the percentage chance that it's likely that we're going to win a team fight, And then Afrika, again, they're staring at a bomb that is going to go off, and they don't have a real solution to it. And now Zoe ends up being exposed in this team comp because she's the only one that can actually do anything, but she doesn't have a team to protect her and allow her to do what she wants to try to do. So it's a very awkward situation to be in. It's only a 1,000 gold lead, but it really can't be understated that Sandbox are really far ahead.
Yes, definitely sitting back and saying, okay, we've got another lead in the early game. Let's do what we did in game number 1 and sit back, farm, allow Dove to eventually scale up. They have Root and a lot of hard CC to get into backlines. Root already with 1 kill. Things are just going fantastically here for Sandbox, and this is a great turnaround for them. I mean, we were talking about how things looked really dire, and Summit wasn't even playing, and how it just did not look great for them in recent times. They're down there towards the bottom of the standings, but coming in here and defeating Afrika, if they do close this game out, that would be a huge positive mark on their record.
Well, let's see if they can manage to do that. It's a very big victory for them, especially because Afrika is on the left side of the standing. This isn't a victory that Sandbox probably would have been assumed to be able to get early on. As many viewers, myself included, probably came into this thinking, well, Afrika should be the clear favorites for today's match, and yet here Sandbox is, they're up 1-0, they're in a really good position here in game number 2 to win this. And if everything just keeps going and coasting at the rate that it is right now, all that's going to happen is very similar to game number 1. There's going to be a mid-game explosive team fight. Sandbox likely going to be the victors, unless something goes catastrophically wrong.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the game plays out. Of course, there's still room for some human error when it does come into this one. The Cloud Drake is available, and you can see that Sandbox is actually favoring this. They get the push down on the bottom side. Afrika's nowhere near, so just going to give this one away. As you mentioned, even if Afrika did get this, it's really not a big deal at all.
No.
Even if they're on Cloud's soul point, it's like, okay, sure, we can get other objectives, but I feel like Sandbox is just saying, we might as well get this one. They leave a little bit of damage to be gone onto the top turret, but it's probably going to fall anyway, as Lucian will get some solo farm up there. Notice that Jelly not going to steal any of that XP. And now, I believe, we are slowly settling into a lull state.
We are. And what would you like to talk about today, Valdez?
Well, we talked about Animal Crossing yesterday.
We did. I got it yesterday.
What?
After the cast ended.
No.
I was
Really?
tempted. Yes, I did. I had
Did
to.
you get the
I
physical
spent
copy?
like 3 hours fiddling with the Switch and stuff because the Korean region language, and trying to figure out how I could get an Animal Crossing code, and I finally did it.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's really big.
I'm taking a lot of. I have a lot of inspiration from some of the characters in that game I've heard about. Apparently, there's one guy and everyone owes a lot of debt to him. And I just think, wow, that guy's a businessman I would like to follow.
He probably gets a lot of Prime subs, if we had to imagine.
He probably does.
He's yeah. I would get the game too, but yeah, I don't have a Switch. Still, I didn't go out and buy a Switch after the cast either. I'm not as smart as you, unfortunately. So
Totally fine.
yeah, you know, some people are just gifted, and others are not.
Well,
So it feels bad.
you know what, Valdez? I think that you are very gifted.
Oh, thank
Okay.
you.
I feel gifted to be here with you today.
Wow. You know,
3 minutes until the Cloud Dragon comes up, but I already feel like I'm living on a cloud with you here, Valdez.
yeah, thankfully we're here. I mean, I wonder what the collective would do. Imagine if we just like streamed the games and there was no cast. Just, like during the lull state, I think the collective would just explode.
think the collective would start analyzing what's going on.
You think so?
Yeah, I do believe they would understand.
Yeah.
As right now, I mean, what they're understanding in this game is that ping pong is happening for the last 2.5 minutes.
You know what I think they might analyze is
What?
they're probably saying, you know, they have to push the lanes back because you need to pressure the objectives. Because that's how you win. Right? That's...
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's...
I do believe that is correct. So, if you're a Freaka right now, and with every moment that passes, the enemy team gets stronger than yours, what are you thinking right now, Valdez, when you mindlessly push each wave back and forth over and over and over and over? That's spelled with O-V-E-R. What do you think?
Okay. Well, is there an option not to think? Like, maybe just not thinking is an option.
I do suppose that could be a thing. As the problem is, Freaka, they can't just randomly start Baron. And anytime blue trinkets are available, or if Sandbox is in close proximity, it's never going to be a real thing. If you disappear too long from any of the lanes, then Sandbox can use deductive reasoning, conclude, okay, they're probably somewhere around river. Can we approach the Fog of War as if we're expecting them to be in X, Y, and Z brushes or locations? And of course you can. And so, it's really problematic right now for Freaka to come up with anything meaningful. And because Sandbox got the last dragon, it means that Soul's not even coming up. And interestingly enough, this could be a 4 Cloud Drake Cloud Soul, which is a Crown Soul method. So, if Crown Soul goes over, that's really interesting. 40% ultimate CDR is not something that we normally get to see all that often in the LCK, or any region for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's rare that teams will favor it so hard to the point, and it's rare also that teams give up the first 2 Drakes and then get 4 in a row. Because generally, if you're ahead, you're going to get Drakes, you're going to be able to snowball them and at least pick up 1 along the way. But
yeah,
not the case in some games where, you know, we had a relatively early game, very slow early game, a couple kills back and forth. But then, you know, just 1 or 2 mistakes in the mid game by a
Here we
Freaka.
go.
Yeah, okay.
You ready for this?
Here we go. Cloud Drake is live.
Here's that mid-game team fight. Now, again, Sandbox, they don't have to opt into this. Now, watch as Zoe is the really only hope Freaka has in this team fight. Everyone else, not sitting pretty. Spirit feels like he wanted to make a bit of a donation, donated 30% of his life away.
Oh, he's giving more. Oh, man.
He's at 50%.
Yeah. And you mentioned how Zoe, it's going to go the way of Sejuani. The Cataclysm into Flash play is going to be the play here for Spirit.
Punched it so good he stole it twice.
Nicely done getting into that back line. Now they burst down Kane. He's immediately going to go down. Nice knockup by Jelly. He's going to find 4 of them. Can they actually get into this one? The Azir, though, into the back line, and Mystic, not having enough room, is going to put that culling out, but he doesn't have enough room to just go front to back here, although we did have Zoe finally snipe out the Braum as a flash forward there, not going to amount to much. The shield coming in onto Mystic, and now Sandbox say, okay, we got the Drake, let's just get back.
Well, this is, it's time to return the script to G-Sun, Valdez, as, I do believe that that's probably all that she wrote in this game. Second dragon, I mean, the dragon itself isn't what happened, it's that this is going to be the closest that these 2 team compositions ever are in terms of a straight-up team fight. And you can see, it's really the Zoe show in this game. Lucian can't do anything. He can't get close quarter combat. Mystic was trying his best to deal everything that he could. What is Jarvan really going to do against this team composition? Kaisa, able to make use of both of her modes. She can either shred through everything that's in front of her, or she can eventually dive onto the backline. And if you're not protecting Zoe, Kaisa will just light her up. And that is a really big problem. There's no one to kill Set. You give him full stack Haymaker in any team fight that you're going to take because of the Rumble and the Jarvan. Lucian can't even focus him. Sejuani is just a Leviathan that Freaka has no answer for. There's no getting onto Azir. It all comes down to one small is Zoe a child, or is she like 1,000?
Yeah, she's like 5 billion years old or something.
All right, thank you for saving me on that one, Valdez.
No, and you know, it's a question again. Like, imagine if they had some kind of scaling AD carry, something with range. I feel like, you know, it still wouldn't be ideal as a full team comp, but I'm really not sold on the Lucian myself, especially straight into, what was it? It was Kai'Sa, Set, and Sejuani as the first 3 picks, and then they picked Lucian. I don't know, it's just like you get a Braum in the front and immediately he gets exhausted. And then it's just like, okay, well, I'm going to have to hold that thought as Keen is going to get caught out here once again. He's burning down Root. He's doing a good job there, but he's still caught. So down he will go. 5 on 4 now. Nope. I mean, there is the Baron, but Sandbox are on the wrong side. You can see them trying to rotate up to the mid lane. But I don't think they're going to rush a Baron or anything at this point anyway.
And, well, we'll see what can go on here as Sandbox are sieging the mid-tier 1 turret. Afrika don't really have clear options. They have to just wait for Zoe, Bubbles, and Paddle Stars to try to carry them through. And also, take a look at Fly's itemization. So he had the Oblivion Orb, which is fine. You have the Oblivion Orb, you have the Sword Penetration Boots. That's where the real brunt of Morello's value comes from. No one on Sandbox is healing. There's no one that is actively trying to heal and do anything. Yes, you have a Fleet Footwork. Sure, you have a Doran's Blade on Kai'Sa, which probably, maybe that's why the Morello came in. But Fly, in a lull state right now, completed into Morello, and it serves no purpose, and it's really staggered his build, because it means that he's not going to get to another meaningful item before the next major team fight that inevitably will bring the game to full point.
Yeah, I mean, just putting it into simple terms, 1,400 gold that was used to turn Oblivion Orb into Morello could have been used to jumpstart his next item.
Right. And so now, with the Blasting Wand,
damage.
He has the Blasting Wand already. He has a Dark Seal, which he could sell at any point. A Corrupting Potion he could sell at any point. The Blasting Wand, plus the 1,400 gold, you almost got a Void Staff, which is really valuable at this point in the game. And before the next dragon comes up, if you sell the Corrupting plus the Dark Seal, plus whatever gold Zoe's sitting on, you probably have it for this team fight, which is a lot more valuable than just having the Morello debuff and the Blasting Wand by itself, plus a little bit of the extra stat amplification that comes from the Dark Seal, and the Corrupting Potion, because Zoe needs to delete someone or bring them really close to life, and having as much pen as she possibly can right now is really going to help with that.
Oh boy, Jelly, rough spot here, forced to pop that ultimate early. That means Zeke's is down, that means his ultimate is down, that means the next team fight should absolutely be Sandbox's. And it's a ticking time bomb for Afrika. They're struggling to defuse it, but they're making mistake after mistake, and Sandbox is taking advantage of that. The trouble bubble gonna come down here, as Lonely will just step in front of that one. They pick up the Cloud Drake, and now 5 minutes until they get 4 Cloud Drake, the Crown Drake, Crown Soul, I suppose you can call it there, as Afrika thinking about poking them down, doing a decent job, but they're not going to be able to garner any objectives from that play.
And I'm really curious to see what this is going to look like if Sandbox does get to that 40% ultimate CDR with champions that they do stack CDR. So Kai'Sa right now does have some CDR from Nashor's Tooth. Azir is, I believe, at max CDR. I'm forgetting actually what his secondary rune is. I am so sorry. But when he has the blue buff, he's going to be at max CDR. And this is really scary. Set, obviously, is going to be moving really fast. And this is really interesting. It's not every day that we do get to see this. Obviously, we don't have a super chaotic champion like Zillion or Echo in this game that really just make that Crown Soul so gross and obnoxious for enemies to try to deal with. But it's still going to be exciting to see it unfold. Sandbox doing everything right. Azir sitting on Oblivion Orb, has the Sword Pen boots, although with only 3.5 minutes till the next dragon, this might be one of the times where just getting Morello could probably be okay. You have the option to obviously get Haunting Dies for 100 gold more, but if you need as much power as you can possibly cap for this final team fight around this Dragon Soul, that might be an option for him. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he does end up completing here. Lonely has been he's turned into the bully. He got bullied in game 1, and then he's like, hey, you know what, dude? Let me play this set. I'm going to show you what's up. He's, with the help of his teammates, he's put Keen down to 0-4-0, and is in their jungle, in their face, not allowing Keen much room to push out at all. Of course, for right now, there is not much that's going to happen until the Cloud Drake does spawn. Of course, we get these mini lull states in between the dragon fights, as, of course, Afrika don't really have any way to get onto the Baron and burst it down or anything like that. It would be not a good idea. And so they're just trying to get some vision around it, see what they can see. A Spirit has been seen. He poked a little bit, but
He built it.
he did.
See? Now he's got the most punch possible. There's always the positives, Valdez. There's always the silver lining. As we take a look at the
Is that
XP.
1,400 gold better than just a needlessly large rod?
You know what? He's going to apply it to some of the champions that will heal a bit. All right?
Does that make it better in the end? I mean, what is it? The Blasting Wand and the... What is it, 100 health?
So you get
forget.
you get 50 AP, 100 health, and the Grievous Wounds passive is what you end up receiving. So at that point, I mean, Azir, if he ends up getting this at this point, perhaps, because it doesn't just reduce the active healing of Conqueror or the active healing of the Blade of the Ruin King, it also stunts the passive HP regen on champions. So it sort of is dealing true damage, and to that extent, it adds up to a bit of damage. Maybe he's even going to be able to actually have an elixir if he would want to recall. He has a minute to get to it. But not too much else is really happening inside of this game. You just see ping pong continuing to happen. We're only at 10 kills in 32 minutes. But
Azir pushes really fast.
he does.
How does he keep those soldiers in line?
Mind control.
Yeah, I guess that must be it, right? They are sand soldiers, so they don't exist, and then all of a sudden they exist. He controls them. And,
Well.
yep, that allows him to push really fast. And,
Oh, he did. He got the elixir. You know what? Dove is getting the MVP vote from me. Okay.
He already did get the MVP vote. He's getting another one,
He
perhaps.
actually, he's ghosting the English broadcast right now, Valdez. That's actually what's happening.
It's like, you know what? That's a good idea. Shouldn't forget my elixir. You were talking about how Zoe's kind of the only hope. You see Punch's health? That's what she did. From
Yeah.
a really long range paddle star.
And that's all that they really have going for them. Now, actually, are we going to have a potential front door? I mean, obviously, they don't have the speed to raise the Nexus turrets as well, but they're walking right up mid lane. They're going to raise this mid-tier 3 turret, and I think they're going to get the inhibitor as well. Now, the inhibitor is a little bit scary, because Afrika is already going to always be in close proximity to the Baron in mid and top lane. And so all that they ended up doing is now they've created super minions rather than just cannon minions. But if they win the fight anyway, they were probably going to win regardless of if it's a super minion or a cannon minion. So realistically, there's a chance that they just ended up denying themselves 5 minutes worth of mid lane minions, depending on what Afrika does.
Yeah, I mean, it does depend on what they do, of course. I don't think they're going to freeze and allow a bunch of the waves to go to waste. In fact, they're going to push out as fast as possible. They've got a big flamethrower. They have to use it. And they're going to do that. They're going to move over to the Baron here and try to deny some vision, try to get Zoe some use, but it might just be an exercise in futility at this point. Dove and Gorilla hanging around here. as 5 members of Afrika look to engage, but Punch coming in from behind. They're trying to go in the front side here. Big equalizer into the backline. Dub. Oh, and a really perfect stopwatch as Keen is desperately trying to do it. It doesn't matter how well he plays because he's still going to get dominated at this point in the game. Down will go Jelly at the same time, make that 3, as now Sandbox will turn to the Baron.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing it time and time again in all of these team fights. The gold score isn't even really that different at so many stages of this game, but it's just so hard for Afrika to find angles over and over. And now Sandbox, they're the ones with the Baron. This Baron is going to persist into the Crown Soul coming up. They're going to be able to get that for certain if they don't even just manage to win the game before it comes up.
Yeah, I mean, they've opened up the front door. They've blasted that door off the hinges. As we'll take another look here at the fight, the flank. Really great from Punch.
Yeah, so you can see Afrika, they're trying to do everything that they possibly can, but Lonely with a superplex from downtown into Facebreaker, Haymaker landing as well, 957 true damage. I mean, it's decent. As Jelly tries to run for his life, but Punch chasing him down. And at the end of this, it's just total control in Sandbox. They have broken free of the Sandbox. They are headed to the ocean. They're going to the ship balance.
It all connects. It all makes sense in the end.
We're all coming full circle.
Time is a flat circle. That's what we're doing here. And we've definitely seen this before. As Equalizer is going to come down. It'll clear out 1. But it will not be available for the next fight. As they'll just push in with the Baron. As you mentioned, they're not going to wait for the Cloud Drake. They're going to try to get as much value out of this Baron push. Sandbox, once again, they're playing very carefully. It feels like, to be honest, they've spent the last 15 days of LCK hiatus, and they've done exercises in how to slowly play games, because they were just so fast and loose before, that it definitely does look like a bit of a different Sandbox here in the series against Afrika.
It really does. They're coming out so strong here. They're now sieging the Nexus turrets. We might see one final last stand. This is the alternate ending to Helm's Deep, because I just don't see a way. There is no Gandalf coming over this mountain.
Okay, well, they get the combo down, and it just does not matter at this point. Even Gorilla, okay, well, he is going to go down. Dub going to just slap the 2 members that tried to get into that back line, as Keen, again, gonna get stunned up and smacked here by Lonely in the front. Not gonna be able to save that damage onto Punch, as Fly is desperately trying to do something in this game, but is not going to be able to, as even the Trouble Bubble is going to miss. And down will go the Nexus, as Sandbox will take the 2-0.
They get the 2-0 win in what I think many would consider an upset here today. And they looked very clean while doing it. Obviously had some massive help coming from the draft phase. And they just played it out really clean. And a lot of the problems that... It's not even just with Afrika. It's persistent in the LCK in general. Really got shown here today in this opening series where Afrika, they had a team composition that has clear identities for what it needs to do. The laners aren't going to interact with the jungler. Jungler can't interact with the laners if they don't do it for him first. And then once the mid game hits, ping pong back and forth into an inevitable mid game climax that really just swings the motion into the winning team's favor that has a much better team composition.
Yeah, and so LS, you are now 10 for 10 for drafts after the start of the remote LCK. How does it feel?
Feels pretty good. I hope that I have the stat from all of spring 2020. I'm really eager to see it. What the ratio is actually going to be like. I know I had
your analysts on that?
I do, actually.
Nice.
I have people going back through the VODs and listening to the pick bands to try to see what the number was. I had about 80% at Worlds. I'm curious what I can get here for Spring 2020 LCK.
Even 80% is crazy. Because if you imagine that, pro teams are all on a pro level, right? And then 80% of the games are determined by a stronger draft. It's pretty insane when you think about it.
And I tweeted out actually before the second game actually happened. Draft is not a thing that you just watch a couple of YouTube videos and read a couple of articles and suddenly understand. If that were the case, in trading card games like Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering, suddenly everyone would be a really high-rated limited player, and that's just not the case. There's a reason that entertaining lots of different variables in a draft phase, putting pieces together, understanding how certain champ selects or certain champion selections might pinch or dissuade certain ones, etc., can all just really line into it. And I think if round 2 keeps looking like this, we're in store for very similar games and very similar playouts.
Yeah, would not be surprising if that does end up happening here, as this was about as close as it was going to get, as you mentioned. I mean, that was the fight where the two teams were going to be on the, as the game goes on, it's just going to get more tilted in Sandbox's favor. So the fact that Afrika weren't able to win that fight kind of spelled defeat from there, as Set is a good champion. You guys will see in just a moment. Lonely had a great game, by the way. After a rough start, getting bullied in game 1, came into game 2 and decided, you know what? I'm going to beat up my bullies, actually. I'm going to take this into my own hands. Had a good laning phase, and a couple of great pickoffs in the mid-game into great team fights later on. It was quite fantastic, so shout out to Lonely.
Yeah. He had a really good performance here on the set. Definitely redeemed himself in game number 2. Dove did a fantastic job as well, though, this game, and so wouldn't be too surprised if he does end up getting the MVP. I voted for Lonely. I'm not sure about who you voted. Okay, so, all right.
Yeah. It's that caster.
I'm very impressed. It is. Yeah.
We work together.
As we do. As take a look at the damage chart, Azir topping it. Zoe tried to do her best this game, but it just wasn't set up. Afrika, they tried to pivot off theme on R5 to save it. It was really just too far behind. If some people are wondering, well, what would have been a better champion in a spot like this to try to control things? One of the first thoughts in my mind is actually Veigar. Would have been a pretty good R5 spot for Afrika. Veigar, lots of control against Set, Sejuani, Kai'Sa, and even Braum, in a lot more surface area control with the Rumble and the Jarvan. Not really sure it would have changed too much inside of the game, but it would have been a lot better than Zoe, for instance. And the Braum pick ended up working out. We talked about how the Galio on B5 might have even been another viable option, depending on how aggressive Afrika wanted to keep barreling down, but they tried to recalibrate. It was way too late. Player of the game is going to be Lonely. 2-1-8 on the set.
Cool. Gotta like it. Newer player coming in, has to fill giant shoes in Summit, and then decides he's going to take Game 2 into his own hands, showing Keen how it's done on the set. Was able to have multiple great engages here in the mid-game, as I was talking about in Kevin's Keen, and always seemed to make the most of every team play. He was great on the engage, and really just did his job to the best of his ability here on the set.
Yeah. Did a really good job with the superplexes, the space breakers as well, grit, and he's able to get the haymaker stacked up so easily because of what the opponent is trying to achieve inside of their team fights, and it's just so good. He has such nice angles because everyone is trying to get on top of each other, and so Set has a really easy time landing everything. He's a really good champion in this game here. And Sandbox, it's going to be nice to hear from Lonely. Doubt that we're going to hear what's going on from Summit or anything like that. I'm really curious about that, but it was good to see their substitute top laner, as someone on the Korean desk is sinning, voted for Kai'Sa as MVP. Wait, it was the same person last vote, right?
What?
Or no, it was the two observers.
Yeah, that was the observers.
Okay.
Yeah, someone on the Korean desk decided that Kai'Sa deserved it. I forgot that they had a Kai'Sa on their team. It's just like, wasn't even the main part. It was all the Set, Sejuani, and the Azir. In that one, to be honest, even the Braum, I feel like, had a bigger effect on the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, for you guys who are tuning in today who didn't see yesterday for some reason, we do have interviews, in fact, with the players that are playing from their houses. They get on the stream and they get on the video call, and of course we do have Ji-sun to translate that once it does get set up. And it's always interesting to hear from the players. We are doing the remote broadcast, so me and LS, of course, casting from home, which is why we're sitting extremely still, staring directly into your soul every time we are on camera and not moving.
I just want people to think of this image when they're considering certain item purchases. This is the exact face that we're giving them.
Yeah.
As we take a look at the standings now,
I look really angry in the picture,
Genji
actually.
still in first place. T1 is coming up next. And while they won't be able to get into first place, they will try to be able to separate themselves further apart from DRX. A loss would actually put them below DRX. So they're fighting to solidify their second place standings and trying to continue to chase after Genji. Afrika getting really scarily close to KT now, as
I can
KT
definitely see KT overtaking Afrika.
Yeah, and who would have thought that? KT making a run for the top 4, maybe even top 3, depending on what happens in following matches, as Damwon continuing to struggle. Really big win for Sandbox, 3-7. Now, as they're really fighting to get out of the relegation zone. We had a very similar thing all throughout 2019. We're having it again here with the bottom 4 teams really neck and neck and just struggling to sort of stay afloat out of that relegation area.
Yeah, it is all about getting out of relegation, and if they could pull off something like KT is doing, maybe even getting over to the west side and potential at playoffs. It's still early on in round 2. This is, of course, technically, I guess we're getting into the third day after this series. But, yeah, I mean, there's still time. As we've said before, like, the highest amount of losses you can get into the playoffs with, I think, is 9. So, that's, we could see how that goes. But either way, guys, we do have the interview coming. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from Dove and Lonely from San
네, 맞아요.
Gaming.
저 동해입니다.
So we'll be having a audio call interview actually.
안녕하세요.
So this is Dove
네네.
and Lonely.
네, 맞아요.
Lonely born in 2000.
감사합니다.
And birthday is on August 29th. Very young player coming in LCK. And there could have been a bit of a pressure coming in today's match, especially going against Afrika and trying new things with Lonely and Punch. Did you guys feel extra pressure?
딱히 막 남다른 건 없었고
Nothing really, to be
오늘
honest.
경기 이길 것 같았습니다.
I thought we were gonna win today.
네.
Did the practice go well?
네네.
Yes.
그냥 좀
I mean,
준비된 픽을
we were able to get
연습할 때 써보니까
the picks that we
분위기를 했었고,
practiced, and we did really well during
팀적으로
the
좀 잘하는 것
practice,
같아서
and we had a very good teamwork as a whole. So if we get rid of the mistakes, we thought that we will get a good result. So you had a bit of a hard time in game number 1, though. What did your teammates told you? Nothing much, nothing special. I was a bit lonely, to be honest. So I want to ask you, especially to you, Lonely, because Keen is one of the strongest top laners in LCK, and also you played against Raska in your debut game as well.
오늘 그래도
Well,
때는
I mean, in
힘들었는데
game number 1, I had the hard time, but game number 2 was okay. So this is your first POG, Lonely,
네.
and your first match win in LCK.
네네.
How are you feeling?
일단 데뷔 이후에 이제 첫
Well,
팀이라서 기분도 좋고
I'm really happy to get the first win
생각보다-
after the debut.
빨리 이긴 것 같아서
And I think we won faster than I expected, so it's a big relief.
약간 부담감이 좀 있었던 것 같은데 두 분은 어떤 궁금증이 있나요? 혹시 론니 선수에게?
Any questions for Lonely?
없군요. 론니 선수에게 별로 없었네.
궁금증이요?
도브 선수.
Then let's move on to Dove.
네, 지금 론니 선수가
네네네.
신인으로서 좀 잘해주잖아요.
So Lonely did a lot of work today. Do you
잘해줬다고요?
agree? Did he?
잘했어요.
I
제가
mean,
이게 잘
Yeah,
들리지가
I
않아가지고
had bad
다시 한번
reception.
생각해보고.
I agree. I think he did a great work.
오늘 기준이 론니 선수가
Well,
좀 잘 해줬던 것 같고
I think
최근에
Lonely
이제
definitely did a great job
스크림에서도
today, and
굿잘
especially during the
해줬기
scrims.
때문에
Recently, he
오늘도
was doing a lot of work. He was performing so well. I guess Lonely was the main character of this new lineup, but actually, Dove, you were also the main character in terms of the calls.
일단은 좀 크게 바뀐 쪽이 뭐
Nothing?
탑정글 쪽이겠죠? 이제
Well, I wanna
탑정글
say
쪽에
that
떴는데
top and
이제
jungle change
규준이랑
was the
이제
biggest
론니
thing,
선수랑 펀치 선수가
but Lonely and
연습
Punch during the
경기를 같이
practice
하면서
together,
실수가 거의 안 나오고
they
기본적으로
barely
다
made
잘
mistakes.
해준다고 생각을 해서
And also, they were
그
having
대회를
great
하면서
mechanics,
걱정 같은 게
so
하나도
we weren't really worried about trying new lineup before going into match.
네, 목소리가 좀 울려가지고.
아니에요.
오늘 일단 아드리를 들고 나오면서 1세트부터
And
굉장히 좀
you
좋은 장면들이
got
많이
the
있었는데
DWG
어떻습니까?
on
좀 팬들
Azir,
상황에서도 만족감이 좀 있었나요?
pulling off great performance in game number 1.
뱀픽은 솔직히 코치님하고 감독님이
Well,
정말
draft
잘해주셨다고
is,
생각을 해갖고
I think
경기
our coach
플레이
and
자체도
head coach,
좀
coaching
괜찮은 것
staff
같아요.
did a great work.
상체가 원래 기존에 있었던 그 서밋 선수와
네네.
온플릭 선수도 굉장히 좀 좋은 모습을 많이
But
보여줬던
Summit and
선수이기
Onflick
때문에
also
느낌적으로
indeed
좀 약간
pulled
다르지
off
않을까라는
great
궁금증을 많이
performance.
갖고
So we were
계시거든요.
thinking of new dynamic coming out of Sandbox.
느낌 좀 단순하게 얘기하면 이제 서밋
put it
선수하고
simple,
온플릭
Summit
선수는 좀
and Onflick,
감각적으로 한다고
they're
해야 되나?
like
뭐
sensitive
그런
style
쪽으로
player,
되게 좀
you know,
특별하게
following
잘한다고
their
생각을 해서
instincts.
그냥
They're really good
장단점이
at it.
다르다고 생각해요.
이 두 명의 선수 그
So I
말씀을
think
좀
those
해주셨고.
that is the main difference.
네, 와디들은 도부 선수.
And
도부
Dove,
선수. 네, 와디들은 궁금한 게 없답니다.
I guess Wadid has nothing to ask. Well, so today in Korean, Casters Ask, called Templar and Wadid is joined by some caster. So we are trying to get some questions from them.
아 그럼요.
How have you
정말 잘
been,
지내죠? 네.
Dove?
일단 도부
Well,
선수는
I've
승리
been
진짜
doing
어떻게
great.
보면은 험난했잖아요. 1라운드 마무리 졌을 때.
Dove, well, first round robin was really rough.
기대했었던
you know?
그 기대치가 엄청 높았었고.
Yeah, it was indeed hard.
근데 지금은 어떻게 보면 2라운드 출발
네네.
자체가
Because fans were expecting a lot more from Sandbox. Well, it was not an easy round one. However, coming into round 2, you guys are pulling off great performance. So, any last
네네.
message for the fans?
우선은 2라운드
First of all,
4승을 좀 바로 걷어가지고
well,
정말
I'm
일단
really happy that we were able to instantly get a win with the start of second round robin. So I want to make it up to my fans in round 2.
끝으로 론리 선수
And lastly, Lonely.
사진 찍을 때 어떤 생각했어요?
네네.
I like your cute poster. You know, did you see that? The
네.
POG shot?
POG 사진이요?
I think that's really
그냥
cute.
딱히 생각나는 게 없었는데 옆에서 이제
Well,
Yeah,
during the
Pink
photo
선수가-
shoot, I had no
Pink
idea
선수-
what pose to do.
레오 선수요. 레오 선수가
But
그냥
Leo ran next to me.
갱플
He told me to
갱플
do a
장면을
GP
해가지고.
poster.
표정이 좀 복잡 다달해
The GP ultimate pose.
무슨 생각을 했는지 궁금했거든요.
That was the story behind that pose.
근데 그냥
하지만 그
딱히
일단
생각
레오의 도움
없었던 것
때문에
So
찍었던
I had
거.
no big
그리고 지금
intention
론리 선수라는
for
이름
that
자체가
pose, to be
지난번에 이어서
honest.
오늘 확실히 각인이 된 것 같거든요.
I think Lonely, you
예,
did
팬 여러분께 한 말씀
have a game
부탁드리겠습니다.
that
네.
made the fans
지켜봐달라고.
remember your name. So any last message for the fans?
이거 일단 해가지고
I'm really happy that
예,
we got the
팬분들도
first
좋아하실 것
win.
같고,
I bet
저희가 바로
the
내일
fans will be really happy as
내일도
well.
이겨가지고
But we have another match coming in
팬분들께
tomorrow, so I want to get another win tomorrow.
좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
And
맞습니다. 네, 론리 선수
show my
확인
fans
사진이었죠.
great
저희가
performance.
순간 사진 한번 바꿔드려봤어요. 네, 인상 깊었습니다. 자, 도부 선수와 론리 선수 다시
So
한번 승리
this will be
축하드리겠습니다.
the end of the
고맙습니다.
interview from Dove Lonely from
네,
Sandbox,
아,
picking
역시
up
샌드박스
2-2 victory
감사합니다.
up against
이런 얘기를
Africa
한번
Freaks, and I'm gonna pass it
아,
back to
아직까지
our
론리
global
선수-
casters. Thank you.
So, thank you, G-Sun, for the wonderful translation. As always, we will see you in the next series, of course. As, yeah, so that was a 2-0 for Sandbox. Not something we expected LS, but that does mean that we will move on to the next series after a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Because we are doing this online, of course, the breaks will be shorter, and we will speed along on our remote broadcast. As looks like we're just about ready. The Korean caster's going nuts on the screen, talking about something. Can't actually hear what they're saying, but either way, guys, the next match is going to be T1 up against APK, so we will be back in 10 minutes for that next matchup.
우리는 페이커의 시대에 살고 있죠. 그의 전설은 2013년 데뷔 후 지금까지 아직도 현재 진행형입니다.
페이커 선수는 뭐 누구나 아는 레전드고 슈퍼스타고 결국 리그 오브 레전드 역사는 페이커가 등장하기 전후로 나뉜다. 온갖 수식어를 다 붙여도 될 만큼 엄청난 선수라고 생각을 하고요. 역사에 족적을 남긴 거죠.
끊임없는 도전 끝에 달성한 LCK 최초 2000킬. 페이커는 역사상 가장 위대한 리그 오브 레전드 프로 선수이자 살아있는 전설입니다.
킬도 제가 최초로 했었는데 또 2000킬을 하고 나니까 최초를 가져가서 좀 오래오래 기억이 남을 것 같고요. 또 2000킬을 하고 나니까 확실히 시간이 좀 빨리 가는 것 같아요.
페이커 2000킬 마이너스 12. 한 명 더. 근데 이렇게 되면 페이커 더블킬. 페이커 더블킬. 페이커 또 킬. 네. 페이커 킬. 킬이냐 페이커. 그래서 더블킬. 마이너스 3킬 남았습니다. 그러게요. 네. 그리고 기광 먹었어요. 장로의 힘이요. 페이커. 예. 꽤 2000킬. 아 최초 2000킬.
우리는 이제 글로벌 골드의 영향을 조금 덜 받습니다. 물론 그런데 그대로 받습니다.
그때 이제 첫 킬이 나왔는데 앰비션 선수가 좀 긴장하셨는지 상대방의 실수가 나왔기 때문에 사실 제가 잘했다는 느낌은 딱 잘 맞았던 것 같아요. 그 당시에 내성적인 성격이기도 하고 학교에서 발표 같은 거 하면은 누구나 떨리잖아요. 그래서 학교에서 발표하는 느낌으로 게임하고 있었는데 당연히 이제 긴장은 되죠. 네, 3세트 때 경기장에 비가 왔는데 비가 그치더라고요. 그래서 우승할 수 있겠다 이렇게 생각했던 것 같아요.
엄청난 피지컬
많이 올려주셔가지고 애들 기억이 남네요. 나중에 한번 뭐 미러전 해보면 또 재밌을 것 같아요. 파이팅입니다.
15연승 이번 시즌 단 한 번의 패배도 안 했습니다.
하나 생각나는 거는 그때는 질 거라는 생각이 안 들었던 것 같아요. 승전 때 리븐으로 솔로캐 3렙에 따낸 것이 기억에 남는데 제가 좀 결승전에 가도 잘 안 떠요. 그래서 좀 더 잘 나오는 것 같아요. 그때는 워낙 게임을 열정적으로 많이 하고 휴가 때도 게임이 재밌어서 거의 24시간 하루 종일 밥 먹고 자는 시간 빼고 게임하던 시절이었는데 그렇게 즐겁게 게임을 하니까 좋은 성적이 나온 게 아닌가 생각해요. 14년도 때 뭔가 저희 팀이 갑자기 왜 약해졌는지 모르겠는데 갑자기 좀 경기력이 안 나오더라고요. 그래서 우리 팀끼리 이제 어떻게 하면 더 잘할 수 있을까 뭐 그런 얘기도 많이 했었는데 결과가 안 좋게 돼서 좀 아쉽게 된 것 같아요. 해외 가능성도 생각을 해봤는데 사실 저는 그거보다 한국에서 뛰는 게 좀 더 저한테 있어서 더 좋은 경험이 되지 않을까 뭐 그렇게 생각을 했던 것 같아요. 뭐 T1이 좋아서 그런 것도 있겠고.
언제까지 기다릴지 일단 한번 건드려 봤는데요. 뒤쪽 나갔을 때 이기훈 잡았어요. 잡는데 정확해요. 학살 그리고 이거 또 다시 빼야 돼요. 빼야 돼요.
뒤. 이번 미드죠. 맞지만 그리고 플레이 이번에는 자 이거서 박기 선수
근데 백업 위쪽으로 올라갔다가 이게 비욘드까지 끊겼습니다.
그때 스프링 개막전인데 펜타킬을 했다는 게 저희 지금 와서는 신기하기도 하네요.
백이 끊어준 헬프 슈퍼 세이브 페이커 더블킬 될 거야 하나 더
그때는 약간 분노에 차 있었던 것 같아요. 좀 더 잘할 수 있는데 못한 부분이 좀 많은 것 같아서.
100분만이 아니죠. 이번엔 킬 더블킬 내라 전사 트리플킬 이러면 뱉다가 드라켓
15년도 때 생각외로 그냥 금방 맞췄던 것 같아요. 그 당시에는 새로운 멤버들이랑 처음 하는 건데도 불구하고 위화감 없이 다들 잘 했던 것 같아요. 팀플레이. 15년도 하면은 미드 픽이 굉장히 다양했던 걸로 기억해요. 그래서 그런 픽들을 좀 카운터 칠 만한 챔피언들도 많이 연구해보고 연습 단계에서 제가 픽을 좀 많이 하다 보니까 마스터이나 이렐리아 이런 픽을 했었는데
미드 이렐이다
와.
놈인데
처음에 그 반응을 보고 나서는 왜 그렇게 말하지? 하고 생각을 해봤는데 설마 대회에서 쓰겠어라고 생각하셨던 것 같아요.
전멸 타이밍
많은 분들이 워낙 좋아하셔가지고 근데 카시궁극기를 제가 원래 소리 듣고 피하거나 아니면 모션을 보고 피하는데 좀 보기에는 멋있죠. 네, 보기에는 멋있지만 별로 실속은 없는 누구나 피할 수 있는 그런 건 것 같아요. 15년도에는 이제 우승 많이 했으니까 성공했던 한 해라고 할 수 있겠죠. 저희 팀이 강했다 보니까 게임 외적으로도 많은 퍼포먼스를 보여줄 수 있었던 것 같아요.
다이브 한바 스케이트적인
멀리 못 갑니다. 애드 멀리 못 갑니다. 애드 멀리 못 갑니다. 고만총이 끝까지 몰아넣습니다.
돌았고
갱시 먼저
가볍다라고 생각했는데 이거 잡아 이제
데미지를 주고 빠집니다. 페이커 와 데프트 자 데프트가 빠져나왔습니다. 한번더 데프트 실드
제발 나 제발 자 이번에 이거는 진짜
넘기니까 이슈
다 녹여요 다 녹여요
그리고 한쪽 코드라켓까지
16년도 때는 사실 좀 불안한 감이 많이 있기는 했는데
마지막으로 한마디만 드리면 저희 SK 티어는 좀 부지는 있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
자, 잡으러 가자.
킨드레드가 전멸이랑 궁극기가 없는 줄 알고 계속 따라갔는데 게임 끝나 보니까 궁극기가 있더라고요. 마고가 긴장을 많이 했는지 알버튼을 못 눌렀나 봐요. 한킬도 16년도에 했는지 몰랐어요. 꽤 생각보다 좀 최근이었구나 뭐 이렇게 생각이 드네요.
제가 최초라는 것에 많이 놀랐고요. 앞으로도 좀 많은 기록을 세울 수 있었으면 좋겠어요.
이제 17년도 때 KT랑 저희랑 굉장히 치고받고를 많이 했었는데 그때 4인분 때는 이제 상대방이 좀 많이 뭉쳐서 좋았던 것 같아요. 네. 워낙 또 긴장감 넘치는 경기이기도 했고 중요한 경기라서 그런지 팀원들이 밥상을 잘 차려줬구나 이렇게 느껴지더라고요. 저희가 넥서스가 깨지기 직전이었는데 역전한 경기도 지금 와서 생각해보면 좋은 것 같아요. 이렇게 명경기를 해서 이겼다는 게 기적의 한타가 많이 나온 것 같아요. 그리고 결승전 때인가요? 피즈 대박도 장면 중에 하나고 3대0으로 이겼죠. 네, 언제나 저희는 우승한다는 생각밖에 없어가지고 결승전 때는 이제 3대0으로 빨리 끝내고 즐겁게 회식하는 게 하나의 소확행입니다.
블라디도
와 이걸 흘려서
지금 있죠? 저거
그리고
피하고 베이커
18년도 때는 워낙 또 저는 기억이 잘 안 나가지고 경기하면서 배운 점들도 많았고 이제 올해는 무조건 우승해야겠다 이렇게 생각을 했던 것 같고 이전에 멤버 교체가 몇 번 있었지만 이렇게 내 라인 전부 교체된 거는 처음이어가지고 뭐 새로운 팀에 온 것 같은 새로운 느낌으로 했던 것 같아요.
물론 이건 타이밍 구도가
제가 성장도 잘 됐고 되게 좀 잘했던 경기라고 기억이 남는 것 같아요. 오랜만에 트로피를 들어오는 거라서 좋았던 것 같아요.
현재 9위인 SKT인데 SKT가 5연패가 최대 연패거든요. 근데 오늘 만약 패배하면 연패 기록이 세워집니다.
오늘 경기 시작하기 전에 제가 팀원들한테 우스갯소리로 13연승 하자고 이야기했거든요.
팀원들이 자신감이 많이 떨어지는 것 같아서 자신감을 좀 올려주기 위해서 그렇게 얘기한 것도 없지 않아 있는 것 같습니다.
이거죠? 안으로 들어가면서 다시 잡혔고 전멸등부터 들어가 버려. 데미지가 들어가서 쫓아가서 데미지가 그래서 갑자기 뜨거워.
저렇게 진영을 잡아줘도 아무리 다 쓸어버립니다.
SKT는 두 개의 넥서스가 SKT!
이미 끝납니다. 여기서 더블까지 높이면서 에이스를 띄웁니다.
3분 돌파 결승 진출 롤드컵 진출 들어가고 싶을까요? 그래도 전쟁을 기절 한번 날렸고요. 코치 1.4 버블 나와요. 버블 SK텔레콤 자 예증진 슈트 몽둥이들 전장의 화신들 대명전사 SK
좀 놀라긴 했던 것 같은데 굉장히 좋았던 것 같아요. 어떤 선수를 상대해도 뭐 자신이 있었던 것 같아요. 지금도 마찬가지지만. 네.
이제 싸움을 한번 해볼까? 김경호가 좋았네요.
준비 되나요?
안 돼! 이러면 쓸 일이 구도 아니고
그게 나을 뻔했네.
장난을 입었어요 에이스.
네, LCK 2000킬 달성했는데 앞으로도 킬도 좋지만 어시스트도 많이 하고 데스도 안 하면서 KDA를 많이 올려보도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 언제나 우승을 많이 하고 싶고요. 기록보다는 그냥 많이 이기고 싶네요. 프로게이머 하기 잘했다고 생각하죠. 무언가를 이뤘다는 느낌을 많이 받아서 프로도 좀 더 이제 오래오래 활동하면서 더 많은 기록들을 좀 남기고 싶어요. e스포츠 역사가 긴데 그 중간에 제가 뛰어들어서 뭐 그냥 그 길에 흠집만 안 내고 달렸을 뿐이라고 생각을 해서 3000킬, 4000킬까지 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you won't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
We are back, guys, here at the 2020 LCK Spring. It's me, Valdez, and LS, bringing you the remote broadcast from all the houses in Korea. The pro gamers are there, we're there, and we are bringing you more League of Legends here in the LCK. And we did just have a 2-0 go to Sandbox over Africa, which was kind of unexpected. And now we're getting into a couple of matches that we mentioned earlier should also be pretty one-sided, LS.
Yeah, I definitely think that T1 is going to be favored, obviously, coming into this match. Although we said that about Africa in the previous series, we also said it about Damwon yesterday. And honestly, could this be the start of an upset week here in the LCK? I'm not so sure. APK taking on T1 today. T1 is using their substitute jungler, which that could maybe come back to bite them, or perhaps they have something special in store. We'll have to take a look, though, at the drafts when we do go into the game. So far, drafts have been proven to be quite important so far here in round 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty important from what we have seen. You are 10 out of 10 in terms of predictions on which drafts will come out ahead, regardless of team. And as we have seen that even with the upset, you did call that Sandbox's draft should be winning both of those times, and they ended up winning there. So we do have the points of the match here. Reclaim the first. T1 got interrupted after a 6-series win streak by Afrika, by the way. It's time to come back. APK, aggressive and proactive King. What do they have in store to take on the higher team, T1?
They're going to need something. They're really going to need a special, I don't even know, approach to this series, because they're outmatched quite actually everywhere. Every single role they are outmatched. And so the way that they would obviously find a victory is probably through something completely unexpected, or just getting lucky inside of the games and then riding it out with some good plays. So T1 solid mid-late game, shaky early game, but that's all right. Early games, not a lot really happens here in the LCK. Did T1 overcome their weakness during the 2-week break? We will take a look. Kim, considering adding more diversity to the lineup in round 2, time to find out what the new lineup is. And obviously I think that is alluding to the fact that Elim or Ilim don't totally... Elim? Okay.
Elim? Should be
Ellen?
like Elim, because there's
Wrong
two
show,
L's. No, not Ellen. Yeah. Elim, I think, is what we should call him. I mean, you're going to end up calling him whatever you want to call him, because they're LS. But anyway, guys, we do have some stats here. KDA for T1 up at the top. Where are they at? Second and second. High team damage per minute. So T1 used to play a bit more of a passive style way back when, but things have changed here. And you can see down at the bottom when they have a win rate at, or a gold lead at 25 minutes, they do end up winning the game the majority of the time.
Yeah, and that is a very high percentage. As you can see, though, APK first Herald percentage, they're first in the entire league at 65% capture rate, as T1 is actually lowest. And honestly, I really don't mind that being super low or anything, because Herald is something that I feel like a lot of people do overvalue. However, here in patch 10.5, the turret plates do give back more gold. So they're back up to 160, which does mean that you can potentially earn a bit more money off of Herald, but I feel like a lot of teams, they miss lane swap and they end up actually losing out, even though they end up capturing the Herald. And sometimes it just doesn't end up doing anything, especially if turret plates had already fallen. And so that is the one stat that APK does have over T1. We'll see what it can end up meaning here today. Team damage per minute, though, they are really close as we're taking a look at the lineup. Kana, Elim, Ellen, Faker, Teddy, and Effort is going to be the lineup here for T1 today. And I think a lot of people are probably surprised, given that Cuz has been playing phenomenally here in spring 2020.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of just mixing up the lineup, giving some of the younger players a chance to show what they got, especially against some of the weaker teams in the LCK. This is not too surprising, I would say, that they would just, try some of their other players and see what fits. Maybe he does really well. Maybe they give him a chance in future games here. I don't think this is going to be a permanent switch or anything like that, as we are going to have the APK lineup here. Ixu, Flawless, Cover, Hybrid, and Secret.
Yeah, and we'll see what kind of edges maybe APK can look to try to get Cover. He was someone that we criticized heavily when he came out in the last series, but then he ended up shutting us up pretty quickly. He had really good play in that last series, redeemed himself since the promotion series in 2019, where he really looked like the weakest link on his team. But APK coming here today, Ixu up there in top lane, has lost a little bit of power. 10.5, the change to the support item does mean that some of the wonky strategies that you could do up there in top with Soraka, Zillion, and Karma, things of that nature, he might not have access to some of them today, but we'll see if he has anything else creative. Key player matchup here, Hybrid versus Teddy. Hybrid actually second in the league behind Teddy in terms of damage per minute. He really likes to fight.
Yeah, And sometimes it's not the right thing to do, and sometimes he dies a bunch for it. As you can see, though, Teddy's stats quite impressive. Highest in the league for AD carries for CS per minute, and up towards the top there for damage per minute and KDA at the same time. And then third for the bottom 2 stats. So obviously Teddy, one of the big carries here for the side of T1, as we will hop into the pick ban here for game number 1 with T1 on the blue side.
Well, let's see what the draft has in store for us and what type of things we can get going. T1 opening with a Volibear ban. They might just try to heavily focus Ixu on the blue side ban, basically saying that, you know what, none of the meta bans really mean anything for us, as Set is going to be banned away. Varus is also going to end up biting the dust, as Senna now going to be removed by APK. Aphelios and Ornn and Kalista are all still on the table, and you know who has one of the best Kalistas in the entire world? I've heard that it's T1 Teddy.
Yeah, I've heard, and I've seen, and I have become scared of it. I think if they don't ban Kalista, that is a big mistake. I'd rather let Ornn through, to be honest. And T1 is not going to ban one of those 3 that you did mention, so 2 of them are going to come out here. Senna and Ornn, both available. Or
Well,
not Senna,
Kalista.
Kalista. Even
Now, the thing
scarier.
is, APK could be thinking, okay, go ahead and pick Ornn, and then we'll pick Alawi. And that wouldn't be that bad of a trade-off if you're APK. Alawi,
no.
Really good.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
nice
right.
troll comment. That was
I think
good.
everyone sort of had a heart attack for a second.
It worked on me. I got trolled, for sure.
Okay. As Lulu and Rek'Sai are going to be picked up right away by APK. That's a very interesting and bizarre R1, R2 out of APK. Now, Lulu's able to be flexed 3 roles. Rek'Sai obviously going to be the jungler. T1 now looking to self-counterpick themselves by picking the Jarvan into a champion that has a knock-up that interrupts Jarvan, a polymorph which invalidates him, and a Rek'Sai which naturally counters him in a vacuum. So, very peculiar. They're pairing it in isolation with the Rumble, and so this is a very surface-level 1-2 punch. Like, this is a really bread-and-butter combo. We're just going to pick it regardless of how it interacts with your team.
Yeah, and we've seen that happen sometimes before for stronger teams up against weaker teams, if they feel like they can just play kind of a simpler, more straightforward style. And especially for Elim, who we haven't seen him, so they want to get him on comfort and make sure he knows what he's doing. Give him the Jarvan and say, okay, play the comfort. It's a self-counter, but I'm sure you've played this matchup many times before. And we'll put Faker or Akana onto a Rumble to add some synergy between the 2 champions. As we'll take a look at some of the bans here. LeBlanc going to be taken away from Faker. I think not banning away LeBlanc from Faker is always a mistake, as he is the scariest LeBlanc I've ever seen.
Well, let's see what else is going to transpire here as APK. I mean, their R1 through R3 is perfectly set up to answer T1's B1 through B3. So, coming into the second ban phase here, T1 is really behind in the draft phase. Now, whether or not that means anything relative to the team discrepancy in terms of just sheer skill and ability that a lot of people are expecting T1 to come in and sort of dominate this game has yet to be seen, but we'll also see how this draft rounds out. We've seen many a times teams can just punt leads away in the draft phase when it gets to the second round of picks, as Zoe bites the dust now as well.
Yeah, gonna target that against Faker once again, as Xayah gonna be taken off the board here, targeting out Hybrid a couple of times. And Hybrid says, why not Ezreal? Alongside of what should be the Lulu down there in the bottom lane. they are going to lock it in.
Here we go. As now, again, Lulu is a flex pick. Lulu can definitely be flexed top and support here. As T1 now hovering Caitlyn. And nope, they're going back to the Taric. And the Taric's a really interesting choice. So it really does funnel into the all-in mono-red type of aggression. And that might be Faker's Nico.
Oh boy.
Which a lot of people, fresh in their memory, they might have the Faker F-key clip in their mind. If you know which one I'm talking about from Worlds.
Yeah.
But that is going to be Faker's Nico. This is very all-in and aggressive. And so APK, they need... You know, honestly, Alawi isn't bad here. At all. Alawi is completely fine in a spot like this if Ixu does want to take it. Another option, I suppose... That's not Alawi. And in fact, that is a champion that rewards what T1 is trying to achieve. And so, this is what I was talking about the whole punting away thing. They got the Ezreal, and yes, the Ezreal, high mobility, good against the Jarvan, good against the Rumble, but he's going to struggle down there in bot lane, and then in addition to that, obviously the Nico comes in, it provides many ways to actually slow him down and provide ways for other teammates to get onto him. And so, even though T1's team composition was straight up and it had potential to get answered very easily by APK, APK punt away on B4, B5, and they pick two champions that thematically don't answer what T1's trying to do very well. And it's going to end up becoming the Ezreal and Azir show, but with a lot more emphasis on the Azir. And things are going to get really scary. If T1 gets ahead, it's only on cover in the Azir to somehow try to stabilize the game. There is no insurance policies on APK. Obviously, Ezreal wants to get to 4 or 5 items. Probably going to go Iceborne Gauntlet this game. That'll give him some more ability down in bot lane, but it's really scary. And I was so close to giving the draft edge to APK, but
yeah.
I'm you know what? This is Tom Brady leaving the Patriots. We're gonna give the draft edge to T1.
And it does feel like that. A couple of wayward picks there towards the end, and we get to see Faker back onto the Nico. From what I remember from his Nico play, always used that passive ability very well, better than anyone really that I have seen play on this champion. He'll always be trying to trick you by going in and out of vision, pretending to be other people. And yeah, we'll see if that works out here in this game as we're going to hop into match 50. Game number 1, SKT up against APK.
Alright, well, we'll see what kind of a start is going on here in this game.
Hey, it's Rumble.
What?
the
Rumble.
The Rumble in the mid lane. What do you mean?
What do you think of that Lulu skin?
I can't see it.
It's the Aqua Lulu. She looks like Tentacruel.
It's not the Frost
You
one?
are deprived.
Isn't that the Frost
what
one?
you are. It's totally fine. Dr. Eggman here in mid lane as an imposter against Azir. And both teams just basically did a 5-point start. No one looking to get aggressive at all or do anything too fancy. As there's Faker stats on Nico, 6-1, 85.7% win rate. Looking to get the 7th win here in this game number 1 between the two teams. Take a look at the runes. There's a Scorch on the Azir, Scorch as well on the Rumble. Everything else across the board looking pretty standard. We're going to have to see what itemization is elected for in terms of the Ezreal. Will he go the Iceborne or will he go the Trinity Force? Things can get pretty scary in that regard. Ultimate Hunter on the Rumble, by the way.
Yeah. He's going to be looking to cast that ultimate as much as possible. Obviously, a bit of a game changer for Rumble. And I'm just excited to see some Teddy back onto this pick. His effort goes in for a little bit of a trade, but not much else going to happen down here. certainly Faker's Nico, Teddy's Callista, all of these things to be highlighted. But we do have to talk about how APK has been impressing us. Actually, level 2 is going to be hit down here on the bottom side. Secret in a lot of trouble, actually. I think he's got to flash. No, he's just going to heal. Will be okay, but nicely done by T1 to get that summoner. But APK as a team have been, you know, they're, what are they, 2-7 so far? Not the best record, but it doesn't really tell the whole story of what this team has been able to accomplish and prove to us.
Right, and a lot of their games have looked much closer and cleaner than some of the other teams in LCK. And so even though their score is really struggling to look impressive, it's the manner in which they're winning and losing their games that is really most impressive. Now, obviously, a lot of that on the back of some of their very wonky drafts. They do some pretty trickster level stuff with Ixu up there in the top lane, as well as whenever they bring in Trigger and the 80 carry role. He's played the Morgana a couple of times, and T1, I mean, here in this game, they have a really explosive mid-game team composition that's really difficult to sort of resist, and so we'll see what ends up transpiring. So far, Teddy down there on the Callista. He has barrier. Ezreal does have teleport. So that is something that you have to keep in mind when looking at the CS charts. The camera keeps panning every which way, but not a lot is really going on. Jarvan is going to move over. He's going to get back to clearing. But T1, remember, in the points of the match, they have a weak early game as a stat. They don't tend to really make anything happen. So all that I would expect is the laners to sort of just play ping pong and go defensive, blow for blow with one another, and then eventually transition into team fights around objectives and just play it out like that.
Yeah, no need to get over-aggressive here in this early game. Of course, in the LCK, the Glacial Augment is going to be the choice here for Faker on his Nico. The catch potential on that champion, of course, is pretty fun. I remember when Nico first came out, I really enjoyed playing her before she got nerfed quite a lot. And finally, she's back on the buff table, essentially, of Riot. It's fun to see. Maybe I'll pick her up again. But Faker, obviously someone who's got a decent amount of experience on this pick already. 6-1, I believe it was the win rate. Having a good time so far. Secret actually trying to freeze the lead. Teddy and Effort going to say no to that.
Well, Flawless is in close proximity at the Gromp, but this is around the time where Teddy's probably just going to shove in this last wave and then look to recall. So there shouldn't be any real gank timing. Every lane is, for the most part, going pretty even. I mean, we see Cover potentially getting solo killed here. Not quite in the end. It's going to be forced back and have to recall. Faker did already use his teleport, took a bit of damage, and also went through all 3 of his corrupting potions. And so even though he's going to be full HP... what?
Yeah, he flashed. He was really concerned about getting slowed by the missile. And so he decided, yeah, I'm just going to flash. I'm just going to play it safe.
I mean, he could wait for Jarvan to commit in order to waste more time and then flash the Jarvan flag. Because without... Rumble is never going to be able to follow up on anything there, and then potentially you have Jarvan actually share XP with Rumble. Just a very peculiar decision right there. Faker did transform into the Rumble as he was coming back into the lane. Probably not fooling anybody except for maybe Valdez.
Yeah, I got fooled for sure.
You did, didn't you?
It was Dr. Eggman.
You thought it was
Where'd he
Rumble?
go? I thought he was in this game.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Did you see that that new Sonic movie?
No, I never got around to seeing it. I don't think anyone goes to the movie theaters here in Korea.
Yeah, you know that's true.
Either. I imagine, I believe that CGV is the name of the major movie theater chain here in South Korea, and I believe that they are reporting super low attendance throughout the entire country.
You know, maybe now is the time to go to the movies then. Because no one's there. You can have the whole theater to yourself.
You get lucky. You sit next to the one person. You sit down first in an empty theater. A person walks in, sits right next to you out of all the empty seats, and then
Starts
they cough.
yeah. And then the Curb Your Enthusiasm song starts playing. Oh man, you know, I could actually no. Everybody here in Korea is ultra safe. I mean, everybody's.
They are.
asses.
Yeah.
It's really nice. I mean, I don't leave my house anyway, so you know this whole virus I've been able to stay relatively safe because you know Riot also set up the remote broadcast so we didn't have to leave. We didn't go to the studio, and yeah, very safe, very healthy. Not and everybody that does have to go outside, they take all the necessary precautions. Everybody's wearing masks. Everybody's covering their coughs or whatever. And it's been really nice here in Korea.
Yeah, Korea's been really on top of everything, but doing a very, very good job at handling it basically right out the gate. And Corona, it is a really serious virus. It's actually it makes me so upset actually when I see people downplay it or they just say that it's not that serious or it's not a big deal, and it always confuses me when that ends up happening. But Korea doing a really fantastic job, as most people abide by all the government warnings and everything else that's sent out. So social distancing is a thing the government started recommending, I believe, last week. That started happening. People were advised not to go into work or take metro unless necessary. And other than that, everything's pretty normal.
Yeah.
Sort of like ganking top lane.
This is going to be pretty normal, I suppose. He doesn't have his flash, and it should be enough damage. The Cataclysm finally comes out. It's going to trap Flawless in here, but he's going for the kill. Is he even going to get it? I don't think he will, as Kana is going to put the missile straight into his face, as 2 kills will go the way of T1.
That's a really big victory for T1. Getting it on the Rumble, getting it on the Jarvan is really nice. And it's also happening at a timing where they're initiating a rotation to the Rift Herald. They're going to be able to get this, and they have plenty of time to convert this into turret plates and something meaningful. Rumble, he has Short Pen Boots and Oblivion Orb as his first 2 items, so he is dealing near true damage on some of the champions on the side of APK with that 33 magic penetration, and now Effort and Teddy are in close proximity to top lane. Rift Herald might just get summoned. Elam is right here with the Rift Herald. Not sure if he's actually just going to summon it right in Flawless and Ixu's face. That would be very surprising. Cover trying to move up to top lane right now as Hybrid struggling to really push in this wave. And even when he does, Rumble is right there, almost has Equalizer. And they're not going to actually summon the Herald here. So maybe Jarvan's just going to run down to bottom and summon it there. As we just take a look at the replay, Equalizer comes out, and Kana able to just do so much damage as well. As it was a nice attempt by Flawless to try to trade 1-for-1 and then maybe look for a way out.
본다. 보자.
He says, let's try to do this.
잘만해.
확인.
잡았다.
나이스. 렉사이 있고. 렉사이 노플, 렉사이 노플.
안 죽어, 안 죽었네.
전령까지 바로 하자.
No flash.
렉사이 노플이야. 나이스.
전령
시작 이거. 전령하자.
그러면 전령 시작 이거.
창동이
Well, that was interesting. I noticed the chat box actually said 14 Rek'Sai, but it was written out completely.
Yeah,
Which
well,
is not something
I have to
I've
cut you off
seen
there.
before.
There's no dash, no flash. They are going in for this one. He is going to die. Faker baiting him into the fight, and then a rotation coming up from the bottom side. T1 once again, some really clean League of Legends today.
Well, Faker doing really good in mid lane. Now everyone's in close proximity. They're gonna summon the Rift Herald. Most likely when the turret plates fall. Is that gonna happen? No? Oh, yes, they are. Okay. So Rift Herald deals true damage to the turret. You want to make sure that it hits the turret in one fell swoop and tries to give over all the plates. And then you get a second charge for it. But they don't end up actually getting it. But it's totally fine. The turret's on its last leg. It has a sliver of health remaining. And that should probably be Faker eventually picking up the final plate and the first turret gold as 20 seconds until Infernal.
Yeah, sitting really pretty right now. Already 2,500 gold ahead. They've got their Rumble ahead with a ton of penetration up here on the top side. Ixu going to be catching up, trying to build into some magic resist to handle this guy. And then it feels like the Kalista, who's at a really clean, low action game, have a good time. You see the TP come in, and even though the root doesn't land, they still fall for the gang. And it all pans out.
Yeah. Azir doesn't have a way out. So Jarvan able to get in there. The roam from effort able to pay off as well on the turret. He has the boots of swiftness, so he's able to run places as Infernal Dragon. Gonna go the way of T1. Kalista is gonna get 6 AD from it, so not quite a longsword. But obviously, she will get more items the longer that this game goes on. They get more base AD, things that are going to continue to ramp up. So, very nice Dragon, and T1 is rolling beautifully on Drakes right now, as Mountain is going to be the third one. And even though their champions don't tend to build a lot of resistances, Nico does get Zanya's Hourglass, obviously with Tank Jarvan. Rumble as well can get Zanya's Hourglass. Mountain isn't the best third Drake for them. I would actually probably say that it's probably Infernal, but it's still better than Cloud.
Yeah, I mean, anything's better than Cloud, so having a fun time with that so far. Faker showing off the GLP really nicely and just putting that on, that aggression. Oh no, who's stuck in here with who? Flawless runs straight into the Kalista. Really unfortunate timing for them. He's gonna flash, and you can see that effort just waits for it. Really making it look effortless, to be honest. Another kill, gonna go their way. And how about another one here? Cover, he's trying to run away, but still no flash. Even though he does get the double dash, it is not enough to get away, as T1 are making this game look really easy.
They are making this look completely one-sided, as Faker, well, I mean Rumble, is down here in the bot lane.
Kana's going for it. Oh no, it's not Kana.
Or was it?
Nice try there, actually, on the predict with the root.
Yeah.
They are going to get the flash out of Secret, and it is Ezreal. Either way, good rotation. And really, nothing negative to say so far this game about T1.
No, this is all panning out really well so far inside of this game. T1, 3 minutes now until the Mountain Dragon comes up, as APK, you can see Ixu trying to trade really hard on Dakana, but there's no way to follow this up when you see that the other T1 members are still coming, and that's why he tried to turn around, but it ended up just being all too late, as Ixu eventually got dogged down as well by the Kalista. And right here, really good route by Faker. GLP 800 active coming out as well, and Azir without a flash basically had all of his options removed from him, and honestly, Cover is doing a really good job in the CS department. Really, all of the members on the side of APK are. It's just that they're really falling apart in terms of their overall management, and Flawless and Ixu just fall really far behind. Azir constantly just getting caught out, overextended inside of his lane a little bit too far, and a lot of good opportunity capture by T1 this game, and for a team that doesn't really get a lot going in the early stage, they managed to get quite a lot for themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, they're really dunking on them right now. Just every single fight is going their way. There really hasn't looked like any opportunity for APK to turn much outside of the Rek'Sai play up on the top side, but then once that goes wrong, that's when you know it's not going to be a fun game for the red team, to say the least, as Flawless going to be spotted here on the ward. That Mountain Drake coming up in a minute and a half. They are really just threatening Kana, saying get out of the lane. And he's actually going to listen just a bit until the Taric does come down. He's playing it extremely safe under turret.
Probably just waiting now 1 minute until the Mountain Dragon is going to end up coming up, and they'll pick that up probably right away, as it's going to be Twin Shadow's second item for Faker on the Nico. This is the second time we've seen Nico now, right? In the LCK.
Yep.
And very surprising to actually see her immediately getting picked up, because those buffs don't really stand out or scream like, yes, this is the timing to pick Nico. But obviously, a lot of other mid lane champions over the last couple of months have been hit. Champions like Aurelia not really being seen inside of the meta, although she is making a resurgence inside of solo queue with the new Blade of the Ruined King, Wit's End build. And it's surprising that Nico is coming out more and more often. More players also playing her now in solo queue, and because of her flexibility and the ability to itemize 2 different ways, 80 on hit as well as APK, it's an interesting champion choice, and it would be very refreshing to keep seeing new champions enter, because honestly, in round 1, before we moved into round 2, the meta in LCK in particular, it was getting very stale.
Yeah, I mean, we had just a lot of the same, and I'm glad that some patches are actually changing things up, keeping it fresh. Somehow you saw Teddy backing exactly there. Teddy had to slightly move over to the side. As we have entered this mid-game, this is one of those games where you've got one team that's really far ahead, and then the other team is just desperately trying to hold on, but they can't actually fight. So they just kind of push out lanes. They don't freeze. Why would you freeze? You just sit back. You're pushing lanes, and the enemy team is slowly getting dragons and objectives, and you just feel kind of helpless, not much you can do. So feels a little bit like that here for APK. They're not going to challenge the first Mountain Drake. Second one comes up in 4.5 minutes, and I don't know if they'll really have any ability to fight over that, but at the same time, they have to.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to. One of the things that is underappreciated here is the level advantages that are assumed to be present once the game gets to that team fight is going to be there. Currently, as it stands, you have 1 level in top lane, 1 level in jungle, and you have 1 level in AD carry. Not sure how close effort is to leveling up. And mid lane is even, but base levels is something that's really underappreciated, I think, when it comes to LoL analysis, because it's not just the extra skill point. It's all the extra HP, the extra resistances, any little bit of base damage going up. And it's a very underappreciated stat, because sometimes base HP just allows you either access to tank extra turret shots that you shouldn't have been able to, or just outright absorb other skill shots, thus invalidating maybe one team's approach to a team fight. So 3.5 minutes. We assume that T1 should be at about 2.5 items across the board, where you can see that APK, they're struggling to get their second item.
They found Flawless here in the jungle. He's trying to get away. We got Kana up against Ixu on the side. He's going to miss the chains. And now Flawless in a bit of trouble as he's desperately trying to hit that plant. He is going to flash away. Missile's going to miss, and Ixu's all alone. Where's the rest of APK? Cover's just pushing, and they say, yeah, you got caught, we can't help you out. A 5-on-2 essentially, as the 2 of them will get cleaned up. And yeah, I mean, T1 just able to pick up a couple more kills just like that, made it look really easy. And I wanted to point out how well Kana was doing in the weak side of the map. He was playing it so passively. Just yesterday, we saw Doran really struggling because he just kept on getting ganked over and over and over, and he wasn't respecting the ability for that gank to come out. So they're really offering nothing to APK in this game because of the way Kana is playing weak side. And now they're just going to go for the Baron here as Baker is on guard duties, desperately trying to survive here. He is going to have to flash right at the end as a steal. Can it come in? Waiting for that smite, waiting for it to get low enough, and it will go the way of T1 at the end. LM is going to have to flash over this wall, as it doesn't look like anyone on the side of APK will be able to catch up.
Baker really likes that Rumble skin as he transforms back into Rumble.
WTF, 2 Rumbles.
As you can see Ixu trying to mess with Taric, and I think that they're trying to gauge if Ixu's by himself.
Okay, they got the flash away. And at the end of the day, I mean, this is APK in time. Although I suppose the Baron timer will go down, but not so huge of a deal. TP in the mid lane, as so far, it is not a perfect game because the bottom tower did go down.
And that's exactly why I'm not impressed.
Okay.
I feel like T1 has a lot to improve on
Fair.
this game, as they let that turret die. As here inside of this replay, Flawless, I mean, he just gets completely collapsed on by all of the members of T1. Equalizer does end up whiffing. Flash used by Kana eventually gets him with the harpoons. And Teddy is just Vlad the Impaler this game, as he is rending everybody. As this Callista gonna have Bloodthirster soon, 50 seconds until the next Mountain Dragon, as I really appreciate production this time having the APK overlay.
They get
because we're getting to witness T1 playing Flash, and I really hope that the round 2 opponent is a little bit strong.
This is just one-sided. I mean, there's not really much else to say about it. It's just they are rolling face over them. The APK are just like hanging out in their jungle. They think it's their jungle. It's not. You can't stand there. Oh, here comes Triple Rumble. Oh man, he funneled them up against the wall and they're all gonna get burned. And I think this game is just gonna end. That's gonna be the end of that guy's life, and T1 are gonna push to finish.
So this was an almost perfect game, Valdez. Even though Azir is coming up in 10 seconds, he doesn't have his ultimate available, I do think this is the end. Faker sending out his clone to try to tank any sort of aggro. Azir coming up in 2 seconds. 8 Aatrox spawn from the fountain. They might not even try. They're just going to focus down Nexus in what is one of the fastest games we've had in LCK in a very long time.
Yeah, absolute slaughter here. 14-0 in terms of kills. That was not close. And APK, we were, talking about how they're coming back, but I think up against T1, it's two different levels of League of Legends right now, especially with how clean T1 is playing nowadays.
Yeah. T1 had a very strong early and mid-game draft. The Azir was the real saving grace on the side of APK. Some other stuff did look a little bit off. But Elim coming out in his game number 1, doing super fantastic. I gave him the MVP vote. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I did. We both gave it to LM. I mean, he was really clean, as you mentioned, and that's what I was talking about. Give him a champion that he's comfortable on. He looked really just pristine on the Jarvan. Knew exactly when to cast his Cataclysm, how to do the flag and drag flash knockup. Just really no mistakes from anyone on the side of T1. And that's why I've been so... I said this in the last POG state, how T1 has been the team that's impressed me the most. It's just because, yeah, I understand they're playing up against APK, and it is a bit one-sided in terms of the teams, but, like, they still make one-sided games look more clean than other teams, and they make, close games also look like clean victories. So definitely gives the good feels if you are a fan of good League of Legends, as we all are here.
And, I mean, after that game number 1, I am looking forward to game number 2, because I want to see some more goodness coming out. And can APK actually find anything to mix it up? Now, they started game 1 on red side, which should have meant they should have been able to respond to what T1 was doing, but instead, at the counter pick point of the draft phase, actually when they let go of the advantages that they had in draft up until that point. Valdez, we extend it to now 11 out of 11.
11 out of 11 is the score. 100% for draft predictions for LS. Of course, starting yesterday, as this was the beginning of round 2 of the Spring Split. And we're looking to keep that streak going. I have to say that even the drafts for T1 have become better, because, I mean, they were definitely one of the teams that they fit into that example that you used to give, where it was like a team that's really good and they would sometimes win even though they would lose draft just because they were so much better than other teams. But then they would sometimes struggle against good teams because they wouldn't draft well, and then they would just get, outplayed when it came to facing off against good teams. And in this case, a good draft into a, of course, extremely solid victory, as we've mentioned many times.
T1, if they can play like this in game number 2, I have no doubt that game number 2 will look exactly like game number 1. But we'll also see if APK has any substitutions. They do have other players that they have used throughout the majority, actually, of the split. They have actually had a lot of substitutes come in and out. Maybe Caney could come in for game number 2. Perhaps they'll throw in Trigger on AD Carry to try to do something. As taking a look at the post-game breakdown, the Nico didn't really do a whole bunch, but Faker did play very well, very stable. Teddy, obviously, on that Kalista. I don't expect that it'll be allowed through the draft phase in game number 2, but we'll also see if Cuz is going to come in for game 2.
You know, I don't know. Maybe they will just give it over to Cuz, but Ellum had a fantastic game, so wouldn't mind seeing him either. But guys, we are going to go to that 5-minute break. When we come back, game number 2.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 먹여봐요. 헤이 TFT 모바일 부동 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동 동작 헤이 TFT 모바일 부동 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동 동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 부르르 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 막아 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 에이 TFT 모바일 부동 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동 동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동 동작 라이어가 멋이 부동 동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동 동작 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰로 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동 동작 하다 현타 부동 동작 TFT 갤럭시 부동 동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 멋이 팬치 우주 부동 동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동 동작
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the 2020 LCK. It's me, Valdez, with LS, and T1 are looking to bring themselves to an early win with a potential 2-0 here. If the first game tells us anything, it shows that T1 is kind of on a different tier right now from APK.
Well, at this point, I think it's pretty hard to predict that T1 could ever allow this series to go to 3 games. Game number 1 is a stomp that we've not really come to see too often inside of the LCK. We've seen a couple of perfect games, which has definitely been a byproduct of the region's tendencies as well as the meta, but that really just looked like there was only one team playing in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't much that APK even tried to do. I mean, early on, they looked for some potential counter ganks, but then they just got 2-0'd. And LM, on his first game into the LCK, he gets a player of the game. And he had a really clean Jarvan, clean being my favorite word to describe this entire series for
Like how
T1.
clean? Like Mr. Clean?
Mr. Clean and Mrs. Clean. Oh. Yeah.
Is there a kid clean?
Yes, baby clean.
Okay, baby clean. I like that. I like that.
Yes.
Is there a doggo clean?
Also, it's Clean Up Time, the song from Barbie.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how clean we're talking.
Queen renames to Clean because of how clean this game was.
I mean, it might have been the cleanest game that I've seen in this entire year. Someone voted for... Wait, who? Oh, Effort.
They voted for Effort. I'm trying to think.
I'm trying to think what he was playing.
Was it Cloud Templar? He's laughing.
Yeah, they're all looking at Cloud Templar. And like,
They're all looking at...
we know that Sunke would definitely give him a little trash for
Yeah,
that.
they're looking at Cloud Templar right now. I don't believe that it shows on our screen here.
No, you guys get to see us staring deep into your soul, of course.
Perfect. That's just what they wanted.
Yeah.
As
he did have a good game of Tark.
he did, and also the taunt in the top lane at the Aatrox. It was like an alternate version of Stranger Things.
True.
If Billy Hargrove could taunt the Demigorgon, that's exactly what that would have been like.
It did feel like that kind of, and I think we're going to be seeing more of that here in game number 2. It's really hard to go into this game and say, you know, let's see what APK can do to come back and like try to hype it up, because it's like, I don't know, man. They just got destroyed in game number 1. They're really gonna have to, you know, there is a lot to fix in order to have a chance up against the way T1 was playing.
Yeah. And we'll see what else is going to happen here in this game. T1 opening with Aphelios as their first ban. APK banning away the set on blue side, also banning away the LeBlanc. Maybe thinking that T1 would just pick it up very early on. As Senna now bites the dust, Ornn and Kalista still available and on the table. As APK, what is their final ban going to be? It is going to be the Kalista. And so this gives T1 the option to just ban away the Ornn if they would want to, but instead, actually, they're going to go for the Varus. This does mean that Ornn is open.
Yeah, and it's kind of staring everybody in the face right now. And Ornn is asking APK, will you choose me? The answer will be yes. So they do take the Ornn here.
You ready for the Aatrox counter pick?
Aatrox Elise.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that you're that much of a connoisseur. As Irelia, ooh, that was a lot. That is a lot of shuffling going on. Very quick with this mouse.
Kana's kind of a connoisseur of the troll picks, although he will be going for the Sylas.
So Silas is coming in to try to answer the Ornn in the later stages of the game. But we'll see how that ends up panning out. We've seen this a lot in the LPL. Misfortune now getting hovered. And will she end up getting locked in here for T1? They're not opting for the Ezreal or anything like that, as it will be locked in. So now it's on APK to come up with a way to respond to this. Now, Silas is kind of interesting. He does pinch, or he tries to dissuade a lot of champions that have really key ultimates, because obviously he threatens to just steal them away. So sometimes there are certain champions that you would like to actually pick, but then you hold off on second thought and you're like, well, Silas, we don't want to give him this ultimate for free. But it's going to be Kaisa Nautilus coming in for APK. Let's take a look at how T1 is going to try to answer this. Maybe they'll just do a bread and butter Braum pick, and you already know my feelings on it, Valdez. As Nunu, that is one of the cutest photos. We don't get to see Nunu hovered all that often.
Nunu and Willem. Trundle, that's like going from from 10 to 0.
This is like a horror movie trailer. They show the cute kid at the top of the mountain with all the snow around him, and then it just cuts, and there's this giant troll. We're never gonna know what happened to him.
It's so scary, actually. Trundle he's really scary. He's got a big nose, too. The streaky red hair. I would be scared if I saw that thing in real life.
That Trundle does look very unsettling, doesn't he?
Yeah,
and
I don't
also
know, it
his
just makes me
skin.
feel, yeah.
He really needs to work on his moisturizer, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, his shoulder skin is kind of cracking there.
It's very dry. He's going to want to make sure that he has a good skin routine, especially after he gets out of the shower.
Yeah,
He's going to need to make sure that he gets the right treatment for that.
Yeah, you know what you need to do is you need to rejuvenate your skin with the moisture that it lost from the drying agents of the cleansers that you used in the shower. So
exactly.
Someone needs to get in there and tell Trundle what's what. I think that's your job, LS.
Very astute analysis of the pick ban here by us. Just want to really, if you were here right now, I'd give you a pat on the back.
Oh, thank you.
As Kindred and Kiana were banned away by T1, Braum and Renekton banned away by APK, as Morgana is being hovered. Instead, actually, no, it might just be Azir. His armor is very shiny. You can tell he uses a high-quality polisher.
Yeah, he's got his routine down, for sure. I mean,
honestly,
look at the top of his head. You can see the light reflecting off of it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's really good stuff.
So, well, Aurelia now is being hovered, and that actually is historically one of the answers to Sylas. As Elise is also going to be coming in. So there's a lot of off-theme on APK's team composition. You have some champions that are wanting to go in, other champions that are trying to be like mid-rangey, and then the only real theme that they have going is the Nautilus and the Elise are sort of on par, but all these other champions, they spike at different points, they're trying to achieve things at different points, and in a vacuum don't have a whole lot of synergy with each other. So APK's team composition, if it tries to straight up engage, it's going to lose to T1s. Now, they did get two good champions that don't really have key ultimates for Sylas to really take away by any means, but straight up team fight, they're going to lose to Trundle, Sylas, Azir, and now the turret comes in, beautiful pick, to sort of just neutralize that aspect. Ornn is not going to have any engage potential inside of this game, so you have to really look at APK's team composition and think to yourself, is there a way to really gank mid? And the answer is basically no. Even though you have the Aurelia and the Elise, you're against an Azir who it's very easy for him to play safe. And when you look at top lane, you have double magic damage. So it's very easy for Sylas to itemize with Merc Treads and just have good runes out the gate. Bot lane is going to take a lot of time to come online. So things aren't really lining up for the Elise. The Aurelia is also gonna probably be hard-pressed to have a good itemization path this game. Relative to the team composition she's up against, there's a lot of magic damage in Sylas, Trundle, and Azir. Obviously, Trundle's Subjugate does deal magic. And you just look at this, and this is one of the biggest draft losses I think that we've seen here in the LCK. T1, I think, just walked away with it.
Just strolled on down and took it away like taking candy from a baby. And so we'll see if you can secure 12 out of 12. I wouldn't be too surprised if that actually did happen based on the way game number 1 did go. But let's keep an open mind. Let's see what APK have in store. And if, you know, Flawless, after the early game of last game, maybe he can turn it around with another aggressive jungler in the Elise and try to get his lanes ahead. We've seen Haru yesterday really making a case for why you pick Elise because of her ability to just totally dominate a lane. We'll see if it can happen here once again as we are back onto the Rift for game number 2. APK versus T1.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
So, yeah. It's okay. You know, he could be better. And so, I don't know.
Well,
LS, you okay?
I'm totally fine.
Are you back?
I don't know what keeps happening. My microphone disconnects randomly.
Oh.
I am using a new mic today.
You are?
I am.
And maybe
Yesterday,
that's
I
why
was
you
using...
don't sound like a walkie-talkie today.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, Belvis. And right now, in this game, looks like the junglers are both going to be starting on the same side of the map. So the Trundle, he has no obligation to be anywhere. And you can see what ended up happening. Aurelia was sent top lane with the Ignite. So a lot of pressure is going to be on cover. And I really like what Kana just did. He went over, he placed that ward. He's not showing yet. So that they don't know where Elim started. And this is going to conceal Trundle's path, and it's going to, in theory, allow Trundle to actually just go on for virtually a full clear. The other thing about that ward is that it denies Elise's ability to be a full-on sinner and just try to make her way up to top lane off 2 or 3 camps and go for a gank, which is kind of important when you have that Ignite top laner. You need to get them an advantage early on or find some sort of a way to provide enough pressure to grant an easy reset, because playing down teleport, you can easily fall behind very quickly.
Absolutely. And that's why I was talking about coming into this game. I think Flawless is going to have to be an early presence. Now, that doesn't mean he has to stand in the top lane and sit there, but it does mean that he is going to have to do a lot more than he did in game number 1, because he absolutely got dominated by And look at this. Look at the pathing that he's taken. It's a secret that he's here. And now he is going to be able to just slowly waddle up into the lane and keep Kana safe from any kind of dive.
And you can see Flawless really trying to just poke Elim. Now, the really good thing about this for APK, if you are an APK fan, is cover is getting all of the solo XP. So Flawless wasn't in range. And, I mean, there was no minions for him to even share XP with, but Elim did share a lot of experience. And I don't know what Flawless is doing. He does win the smite. Azir does have priority. He manages to get the golems, but then he's going to run away. So he is stunting his own tempo, and Kana takes a really heavy trade, missing a lot of HP, has the biscuit as well as 2 control corrupting potions. And I think that Cover and Flawless really want to push the issue here. Elim, he's going to come over now, hug the turret with Kana, and just make sure that he can't get dove. And in doing so, it is still a victory.
Oh, speaking of which, coming on in here, getting low, he's going to get flashed on now. Dodging that cocoon. LM is playing this really well. He's going to smite, and they're going to turn this one around. I don't think there's anything that Flawless can do. He's going to be on the run here. He will have to try to cocoon and burst one of them down, but I don't know what he's got going on here. He's going to be hit by the Sylas, and down he will go. Another 2-on-2 victory for T1 in this game.
And the amount of holy water present in top lane for T1 right now is just fantastic. This is 2 games in a row that top lane has just gotten so far ahead so early on. And we're going to take another look at that replay. Valdez, I don't even think he dodged the cocoon. Flawless just shot it in a direction where nothing was. I mean, it really looked like he was trying to hit oxygen. And
there's a
if
lot
you
of
look
that.
at it with that perspective, you're looking at a champ.
We're going to the ship. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to re-watch the replay. So why don't you break it down for us, Larry?
All right, well, Kana takes a very unfortunate trade, but managed to live. Cover not able to follow up, got the ignite out. Look at Flawless. Island was just clicking down, and Flawless just whips the cocoon, and then commits it to this anyway, just like the Rek'Sai and Jarvan situation from game number 1. And Kana able to just pick up the kill right there, has the blue buff on Sylas, Seeker's arm guard on the recall. This is a pretty unfortunate situation. Now, the one upside, however, is that Cover is up a little bit over 20 CS, and that is mitigating some of the advantage that Kana has. Cover's also ahead in the experience department, and they are, honestly, this Flawless is sinning right now.
He's a big-time sinner. A lot of Elise players are. It's just in their nature. You can't blame them. And Secret's coming up here, too. They're like, you know what? 2-on-2 is not our thing. How about 3-on-2? And
well, I don't know what Secret's doing. What? Wait, what?
He's really here. He's going for the dive. Just wait. Here we go. He's going to flash the wall.
Okay, all right. Well, they're going to use the Ornn teleport.
Okay, well, we have Kana in a pretty rough spot. Actually, Element was. And that's going to be the double kill underneath the turret and with the TP from the Ornn. That's actually a successful dive where they take 2 members.
All right, well, that actually worked out. I was completely whiffing on the Ornn teleport coming in as well in top lane. And so without Ornn, that is definitely a little bit different. They're able to trade kills there. Very, very surprising. But they had so many members top lane to make that play work, and it ended up working out. They denied Kana a lot of experience. He's still level 5. Ilum, obviously level 5 himself. Elise is trying to make the most of a very unfortunate early game. But meanwhile, Faker in mid lane, he is up quite a lot in the CS department. Trundle now going to be on the blue buff, probably going to give that over to Faker, who has a Sapphire Crystal and double dagger right now. Cover just trying to soften up the minions, provide a way to get all of those Aurelia stacks, and then maybe look for a trade. He's also an entire level ahead of the Sylas, and this is a byproduct of all of the shared XP that Trundle had with Sylas in top lane, as well as the unfortunate timing of the death.
Yeah, he's having a really rough time. Nice little trade there, but as you mentioned, the lane state not looking great, but he's looking to turn it around now, but the stun going to land onto Kana. Who's going to pick it up? It will be Kana, as Cover will misplay in the trade, not expecting that much damage to be able to come out from Kana, as he sees it there as, okay, Kana, you have stayed a little bit too much. Can Ixu actually get him here? He's going to move away from the wall. Kingslayer will be fine to get him out of that one. And there you have it.
Yeah, really, really surprising that the Ornn rotates up to top lane. He doesn't have the Ornn ultimate, so there's no universe that he can ever actually kill Sylas. Meanwhile, Faker shoved in mid lane. They're going to get a Cloud Dragon is the first Drake of the game. I know that we talked about this yesterday, that generally it can be pretty good to pick up first. Infernal's going to be the second. And if you're a T1 fan, you're completely fine with either Ocean or Mountain to come up next. Probably a much bigger fan of Ocean, just because your champions don't really build a whole bunch of resistances. Obviously, you do get the Zanya's Hourglass, but Azir, MF, not really itemizing anything like that. Trundle, he is going tank, so Mountain isn't the end of the world, but you don't really need it against the sustain fight of APK. As Rift Herald is looking to get picked up, and it's happening at such an awkward timing. You can see there's minions in mid lane that are just going to their doom. This is gold and XP that APK is missing out on. So even though they got some XP and gold back from the Rift Herald, there's still a loss. we'll see what they can end up doing with it. This is the replay from a couple of moments ago. Teleport comes in from Ornn, and it almost ends up being able to trade.
탑 올라온다 이거. 너도 윗무빙했어 이번에.
이거 주고 용 봐야 될 것 같아. 탑 주고.
강가 조심해라. 강가 조심해라.
늦긴 했어 이거. 탑 빼야 돼 이거 이번에 아마.
일단
아랫게 봐주러 갈게.
탑 1대1
이거 보자 이거 우리가. 아 해줘.
오케이.
될것 같은데?
카이사 보자.
I think he was
That
saying
was
that
1v1.
Faker was saying that top needs to back away or that he needs to back or something. I don't know, maybe I was misinterpreting that, but either way, Kana immediately was like, no, I got the solo kill, and he ends up taking him out.
That would be so funny if Faker's F keys, he's actually telling the top laner, like, no, that's a bad trade, or, you know what I mean? That
Yeah, he's like watching while he's autoing the minions.
Well, that is one of the underappreciated things, that if you are a professional player and you do get comfortable in at moving at that speed with your screens, F keys really can help. Like, you can add input to lane states and maybe even recognize that something might be off. And you can also use it to get reads maybe on the enemy jungler if you're not getting any reads in your own lane.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to hear how communicative they are as a team, at least, regardless of what was being said. And yeah, it's definitely widening that gap. Even though Kana was able to get that solo kill, still is about 50 CS ahead for the Aurelia, and we have a spider up there on the top side again. So definitely trying to push the issue. Will they drop the Swift Herald? It looks like the answer is yes.
They definitely do seem a bit indecisive with what they're doing, and even after all of this early game stuff, a lot of that gold advantage for APK really is coming from top lane. They do manage to get the Rift Herald plate gold. Again, the leash range, I think it's 2,000 or 2,500, as Kana with Ilum here looking to do a trade. Hybrid not being forced to use either his flash or heal yet. Lots of damage did come out though. And honestly, this is a much more stable early game as here we
now
go.
They're going for it, but he hit the spider with his leash there. They're trying to burst down Flawless, but Kana is not going to be able to get in range there as Elise kills Elise on the scoreboard. LM not going to be able to do it either. This time it's APK who strike back with 2 kills.
And this is really crucial for APK to be getting the victories on the Aurelia, trying to have her accelerate and get really far ahead, because Blade of the Ruined King is going to be completed on this recall. It's a massive power surge, and it can really help them potentially win this upcoming Infernal Drake with how far ahead the Aurelia is. And it's potentially problematic in the later stages of the game. Now, obviously T1, they have a lot of wave clear in their team composition, and they scale so much better than APK, so it's definitely not the end of the world. However, with the tower falling this early on, this is kind of bad news for cover, and I'll explain why after this replay. As Valdez, you pointed out, Kana, he just gets locked up, unable to follow.
Yeah, he tried to turn into Elise and repel up, but it was too late.
And Ilum
네?
not...
아 트런드 탑이야.
야
그럼 야 아지르 좀 빨라. 아지르 좀 빨라. 볼게. 너네
Saying that it's
나는
really
이거
fast.
탑이네. 봐줘야 돼 이거.
괜찮아. 일로.
Really surprising thing to
야
me is that
아지르는
the
아랫
global
무빙이었는데
potion was
이제부터는 안
popped
보이거든. 나 얘 핑화 까줘야 돼.
50%
바텀도
through
봐줘야
this
됐어.
trade, as Elise was so low on
아지르
HP.
안 보여. 아지르 웬만하면 바텀 무빙 쪽이었는데 집 간 거.
Obviously, they did manage to outplay T1 there, as we have a pause.
Pause. Coming through.
And I am not totally sure what could be causing this. In terms of the current game state, let's just take a look at some stuff. Well, never mind, the camera panned away. The gold advantage for APK is a little bit over 2,000 right now. And Infernal Drake is coming up, so we're going to have to pay attention to if they can get that Infernal Dragon. If they can't, the tier 1 turret going down this early on means that Sylas is actually going to have a lot more safety farming. And because Aurelia is a melee champion, and the nature of who the other laners are, the Azir as well as the MF and the Taric, it's not like she can just arbitrarily go places, show up, and make something happen if there's nothing to really draw the T1 members out. So if Infernal goes the way of T1, or even if it goes the way of APK, then it proceeds into 5 minutes of nothingness. 5 minutes of Azir wave clearing with the Sand Soldiers over and over. Sylas slowly recovering in the safety of his own top side because, I mean, there's no tier 1 turret anymore. He doesn't have to walk up. There's nothing to force him to go to Aurelia. So this is the stage of the game where APK ideally looks to wait for Sylas to pull in, or push back waves in top lane, and then try to freeze them to demand that him and Trundle try to walk up and do something, because otherwise we're going to get ping pong. APK is going to be sitting there with their entire team composition on fire and then wondering why is it that T1 seemingly are gravitating closer and closer towards a massive edge.
Yeah, so it's we're trying to get the update for you guys here eventually as to what could be the problem. We had a little bit of a problem yesterday with, I believe it was Doran's ping was a little bit high, and we were joking about how it was probably like 20 ping or something like that, but not sure exactly what the issue is this time around. I would like to you know, get that update if possible. As for you guys who are unaware as to why we are cardboard cutouts on the stream, it's because we're doing the remote broadcast, so it's kind of confusing as to why there can be issues when the players are playing at home.
Well, so apparently there is a bug that actually occurred inside of the game, and so we're trying to figure out what exactly the issue is and if it's going to cause anything to happen. And so I believe Chrono Break is available if something is severe. You know, don't take my word for it, but I do think that is on the table, potentially. As Valdez, how is your night going?
It's going pretty well.
Okay.
I ordered chicken for the break.
Oh. Okay. What flavor?
Well, probably normal and like spicy.
Normal and you mean fried chicken?
Fried chicken, yeah.
Okay. Perfect. That's very good, Valdez. I hope that you do enjoy the chicken.
It's gonna be good.
After this series. Okay, we're taking a look at the replay here. And
what's the bug? Oh, these are highlights.
Oh, these are just highlights. I was actually paying attention, trying to figure out what could possibly be the bug, and I think maybe Kana paused it and said, you know what, there actually is a bug, and he's referring to the spider that is Elise constantly in his lane and in close proximity. That definitely might be it. As you can see this trade right here, Kana was not able to land his ability onto Flawless, who had then just managed to get over the wall. And then honestly, I'm curious if Island wasn't kiting the way that he was, would he have been able to actually bring down cover? As pans back to us. How you feeling, Valdez?
I'm good. Okay. I was expecting the 2-0, so I went and ordered it before this game so that it would arrive on time. But
and we are going for the Chrono Break, apparently.
Yeah, it sounded like she said something else, but Chrono
Break
really
did.
Is
We're not.
Oh boy. Yes.
So we are going to be using Chrono Break. I am really curious if the Chrono Break is going to be in one of those trades. If that makes any sense, because we haven't been given word yet what exactly is the bug. And, you know what, I'm going to take a page out of Atlas's book, or Papa Smithy's book, okay? and I would like to consult the collective on what they're curious about right now. All right, Valdez, just leave me hanging. Not a big deal. Not a big deal, Valdez. Thank you so much.
I was letting the collective have their moments to say what they were worried about, or you know.
And we are definitely waiting here. Some people did mention Animal Crossing.
Yeah, that's the one that I saw.
I have been taking a lot of inspiration from Tom Nook.
Sorry, I was a little bit distracted by the thought of my my chicken is it's going to arrive soon.
And
so what are you gonna eat, LS?
What am I gonna eat? I actually already ate. In between the T1 Game 1 and the Game 2 going on now, I had mushroom soup.
Wow, you ate that in 5 minutes?
Yes. It's a drink, basically, Valdez. Come on. You're gonna get with the times.
True. So did you drink it out of a cup? What?
No, I
did
have
you
a bowl.
have bread? Wait.
No, I have a bowl, right? Valdez.
No, but you dip the bread in the soup.
No, I don't do that. Not a big fan of that.
What?
I'm LS, aka likes soups, not LB, aka likes bread.
Oh.
That's you, Breadin Valdez.
Breadin Valdez.
You're gonna get that bread. That's what you wake up to every morning. You say, "Let's get that bread."
That's all I'm about. The bread villain. That's me.
I'm picturing a person breaking into a bread store and stealing all the bread.
That is me. I love bread so much.
What is going on?
I would be that guy.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, welcome to the LCK podcast right now, in case you are tuning in. We're currently in a pause with the chrono break trying to be used to fix the game state. We have not been made aware exactly what the bug is that is present inside of the game, but something indeed is happening. This is actually the second pause in 2 days. This is very bizarre, especially considering they're playing at their home setups.
Yeah, that's what I don't really understand, but it's... I suppose if there was a bug, then that's not really, doesn't really have to do with production or whatever. And the initial one was ping, which I think was also some sort of bug within the client, I would imagine. And, yeah, I mean, we should be getting back into it really soon. You got me thinking about bread now. I don't know how this happened, but... I got a tweet. I got a tweet from Joe Marsh. From,
did you?
From T1, yeah.
Okay.
He's like, hey, dude, it's match 50 of spring. Can you stop hitting us with the SKTs? I didn't even realize that I said it. It's just so ingrained. It's so ingrained in my head. I can't not say it sometimes.
Valdez, I think that your eyesight is just absolutely fantastic, because if you look at the T1 logo, although Twitch chat can't look at it on our screen, it does say in very small text right below the T1 SK Telecom.
Oh, that's
so
why
I
I'm
think
getting
that
confused.
what's happening is that your vision is actually just superhuman, and you're letting us all know.
Yeah, that's me, BV, aka Best Vision.
That's
why we cast together. I'm your eyes. I'm your eyes, and you're my brain.
Sometimes I'm lost sound, so you got to cover for that one. Best voice.
Yeah, best voice. There you go. Best voice and lost sound. I got you covered, and then
It's almost like a sandwich. You know?
What?
A sandwich.
A sandwich? What kind of
Yeah,
sandwich?
I was making a bread reference.
Oh, okay.
You really just
really
dropped
brought
the
it
ball
back
there.
to bread just like that. Like,
I did.
That's not fair. You're distracting me.
All right.
I'm thinking about my bread.
You know,
didn't order bread though.
The weather outside was fantastic today. I don't know if you went outside. I went to the first. I only actually
What?
go out.
You go
to
outside?
Well, typically I try to make runs for it when the devil's out. You know, that glowing object in the sky during the daytime. It's very.
Yeah.
It's honestly, it's very. Try to avoid it as much as I can, but typically I only go outside nowadays because at the first floor there's a little coffee shop, and so I go there to get my iced coffee.
Yeah, but there's
when I
not
wake up.
people there, right?
There's one person. There's one girl. She runs the entire shop. She's always there.
And you keep your distance?
Your
social distance?
Yes. I use the kiosk with latex gloves on.
You actually do. I definitely know that you do.
I do.
Yeah. There's this thing in Korea where a lot of, well, not that many, but there are a bunch of like restaurants and coffee shops and stuff where they just have a machine at the front, and you just order through the machine. So it's the best thing for social distancing. You don't have to interact with another human. You just interact with the with the robot, and then your number is called, and then then you run back inside because you're not supposed to be outside.
Okay. Definitely does sound good. I would be very interested in that. Actually, when does the new season of Black Mirror come out?
I don't know. Probably this year sometime.
Yeah, that's something I'm interested about. To be, I've actually liked every single season. Although the most recent one did have one episode that was a little lackluster, but in general, it's really good.
I mean, most seasons are not going to be like perfect, like all of them are going to have like that one episode where you're like, I don't know, not great, not awful, but just meh. There were some of those like 2 seasons back, before the like interactive game one, that I was like that with. But yeah, big fan of that show. I would recommend that you do. You know what we should do during this break? We should cut away from us and we should just play that Dududunga song.
We really should. I feel like TFT Mobile. I think people need to know about TFT Mobile.
I mean, I don't even. If I didn't know it was about TFT Mobile, I wouldn't care. I would just listen to the song. Like who? It doesn't matter what it's about. It's about that.
You know what
amazing song.
is so interesting? It does look like there's Pengu merch in that commercial, and yet every single time I go to Lol Park, I always ask the guy, "Where's Pengu?" And he looks at me like I'm some sort of a kingpin, and I've come to ruin his day. I don't even know.
He offers you. What was that thing from last?
He shows me the new arrivals, and it's like the Notebook or like the new LOL characters, and I just look at him with I look at him like we're looking at Twitch chat right now in our photos. Yeah. Like, does he think this is a game? Show me where the TFT content is. I need to know where Pengu, Lord Eternal, is.
I mean, I don't understand. Like, why is that not available? Pengu is just obvious.
Pengu would sell out. Absolutely,
Pengu is so obvious. Like, you want to make some bread. You're talking to the right guy, okay? I wake up every morning and I say, let's get that bread. Just like LS was saying. And Bread on Valdez proceeds to go on and get that bread. I go out to the store and I buy some bread. There's this one bakery that's right outside my house. I get this croissant that has like a strawberry jam, but it's like a sour strawberry jam.
Okay.
In the middle with like some kind of like a nutty paste as well. And it blends so well together. It's really it's like peanut butter and jelly, but not really. It doesn't taste like what you would expect from America at all. The peanut butter and jelly, not like that. It's just like really good, and I get it all the time. I'm a big fan.
That sounds very interesting, Valdez, and I am honestly Bob Rossing you right now. You can't see me, but I am absolutely Bob Rossing you.
We have a bug replay ready. on Silas.
Now the collective is Bob Rossing you.
Yeah, yeah.
The collective are honestly just, I mean, they're capable of anything, man. They're something else.
They really are something else.
I like how you really just dropped the ball on that, and it really sounded like you were sighing and that you didn't believe what I just said. So I'm offended, they're offended, and honestly, It really sounded like you gave up on that segue more than an APK. Probably wanted to give up in game number 1.
The collective.
And I'm honestly really let down. So hopefully when we see the replay of the Silas bug, it really lives up to the hype.
Yeah, you know, so G-Sun was saying that we had it, but then we didn't.
I'm going to break the fourth wall right now.
That's the end of the story.
Everyone watching this right now, I love you very much. Okay? In case you needed to hear that. They're going to tell me that they hate me. It's okay. Get it. I can tank it. If that's what you need, I can tank it for you. I'll be your tank and your healer. As Valdez
what about
over here
DPS?
You're DPSing their ears right now.
Oh, what did I do today? Oh,
well,
I
you let
kicked my
them
desk.
down, Valdez. You let them down. Okay? We would fail the instance. But it's all right. You can make
I'll
up for
have
it.
you know that my DPS is in fact quite good.
Okay.
You want me
You play
to
mage.
link you my logs?
No, I don't want to see
You want
your
to see my
logs.
parses? Is that what you want to see, LS?
I just pictured like a dating app opening message. Do you want to see my logs on Mage?
Do you want to see my mage logs? You want to see my DPS logs? I'm really good.
Oh my god. Oh man.
I'm just looking at Sunke. You guys can't see it because you can only see us staring into your souls, but we have a view of the Korean casters, and he just looked so defeated for like just a second. He was like, oh god. It's like that picture of like, what am I doing with my life as it zooms in.
Oh man. Well, Brendan, do you want to play a little bit of a game really quickly? Would you like to play
Sure.
Hangman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do
I'm
it.
gonna give you 13 guesses. Okay.
Okay. How many?
We're gonna bet lunch.
Lunch? I'm not
Lunch.
going outside.
What? Okay. After everything is blown over.
Okay, I'll see you in
Okay.
2022.
Okay, that's not gonna take that long. Come on, you gotta be optimistic. Why are you always so negative?
You know, we're here in Korea. You can send me lunch.
Okay.
You can
Well,
deliver
Valdez,
me food.
all right. You get 13 guesses.
Okay, how many letters are we talking?
We're talking 5 letters.
5 letters.
5 letters. You get 13 guesses.
Okay. Should
Okay.
I go?
Yeah, you can go right ahead.
Okay. How about S?
There is no S.
No S.
No S.
What?
There's no S, Valdez. Get off
But
Google.
that doesn't spell the word. I mean. Okay, how about a E?
There is no E.
Are you, No, it's impossible.
There's no E, Valdez. No S, no E.
Okay, how about a O?
There's no O. You sweating yet or what? I'm looking up the most expensive restaurant. Lunch is on you.
How is that possible? How about a A? There's an A, right?
There's no A.
Is there a U?
There's no U, but there's gonna be a me at the table when you get the check.
What? What languages do you speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, is there R?
All right, hold on. We're trying to the
hold
replay.
on.
Saved by the Bell.
용싸움 어때?
아이고, 쏘리.
괜찮아. 상관없어, 상관없어.
그냥 주는 게 나을 것 같은데 이거?
줘야 될 수 있어, 줘야 될 수 있어.
이거 지금 불리하다.
미드.
많이 불리하다.
이거 쌀 이거 버그 걸렸는데?
봇다이브는 막아줘야 돼.
줄타기 이거 줄타기 돼 있어요. 이 안 써져요.
Oh,
뭐냐 이거?
he can't use E or R.
That's
After
a
having
problem.
stolen Elise, that is definitely a big problem.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of an issue. I think we're absolutely gonna have to chrono break.
Yeah.
His E is stuck as Elise's E, so
Yeah, so they might
yeah,
have to
good luck.
actually rewind it to the point where he stole Elise.
yeah.
But that
I
could
mean,
actually that could change the outcome of the 2v2.
No, I mean, he'd have to just agree to die, I would imagine.
Well, yeah, probably, yeah. I would assume.
He was about to die anyway, but the thing is like, they can't quite chrono break it right to that moment. He did it so fast, too. And he, like, died mid-repel. That's probably why it's bugged, because he died as Elise.
Mm-hmm.
So the game is like, yeah, this is Elise, not Silas. But then part of it is, Silas. Part of it is Elise.
Okay, Joe Marsh tweeted at me, said, game is paused due to LSXYZ9, it's my Twitter handle, calling Ilim one too many times. I don't know what, I'm seeing Ilim.
It's not Ilim.
How do you pronounce it?
Elim.
Elim?
Elim or
Elim.
Elim is that's okay. I don't
know why my
Elim.
brain is gravitating towards Ilim. There's something I have no idea why. But okay, we can do Elim.
No, it's Elim.
No, it's probably actually Elim because think about it when it's Hongalized.
True.
It's probably E and then Leal and E and M.
Leal?
Leal, that's the name of the character.
Yeah, I know. Just when you say it on this English broadcast, people are going to be like, what are you saying?
So it probably is Elim.
I thought you
Elim?
just said it's probably Elim.
Or El... yeah, but now I'm seeing the second L, and I'm starting to think, could it be... You know what? We're going to need to ask him. Joe Marsh needs to tweet at either one of us and tell us what the correct pronunciation is, or if there is a Hangul version of it, that would give us the answer too.
Yeah. The thing about Hangul is that you can't mispronounce Hangul.
You can't, right? It's phonetic.
There is only one sound for every letter, basically. Every character.
Yeah.
So...
And...
Yeah.
While I might be lost syllables, it's not always the case. Now, Valdez, stop trying to dodge...
No, I said every...
Okay. S-E-O-A-U. None of those are there. You have 8 more guesses.
Okay. I.
There's no I.
You're cheating.
I'm not
cheating. There are no vowels in this word?
There's no vowels.
Okay, R?
There is an R. It's the second letter.
Wait, so the collective is telling me what it is.
See, you cheat. Now you just lost. I would have had you.
Yeah, I mean, you would have.
I would have easily had you on this one.
I didn't, I thought they were joking for so long.
I used to use this word
no way.
at international events back in StarCraft. I used to go up to people and offer them. I would say it like, okay, it's a 5-letter word. You get 13 out of 26 guesses, and I would do like $20. They would lose. I made a lot of money off this word.
Lesneck back at
That's
work,
where
man.
it all started.
That's where you started scamming people. Scammer. Oh, I think we're going to a break. Okay, here we go. Bye, guys.
갤럭시 푸동 동작 갤럭시 푸동 동작 또 떨어져 허구와 우주와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키드 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 망가 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 5, 6월 설이 가득 찰 노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 하다 현타 도동동작 TFT 갤럭시 도동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 멋이 팬치 우주 도동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 도동동작.
We're back.
We're back. They just wanted to give the
They
collective
listened to me.
the TFT mobile.
They just put on the song and then we're right back. Like, dude, I was about to walk out the door and grab my chicken. I swear.
Wait, it's ordered and you have to go pick it up?
No, I mean, I've got it here already.
You
It
already
has
have your
arrived.
chicken?
Yeah, it's there. It's
Okay.
just, it's just there.
Okay, so given that you
can
cheated
smell it.
by using the collective, I will settle for breakfast.
Sure, okay.
Excellent.
Breakfast it is.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah. Korean
Great.
breakfast is kimchi and rice. So I hope you enjoy the kimchi and rice that I will be sending your way.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Actually, the last couple of days, what have you had for breakfast? I had pancakes 2 days ago.
Breakfast?
Yeah.
I don't really eat breakfast food in the like Western sense.
Okay. You just eat like food.
Yeah, I just, get some fried rice or something. I don't know.
I have really missed in Korea certain cereals from America. I don't know. So I've missed Captain Crunch, like peanut butter.
Oh, yeah.
Captain Crunch.
Yeah, that's good.
I've really missed honeycombs.
Yeah, but I think you can order these.
Where?
Online. If you go to Coupang.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're really expensive if you order them.
Yeah, some of them are. I guess the best way to do it is you got to go to America and bring it back.
Yeah. That definitely is the play, but not always.
I did that last time when I went back in January.
Mm-hmm.
I got some cereal. I got some. What else did I get? Some granola. Some clothes, stuff like that.
A lot of the cereals here actually have almonds in them, and I can't eat them.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah, I am allergic to nuts.
Yeah, feels allergic, man. I don't know what it's like to have an allergy. I'm not
must be
allergic
nice.
to anything.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Yeah. What else are you allergic to?
Various. I'm allergic to aspergillus. Do you know what that is? It's a common mold found in many places. I almost died to it.
Oh,
in,
yeah,
2014.
I remember that.
Yeah, I almost died in 2014. I was a couple of weeks off of respiratory failure.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not.
Yeah, it's not good.
That's not good.
And yeah, it was very scary.
Well,
I had
I'm
to
glad you're okay.
make an emergency trip back to the States because the hospitals here couldn't diagnose it, and I ended up in isolation and the ICU at Rhode Island Hospital. I was the first case of what the illness was. It was presenting as atypical allergic bronchopulmonary aspergillus. And it was sent out. Yeah, it was sent out to several pulmonologist teams across the country, and they finally made a diagnosis within the first 24 hours of me arriving. And as soon as I started the medication, it just felt like I don't even know. I just felt purified. Like someone hit me with the lay on hands as soon as I got the correct medication. And then I was really bitter because the first week that I had it, because I had it for about 4 months in Korea, and one of my allergen and asthma doctors from America told me to tell the Korean hospital to try these medications because it sounded to him like it could be aspergillus. And they decided not to do it. And so 4 months of pain.
Wow.
I went through.
Well, thank you, American healthcare, for for coming through and saving Lesnek, so that he can be here and do this podcast with me. You know what's funny is it actually does feel like a podcast because I'm just sitting in my room in front of a mic with a headset on.
Yeah, it really does.
It doesn't.
You know what? Normally I do this with Atlas, but we're here with you now.
Yeah.
Welcome to episode 5 of the Pogs Day. We really snuck this one in here.
Yeah, this is a bonus episode. We wanted to, give a good excuse, so we knew about a known bug, and we made Kana do it so that we could get here.
Exactly. This was actually all just a planned event. Now, how bad would you feel if you're APK and you're up? What was it? It's a little over 2,000 gold, right? Or is it almost 3,000?
Yeah, it's like 3K.
It's almost 3K. You're ahead of T1 in this game. The champion that you want to be ahead with all the gold is the champion that's ahead with all the gold. And then what happens if we have to have a remake?
There's no way we're going to have a remake, right?
Oh, of course it is. We're going the distance.
They said we were having a chrono break.
No.
Are you telling me I'm getting scammed?
No. You misheard. They said a granola break.
Oh. Wait, why didn't I get any granola? Is it only for production?
We're not at Lol Park. They actually do have the granola bars.
Oh, those are so good.
I can't eat them.
They're so good, though.
It is good, isn't it?
Yeah. Can you smell them?
Yeah, but I do get some symptoms.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you know that it smells great, but then you can't.
You know what's actually awful is I don't know what most nuts taste like.
Huh.
So even when I'm eating them, so imagine that, right? Imagine hypothetically, you had an allergy to something. Chicken. But you wouldn't know because you never actually consume it.
True.
And when you do, the only memory that you probably have is bad ones. So you probably don't recognize.
You block it out.
What is going on? Yeah.
Well, you're missing out, to be honest. I'm a big fan. But the only thing is that they're really expensive, especially in Korea. So I don't really.
In Korea, yeah.
I don't really buy nuts to just munch on. Although the last time I went to Costco, I got a 1 kilogram bag of almonds.
Okay.
What would happen if I brought those?
Thank you, Valdez.
Over to your house.
Thank you so much.
I eat them from time to time. It's a good snack. Healthy.
I can eat peanuts, though. Peanuts are a legume.
What's a legume?
It's not a fruit or a vegetable. It's a legume. I'm allergic to. I'm allergic
I'm from
to
NA,
fruit
right?
nuts.
I don't.
Okay. It's totally.
All I know is there's fruits and there's vegetables and then there's meat.
Is that all there is?
Yeah, that's
partner.
I don't know about them. They're legumes. I know about the goons that. I don't even want to go there.
All right.
Man, we're still here. We're still on the podcast. Do you listen to any podcasts? Like any other podcasts?
No, I actually don't.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, from time to time I'll watch, but I don't actively go and listen to any podcasts. Like sometimes when there's a topic that's like in the title or it's in the description of a different podcast, whether it be like LOL related or otherwise, then I'll go and I'll listen. But other than that, I don't actively pursue any sort of content or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, I was kind of like that myself, but I recently started listening to Joe Rogan. I thought, he has like, it's really popular, so it has like kind of like a stereotype for people that that watch that podcast, but it's actually really interesting just to like put on in the background.
I feel, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, well, I'm also pretty interested in history, so I was listening to hardcore history as well. But other than that, like those are two famous ones that you've probably heard. But yeah, there's a lot of great content that that is out there in the world that is just like waiting to be consumed. That's not just Netflix, which is kind of what most people do.
Yeah, Netflix is pretty much all that I do. I just finished catching up on How to Get Away with Murder, that series. It's currently in its 6th season. So I just got to episode 9 of that. I finished that one. And I'm watching... Now, I don't know if you stopped, like the majority of people, but The Walking Dead, the last 2 seasons, is fantastic. It is like back to the golden days of when it was like really good, best series on television, sort of a thing. It is fantastic right now, and it's so sad because so many people have stopped watching it, and that makes me feel bad because I really think it is in such a great spot. They've really resurrected the show. They have a new showrunner, Angela Kong, I think, actually, is now in charge of the show.
Not
and
Ashley
that's really
Kong?
Good. No. She's busy covering all the LOL stuff.
True.
Okay.
Yeah.
As also, there is a character in that show. His name is Negan. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard about him.
You have Graves, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, he's Graves. The thing is when people try to get me to watch Walking Dead, it's like when my anime friends try to get me to watch One Piece, and I'm like, I'm not gonna watch like 8,000 episodes of this show. You can't make me do it.
I really think, like, watching seasons 1 through 6, I guess, of The Walking Dead, and then 1 through 5, and then powering through on, like, condensed versions of seasons 6, 7, and 8 would be good, and then watching 9, 10. I think that's actually what a couple of my friends recently ended up doing in order to catch up into watching The Walking Dead. But Netflix and a lot of other series, it's really been a bit of a down period the last couple of months. There hasn't been too much super new stuff. Better Call Saul just came back out, and that's obviously nice. Lucifer, I believe, resumes for its next season next month, I believe. But there haven't also been any like movies coming out in Korean movie theaters.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched too many of the things. It feels like you're kind of the Netflix.
The Netflix connoisseur.
Yeah, like
Okay.
you know all the different shows and what's coming out. I don't really watch that much Netflix. Although I did start watching Rick and Morty.
What?
Which what?
No, go ahead. Continue, Valdez.
Yeah, so my cousin, when I went back to America, he just like put it on.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, this is that show that all the 14-year-old savants love. And I was like, no, actually, it's a good show.
Okay.
Yeah, it gets a lot of hate on the internet because a lot of young kids tried to make memes about them, and like, I don't know, the slightly older kids that are actually also young kids tried to make fun of them. But like, I don't know, it's still a good show.
All right. I'll take your word for it, Valdez.
You're not gonna watch it?
I'm not going to watch it. I'm actually, so when you were talking about, like, there's so much content to go out and consume, I actually feel so strapped for time. Like, today we've been, well, so prior to us casting, for instance, right, we're ready about 2 hours in advance, or like 3 hours, depending on what day it is, right? So the cast itself, this will probably go until, 11:30 p.m. now, because this pause is going so long. We still have another series after this. So that'll finish. and then I have to stream after for a couple of hours.
You
and
have
then I
to
have
stream.
to get. I do, and then I have to. I sleep, wake up, and then immediately go basically right back into casting. And then there's the co-streams and the live viewing for LEC and LCS because I got to consume that content.
Huh.
And so each week there's only a handful of hours I actually get to do something that isn't LoL related. Because if I'm not casting, I'm either streaming or playing. Like 16 hours a day or more.
You're very passionate.
Thank you.
About League of Lego.
Thanks.
I'm looking at the Korean casters react to something. We're going to a VCR break, so we'll be back later.
형민.
왜?
1대1 들어와. 잘한다며. 나 너보다 잘해.
나 1대1 안 해.
빨리 들어오라고. 나 일단 아트록스 할게.
아트록스 해라. 마린씨 할게.
럼블 한다고? 오케이.
아니 마린씨 한다니까.
생각해 럼블이잖아.
아니야 마린씨 한다니까. 오버히트.
아 뭐해?
왜?
대충 하지 마.
대충이라니. 한 대? 두 대. 굿. 왜 그랬어?
아 봐준 거야.
왜 그랬어?
아 전멸도 있어. 봐준 거야.
너 이길 수 있다고 생각하냐? 꿀려면 먹고 왔지 너.
탑라이너들은 원래 꿀려면 먹어.
야 꿀려면. 야뭐 탑라이너들은 원래 꿀려면 먹어 이러고.
아 라인 탑라이너는 원래 꿀려면 저 중요해.
나 봐주려고 했는데 안 봐줄게.
아 다시 해 힐레부터.
안해.
힐레부터 다시 해.
안해. 콤보 연습하러 갈게.
얘들아, 시우가 싸우자고 콜하면 그냥 그 순간에 뺄 생각하지 말고 무조건 싸움 콜만 봐.
얘들아 싸움콜은 나다. 막판 이기자.
이기자 화이팅! 화이팅! 가자 세트 출동!
쏘았어. 일로 와봐. 나이스. 렌터.
렌터 마르고. 괜찮고. 앞에부터 잘하면부터. 보자. 기다려봐 기다. 하나 오리 맞아. 나 조직에 있거든. 내가 봐줄 수 있어. 맞아. 죽여. 야, 살려줘. 너무 좋아. 클리피 너무 좋아. 가이퍼. 너무 좋아. 얘들아 너무 고맙다. 우승하면 이런 느낌인가? 미치겠네.
팀원들한테 오늘만 제발 이겨달라고 제가 많이 말했거든요. 고맙다 얘들아.
네.
고맙다. 초심 잃으면 안 돼. 야 10등 바텀 욕심내지 마.
아, 네 전판이 너무 아쉬워서.
전판 네가 못해놓고 왜 자꾸 아쉬우면 이번 판에 잘하던가 그러면. 이번 판에 잘하면 잘해보자. 이길 수 있다. 파이팅. 조심해 이거. 정말? 나이스. 너무 좋아.
나 자신 있다고. 나 이거 솔킬 짤 수 있는데.
아니야.
알았어.
그런 건 다 알아서 하는 거야 그냥. 첫 승이야 드디어? 아니야. 오케이.
내가 먼저 볼게. 앞에 로플. 앞에 잡아야 돼. 앞에.
나이스.
오케이.
나이스. 아, 종혁 왜 이렇게 잘하냐?
수신의 라칸. 사랑해요 우리 팀. 야, 내 버스 받으라고.
구워줘. 일단 중으로 한번 들어가봐. 센터 들어가야 돼. 센터 중으로 들어가야 돼. 야, 갈게.
앞에 로플.
아 이게 승리의 맛인가? 이건가? 이게 승리의 맛인가?
땡겨.
이게 죽여.
아, 상무 다행이다.
이게 바로 10등의 반란이라고.
와, 나 너무 못해요 진짜.
잘했다.
잘했어.
얘들아 승려보 올려라. 먹여봐요. 에이 TFT 모바일 부동 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동 동작. 에이 TFT 모바일 부동 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동 동작. 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타. 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다. 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아. 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 잉더들 자 이제 누나 막았다마 회전 초밥 에이, TFT 모바일 부동 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동 동작 에이, TFT 모바일 부동 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동 동작 라이어가 멋이 부동 동작 에이, TFT 모바일 부동 동작 에이, 온유월 소리 가득 찰로 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동 동작 하다 현타 부동 동작 TFT 갤럭시 부동 동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 멋이 팬치 우주 부동 동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동 동작.
Oh, we are back at the LCK. I hope you enjoyed the Dududunga. And it was quite a short break, but I was able to run out into my living room and grab 2 pieces of chicken, eat them really quickly, and then run back. LSU there?
Yeah, I'm just not impressed.
Oh, okay.
You made it sound like that was a mission or something that was difficult, and I didn't really resonate with it.
I ate the chicken really fast.
Okay, but how did you get the chicken if you were on the ship? Have you been lying to us all along?
I'm on the ship. They deliver. It's Korea. What?
How do they deliver to the ship, Valdez?
I'm sure they would find a way.
You're sure they would find a way, or they did find a way, Valdez? It seems a little bizarre.
True. I don't know why I said it that way.
Yeah, maybe because you're not on the ship?
No, I'm on the ship. Don't worry.
Are you maybe playing
Dude,
TFT
you're
Mobile?
looking at a champ.
I'm not looking at... I am looking at the Korean broadcast right now, not you.
No, you're looking on your second monitor at the stream where I'm staring into your soul. Did you forget about that one? I think they should have made us... I think they should have made us a little bit more animated. You know what I mean?
They should. I wish there was a way to make us animated.
Maybe they should play videos of us.
Well. Okay. So we are going to rewind the game to the point where the chrono break reasoned bug happened, and if it happens again, we will be remaking the game.
Sounds like fun. I like it. What do you expect? What are the odds on this? Remake or no remake?
I'm thinking no remake. I have full confidence that the bug will not occur again.
Okay, I'm gonna say remake.
It's like finding a needle in a haystack. You know what I mean? Because of the spaghetti code.
Yeah, it's like when in Rome.
What happened? What do you do in Rome?
When in Rome. You know, like the saying.
I've never heard of that saying in my life.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm actually not joking.
I was making what was it, like a Anchorman reference, and then we find out that you don't even know the saying.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where you're going with this one, Valdez. You're gonna need to wrap it up.
When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Get it? Okay, good. We should be in game quick. Right, Alice?
Yes, I do believe that would probably be a good thing to happen.
So we are in the process. Thank you, G-Sun, for that wonderful update.
What I think that means is that they're chrono breaking and then seeing if the bug happens again, so they're playing the game out without us seeing it, just to see if they can get through it. I honestly, I have no idea what it could possibly mean. And I would really, really like a milkshake right about now.
What?
I just want to let you know that.
Why a milkshake? What? Now, you know that you said that? I really want a milkshake.
Someone said,
what?
One of the collective members said
That's
something,
so
and
weird.
I know it's very strange. I really would like one, but it's a lot of calories.
Aren't humans really weird? How we just you like gleaned an idea from the collective, and then you mentioned it, and then you made me want it.
I feel like a lot of people probably want a milkshake now. And now I'm not alone in this, so I no longer feel weird champ about it.
This would be like a 200 IQ dairy industry ad. Like we're just actually boosting the amount of milkshakes that people drink.
Well,
yeah, you can get one at your local store for $9.99. Available. Actually, that's pretty.
That's extremely expensive.
No, it's not a good ad anymore.
What is wrong with you? Yeah, I'm gonna have to take that price. I really like it.
Yeah.
If I had a milkshake for $9.99 though, I'd probably feel bad about it. I would probably actually discount it, especially if like the collective came. I would probably discount it and like, you know, I have a big sign on the door and it would say discount on the milkshakes, and it would bring all the people to the store, and then they'd get in and it's $9.98.
$9.98.
I would have a Pepe laugh mask on.
You just have posters of your face from that video.
They didn't know. But then they look at the milkshake and they're like, "Well, I came here to get it. I can't leave now."
Yeah. What if we meant $9.99 Korean?
Ooh.
You know how much that is? That's less than $1.
That's less than $1. That would be a deal.
That is a real deal.
That is a real deal.
But then you get in and it's a milkshake for ants.
I apply like ship tax. It actually goes up to $10.
Yeah.
Ship tax.
See, now that we've fully played out the ad, I wonder how many people really want a milkshake right now.
I wonder how many people already have a milkshake. They think that we're talking to them.
Oh, you know? There's probably like five people that were drinking milkshakes. I didn't even think about that. That's true.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That is a ratio. I actually have strawberry ice cream in the fridge, and I'm going to eat it between series now.
Okay, wait. We have the game, and we're going to see. Do not ult him. Okay. Good.
Oh, Kana just didn't even ult. Well, now the game is forever changed.
Ellen got away. They didn't
changes
kill him.
Everything. Look at him strutting away. He's like, "Ha."
Yeah, he's like, okay. This is awkward. Should I go back to base?
That is a really cool skin. Actually, it looks like the things from, or the thing from Jeepers Creepers. The monster. Did you ever see that show? If you didn't, I don't blame you. It was really not. Don't watch.
Don't watch it.
But
okay.
Okay, effort now. Let's try to really just space ourselves back into the game here, Valdez. Okay.
Okay.
As Silas now up in top lane. So this is what I was talking about before we cut to the break, where now Silas is going to be very safe up in top, able to farm very easy. And so Aurelia walked away from this with about a 50 CS advantage. Okay? And she's now moving towards the Infernal Dragon. And this isn't a team fight that T1 realistically are going to be able to take. They're shoved in bot lane. Azir is able to move first, but Trundle, you can see pings going down onto the Raptor camp. It seems like they are very content to just give it up. Now, look at Ixu right here. He has a giant wave that is coming in. Now, fortunately for Kana, this is one of the champions that he can still actually fight with, given that they both are still the same level. But Azir and Trundle now moving up. They moved over a ward, though, so that's going to foil their plans.
That they did. And we are back in game. This feels weird. I don't know. We were podcasting for so... No. Can we get the Fs out in the chat?
not sure what's happening. It is very suspenseful, but I'm not really sure what's happening. I also want to point out something that I wasn't really paying that much attention to, actually, prior to the break, is the discrepancy between Azir and Aurelia actually has Azir favored, and the Sylas and the Ornn are almost completely even. So, all things considered, the lane swap went fantastic for the Aurelia, but Ixu did not hold up his end of the bargain. Valdez, you're leaving me high and dry. Honestly, I don't know what is going on here, but come on.
So,
we're going to the ship, man. You gotta be excited.
What do you think is the reason for the pause?
That's an excellent question.
Do you think it's another Sylas bug?
Well, the reason for the pause, actually. So I'm gonna show you why they pay me the big bucks
Wait,
right
don't
now.
tell
Okay. I'm gonna tell them.
No.
Valdez. The reason for the pause is someone hit the enter key. Okay. / and then PAUSE, and then re-hit the enter key.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll forward you my account information.
Send me an invoice. There was a bug on the screen of Ixu. He has reconnected to the game.
Well,
it is solved. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, we should be good to go in that case.
Well, I think that what they're really doing is they're trying to really stretch it to the point that if this was a 3-game series, we are going to end right on time. And
they're like, no, they can't get away that easy.
They can't get away this fast.
We need to keep them here until the end of a typical 3-game series.
All right.
All right, ult.
Ixu, try.
Oh,
the mad life!
Oh, that's gonna fail. He tried to ult himself. That was kind of sad.
That was a really good move by Kana. He tried to make the width of the fake ram basically account for both options of Ixu.
Yeah,
and in doing so, was able to actually hit the flash. There was a way for Ixu to outplay that, but wasn't quite able to in the end. So really nice maneuver there by Kana. And honestly, this game is looking very different than it did pre-pause, and that has to feel bad if you're APK. And so now the question is that where is their mental fortitude going to be at? Right now they have a little bit over a 1,000 gold lead. They have an Infernal Dragon too. However, Ocean Dragon coming up in this game is going to be really high priority for both of these teams, but there's no neutral objective available on the map anymore. There's no more turret plates, which means that it's going to be really hard for APK to accelerate a lead now. They have no siege potential, no sort of realistic pick potential, given that there's no reason to move into the rivers, right? Why would anyone face check an Elise or a Nautilus at this point in the game? So we're going to enter the lull state, the ping pong phase, and T1 are just going to coast into an enormously strong mid game. And you can just see Kana accounting for both options.
This guy got an A+ in geometry, man. He knew exactly where to place that. We had Azir use his ultimate, and I suppose the Ornn flashed away. He doesn't have flash right now, so he changed it over to something else, perhaps. I don't know. But either way, we do have Effort in a kind of a rough spot. He's got Kana with him now, going for the double knockup onto 2 of them. Flashing over the wall here is Kana, considering continuing on the chase. He is going for it. He doesn't give a damn right now. Gonna get the knockup, and Kana is gonna get another kill here. As he is gonna pay for it though, as finally Ixu able to line that one up. And meanwhile, up on the top side, we have a pause.
Penelope Pauser over here. I don't know what is going on in this series. Always pausing Korea. Okay, that is what APK stands for.
Korea.
That's exactly what it stands for.
Let me try something.
소환사 한 명이 게임을 종료했습니다.
Did that work?
That was so bad. Ixu just left the game. It was like you were on Team Voice with them.
That's me losing my mind slowly as this game goes to another pause. Oh, good, we got a replay.
We're gonna go back to the replay here. A much greater time.
He tried to.
Alright, now let me break it down for you here. So Nautilus pressed the Q, followed by the W and the E, and in doing so, initiated a sequence of events that was then followed up by T1 Kana, who then also pressed some of his buttons on his keyboard located on the left-hand side, managed to get the knockup on the avatar character that was the Nautilus before being knocked up himself, and then eventually brought down by the Kaisa.
Okay. All right. I mean, sure.
Not false.
Whatever. Well said. Well said. Kana is playing he's playing really well, to be honest. Him and Ellen together are a couple of young talents that I'm just really surprised that T1 is so good at scouting talent and then developing them into these kinds of players. I mean, they look great in this match. We'll have to see more. I mean, we've seen Kana do well already, but I'd like to see more of Ellen too.
Well, I think that they've been doing really, really good. Obviously, they had some hiccups this game after getting the really early advantages, but Kana has really been on point mechanically, except for that one blunder, but we don't talk about that. That was actually in a different universe, which is why we remade the game. So,
sure.
Kana did end up just dying right now. We are in yet another pause. There is something very buggy about this game, and right now in the game, we saw the Aurelia, the Elise, up at the top tier 2 turret. Now, the problem is that it's 16 minutes in-game timer. So if they do use the Rift Herald, it would be in T1's best interest to let the tier 3 turret die and the inhibitor, and then get permanent free farm. 16, 17, 18, 19 minutes, champions don't even have their second core item completed. There is no way to utilize the pressure of the super minions in the top wave, which just means the APK will bleed out for 5 minutes of super minions constantly erasing the top waves. And because, again, the lack of base levels on the champions on APK, no real siege or poke potential, Azir can wave clear mid lane for days. Jungler can stay in close proximity to the top lane, you're never going to lose Nexus turrets, and APK is just going to hemorrhage out the game, and all of a sudden Silas or whoever gets allocated the gold and the resources in top lane is going to grow so much further ahead than anyone on APK.
Yeah, it's something that we've seen before, especially this early on in the game. If you go all the way to the inhibitor, generally not a good idea. We have seen one team, I forget who it was.
I think it was T1.
It was
left
T1
the
or Gen G. Yeah, they left it. And, because the inhibitor takes such a short amount of time to kill anyway. So, like, if you were trying to make a quick push to the base, it's probably not going to matter. But yeah, it's pretty uncommon. But the two of them, you could just see like they're a duo. The Elise and the Aurelia. They
a lot of
stick
people,
together the whole game.
They might think of this as doesn't that create a 4v5 if T1 just has one member constantly up in top lane trying to clear out the super minion waves and farming it? Well, okay, yes, it is a 4 versus 5. Now let's explain what. Oh, hold on, we're getting word about the bug. Something with a PC issue. I
oh, really?
have no idea.
Something about Ixu's PC? It's not working well, so they're changing it, maybe? Probably? I hope so. He is reconnecting, but his PC is lagging. So instead of continuing, they're considering changing the PC.
It's their home PCs. How did this happen?
I don't know. Like you said, it's we gotta make it to around 8 p.m., which is when a 3-game series would end. That's in 20 minutes.
Okay.
So the pause is going to go on for another 3 minutes. T1 is going to win in 17 minutes.
Okay.
And then it'll be the perfect time to go into a 3-game series for the final series of the night as well.
Perfect.
That way we end at 12, and then you can go to sleep, and tomorrow you will be casting.
No, I have to stream.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, you got to stream.
You just don't listen to me these days. I feel like that's really the problem in our relationship. We really need to seek out counseling.
You know, eventually, you know, year 3, year 4, year 5, it just becomes a little bit drawn out.
What's 3, 4, and 5? What?
3, 4, and 5 years of our relationship.
Oh. Valdez, I've known you since 2012.
Oh.
Oh, man.
You caught me.
I wish I could make a joke with your name about, like, brain broke, but it definitely didn't work.
Brain... What is a negative word? What is going on?
Me?
Wait, did you just see what happened on the stream? That's really funny.
Wait, what just happened?
Like, slowly pulled up the bottom of our...
What? Wait,
Look
what?
at the stream. There's like APK versus T1 on the bottom.
Yeah.
You like slowly pulled up us to reveal it. It was so funny.
Okay.
Man, you know my chicken is waiting.
Your chicken is waiting.
I was able to get 2 pieces of chicken, and then it's just sitting there going cold. What am I gonna do? If I heat it up, it gets soggy. If I eat it cold, it's like, It's not like pizza. Maybe I should have ordered pizza.
Wait, isn't there like a trick with microwaves where you put?
Oh, you put like a glass of
water. Yeah.
In a paper cup or something.
Yeah. Why not just remake the chicken?
You mean I should order it again?
Yeah, sure. Now I really want chicken. I can't eat chicken, Valdez. I actually, right now, I'm planning to eat chicken salad after this.
So what is salad? What is salad?
Salad. I do love salad, Valdez.
Salad is just where you put like some green things with a beef patty, right?
Why are you talking about bread again?
I didn't. I said beef patty.
Yeah, patty made me think of burger.
Yeah, beef patty is the like flat molded piece of ground beef that makes the meat part of the burger. There's no bread involved.
Sure there isn't. Did you see Raz tweeting about Mega Mac earlier? He had never seen it because I guess North America didn't have it.
Yeah, I saw that. He's
A
like,
Mega
what
Mac
is this?
Yeah.
We've had that for...
We've had it for years.
We've had that for like 5 years. Mega Max.
Right.
I used to eat those, actually.
Yeah, you did. That used to be your order. You know what? See,
that's why I'm so skinny.
That's how good of a
that's
relationship we have. I remember.
Actually, Effort's gonna die. Oh no.
Okay.
We have to pause again.
Please stop. Just.
He's like, no, I wasn't ready. We need to chrono break.
Just make it stop. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Lost sanity. Strikes
Get me out, Valdez.
My brain is vanished. Brain vanished. That's me, BV. Oh, by the way, you guys can't see this, but it's Wadid's first time casting.
Yeah.
It's his first time casting. Like,
he's
like,
getting a proper
you know,
introduction.
This is what always happens when there's like a new caster. You always gotta have this like massive pause. And I see him, he's like laughing, he's like losing his mind.
Yeah, this is actually the real trial. This is the way that you know if you can do it or not.
It's true. I feel like it's happened so many times that it's a real thing.
Yeah. This is a pretty common occurrence, but, you know, that aside, at least, well, actually, it looks like the Korean casters are getting involved with, I don't know what, but I just saw Sunghae obviously motioning towards the camera for something. Not sure what.
He's like, bring me some chicken. I heard Valdez has some chicken. He's probably really hungry. He's been casting since the beginning. You know the way the Korean side does it. Oh, Wadid just stood up. He's really angry. The way the Korean side does it is they keep the play-by-play in the middle, and they chain him to the desk for 8 hours, and then they rotate analysts.
Oh yeah, that is what they do. Which is
had-
very strange.
Yeah, they had like all 4. I mean,
Because
yeah.
go ahead. Sorry.
No, well, they are bringing in what's his name? Well, Wadid is here, but also the other guy that was on the analyst desk, like the 2 analyst desk guys. They took turns like subbing in for desk, casting work. So it's yeah, they have a lot of people to rotate, I suppose.
So someone from the collective asked, LS, did you finish your thought about APK pushing down the inhib, turning the game into a 45? let me answer that for him.
No.
Because he has been
Don't
the
ask
lone
him that.
soldier. So the thing is that whenever you view an isolated... Okay, never mind. We're just going to go to a break.
Oh, all right. Wait, really?
We're never going to know. We're never going to know.
I'll let you open with it when we come back.
All right.
But
No, don't do that.
guys,
Maybe
he's
they'll
swapping
pause
out the PC because there's still an issue. So I guess we are going to go to a break. Wait, are you sure we're going to a break?
I thought they said they were going to a...
Yes, we are going to a break. Okay, we will be back.
시대에 살고 있죠. 그의 전설은 2013년 데뷔 후 지금까지 아직도 현재 진행형입니다.
페이커 선수는 뭐 누구나 아는 레전드고 슈퍼스타고 결국 리그 오브 레전드 역사는 페이커가 등장하기 전후로 나뉜다. 온갖 수식어를 다 붙여도 될 만큼 엄청난 선수라고 생각을 하고요. 역사에 족적을 남긴 거죠.
끊임없는 도전 끝에 달성한 LCK 최초 2000킬. 페이커는 역사상 가장 위대한 리그 오브 레전드 프로 선수이자 살아있는 전설입니다.
킬도 제가 최초로 했었는데 또 2000킬을 하고 나니까 최초를 가져가서 좀 오래오래 기억이 남을 것 같고요. 또 2000킬을 하고 나니까 확실히 시간이 좀 빨리 가는 것 같아요.
페이커 2000킬 마이너스 12. 근데 이렇게 되면 페이커 더블킬. 페이커 더블킬. 페이커 또킬. 네. 페이커 없어요. 킬이냐 페이커. 그래서 더블킬. 마이너스 3킬 남았습니다. 그러게요. 예. 그리고 기관 먹었어요. 장로의 힘이요. 페이커. 예. 꽤 2000킬. 아, 최초 2000킬.
우리는 이제 글로벌 골드의 영향을 조금 덜 받습니다. 물론 그런데 그대로
그때 이제 첫 킬이 나왔는데 앰비션 선수가 좀 긴장하셨는지 상대방의 실수가 나왔기 때문에 사실 제가 잘했다는 느낌은 딱 안 받았던 것 같아요. 그 당시에 내성적인 성격이기도 하고 학교에서 발표 같은 거 하면은 누구나 떨리잖아요. 그래서 학교에서 발표하는 느낌으로 게임하고 있었는데 당연히 이제 긴장은 되죠.
되셨습니까?
3세트 때 경기장에 비가 왔는데 비가 그치더라고요. 그래서 우승할 수 있겠다 이렇게 생각했던 것 같아요.
엄청난 피지컬 컨트롤!
팬분들이 하도 많이 올려주셔가지고 기억이 납니다. 나중에 한번 뭐 미러전 해보면 또 재밌을 것 같아요. 파이팅입니다.
15연승! 이번 시즌 단 한 번의 패배도 안 했습니다.
하나 생각나는 거는 그때는 질 거라는 생각이 안 들었던 것 같아요. 승전 때 제가 리븐으로 솔로캐 3렙에 따낸 것이 기억에 남는데 제가 좀 결승전에 가도 잘 안 떴더래요. 그래서 좀 더 잘 나오는 것 같아요. 그때는 워낙 게임을 열정적으로 많이 하고 휴가 때도 게임이 재밌어서 거의 24시간 하루 종일 밥 먹고 자는 시간 빼고 게임하던 시절이었는데 그렇게 즐겁게 게임을 하니까 좋은 성적이 나온 게 아닌가 생각해요. 14년도 때 뭔가 저희 팀이 갑자기 왜 약해졌는지 모르겠는데 갑자기 좀 경기력이 안 나오더라고요. 그래서 우리 팀끼리 이제 어떻게 하면 더 잘할 수 있을까 뭐 그런 얘기도 많이 했었는데 결과가 안 좋게 돼서 좀 아쉽게 된 것 같아요. 해외 가능성도 생각을 해봤는데 사실 저는 그거보다 한국에서 뛰는 게 좀 더 저한테 있어서 더 좋은 경험이 되지 않을까 뭐 그렇게 생각을 했던 것 같아요. 뭐 T1이 좋아서 그런 것도 있겠고.
언제까지 기다릴지 일단 한번 건드려 봤는데요. 뒤쪽 나갔을 때 이진군 잡았어요. 끝났는데 정확히요. 학살 피고 이거 또 다시 빼야 돼요. 빼야 돼요.
뒤. 이번 미드죠. 맞지만 그리고 플레이 이번에는 플레이 자 이거서 박기 선수
근데 백업 위쪽 올라갔다가 이게 더블킥 끊겼습니다.
그때 스프링 개막전인데 펜타킬을 했다는 게 갑자기 지금 와서는 신기하기도 하네요.
백이 끊어준 헬프 슈퍼 세이브 페이커 더블킥 이렇게 내 거야 하나 더
그때는 약간 분노에 차 있었던 것 같아요. 좀 더 잘할 수 있는데 못한 부분이 좀 많은 것 같아서.
100분만이 아니죠. 이번엔 킬 더블킥 내라 전사 트리플킥 이러면 벤타가 드라킥
15년도 때 생각외로 그냥 금방 맞췄던 것 같아요. 그 당시에는 새로운 멤버들이랑 처음 하는 건데도 불구하고 위화감 없이 다들 잘 했던 것 같아요. 팀플레이. 15년도 하면은 미드 픽이 굉장히 다양했던 걸로 기억해요. 그래서 그런 픽들을 좀 카운터 칠 만한 챔피언들도 많이 연구해보고 연습 단계에서 제가 픽을 좀 많이 하다 보니까 마스터이나 이렐리아 이런 픽을 했었는데
미드 이렐이다.
와. 홈인데.
이렐리아를 치고 빠지네. 이렐리아.
처음에 그 반응을 보고 나서는 왜 그렇게 말하지? 하고 생각을 해봤는데 설마 대회에서 쓰겠어라고 생각하셨던 것 같아요.
전면 타이밍
많은 분들이 워낙 좋아하셔가지고 근데 카시궁극기를 제가 원래 소리 듣고 피하거나 아니면 모션을 보고 피하는데 좀 보기에는 멋있죠. 네, 보기에는 멋있지만 별로 실속은 없는 누구나 피할 수 있는 그런 건 것 같아요. 15년도에는 이제 우승 많이 했으니까 성공했던 한 해라고 할 수 있겠죠. 저희 팀이 강했다 보니까 게임 외적으로도 많은 퍼포먼스를 보여줄 수 있었던 것 같아요.
다이브 안봐 SK적인 힘
멀리 못 갑니다. 애드 멀리 못 갑니다. 애드 멀리 못 갑니다. 고만치기 끝까지 몰아넣습니다.
돌았고
MC 먼저
가볍다라고 생각했는데 이거 잡아 이제
데미지를 주고 빠집니다. 페이커 데프트 자 데프트가 빠져나 데프트 쉴드
제발 나 살려줘 자 이번에 진짜
너무 가까이 있죠.
다 녹여요 다 녹여요
그리고 코드라킬까지
16년 때는 사실 좀 불안한 감이 많이 있기는 했는데
마지막으로 한마디만 드리면 저희 SK 티어는 좀 부지는 있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
자 잡으러 가자
킨드레드가 전멸이랑 궁극기가 없는 줄 알고 계속 따라갔는데 게임 끝나보니까 궁극기가 있더라고요. 마오가 긴장을 많이 했는지 알버튼을 못 눌렀나봐요. 킬도 16년도에 했는지 몰랐어요. 꽤 생각보다 좀 최근이었구나 뭐 이렇게 생각이 드네요.
제가 최초라는 것에 많이 놀랐고요. 앞으로도 좀 많은 기록을 세울 수 있었으면 좋겠어요.
이제 17년도 때 KT랑 저희랑 굉장히 치고받고를 많이 했었는데 이제 4인궁 때는 이제 상대방이 좀 많이 뭉쳐서 좋았던 것 같아요. 네. 워낙 또 긴장감 넘치는 경기이기도 했고 중요한 경기라서 그런지 팀원들이 밥상을 잘 차려줬구나 이렇게 느껴지더라고요. 저희가 넥서스가 깨지기 직전이었는데 역전한 경기도 지금 와서 생각해보면 좋은 것 같아요. 이렇게 명경기를 해서 이겼다는 게 기적의 한타가 많이 나온 것 같아요. 그리고 결승전 때인가요? 키즈 대박도 장면 중에 하나고 3대0으로 이겼죠. 네, 언제나 저희는 우승한다는 생각밖에 없어가지고 결승전 때는 이제 3대0으로 빨리 끝내고 즐겁게 회식하는 게 하나의 소확행입니다.
지금 있죠? 저거 그리고
피하고 페이커
18년도 때는 워낙 또 저는 기억이 잘 안 나가지고 경기하면서 배운 점들도 많았고 이제 올해는 무조건 우승해야겠다 이렇게 생각을 했던 것 같고 이전에 멤버 교체가 몇 번 있었지만 이렇게 내 라인 전부 교체된 거는 처음이어가지고 뭐 새로운 팀에 온 것 같은 새로운 느낌으로 했던 것 같아요.
물론 이건 타이밍도 나고
제가 성장도 잘 됐고 되게 좀 잘했던 경기라고 기억이 남는 것 같아요. 오랜만에 트로피를 들어오는 거라서 좋았던 것 같아요.
현재 9위인 SKT인데 SKT가 5연패가 최다 연패거든요. 근데 오늘 만약 패배하면 연패 기록이 세워집니다.
오늘 경기 시작하기 전에 제가 팀원들한테 우스갯소리로 13연승 하자고 이야기했거든요.
팀원들이 자신감이 많이 떨어지는 것 같아서 자신감을 좀 올려주기 위해서 그렇게 얘기한 것도 없지 않아 있는 것 같습니다.
이거 안으로 들어가면서 다시 잡혔고 전멸등부터 들어가 버려. 데미지가 들어가서 잡아서 데미지가 반짝이.
저렇게 진영만 잡아줘도 아무리 다 쓸어버립니다.
그렇죠. SKT는 두 개의 넥서스가 있어요.
KT 이미 끝납니다. 여기서 더블까지 높이면서 에이스를 띄웁니다.
한번 돌파 결승 진출 롤드컵 진출. 들어가고 싶을까요? 그래도 전쟁을 기다려 한번 날렸고요. 코치 1.4 버블 나와요. 버블 SK텔레콤 자 1.2 슛 몽둥이들 전장의 화신들 4명 전사 에이스
좀 놀라긴 했던 것 같은데 굉장히 좋았던 것 같아요. 어떤 선수를 상대해도 뭐 자신이 있었던 것 같아요. 지금도 마찬가지지만. 네.
이제 싸움을 한번 해볼까? 튕겨볼까? 네요. 이러면 셀리는 구도 아닌가요? 민구도 아닌데.
되나요? 아 트리플 킬 페이커가 맞아요. 아 여기서 페이커.
LCK 2000킬 달성했는데 앞으로도 킬도 좋지만 어시스트도 많이 하고 데스도 안 하면서 KDA를 많이 올려보도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 언제나 우승을 많이 하고 싶고요. 기록보다는 그냥 많이 이기고 싶네요. 프로게이머 하기 잘했다고 생각하죠. 무언가를 이뤘다는 느낌을 많이 받아서 프로도 좀 더 이제 오래오래 활동하면서 더 많은 기록들을 좀 남기고 싶어요. e스포츠 역사가 긴데 그 중간에 제가 뛰어들어서 뭐 그냥 그 길에 흠집만 안 내고 달렸을 뿐이라고 생각을 해서 3000킬, 4000킬까지 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 먹이봐요 헤이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 헤이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여긴 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 막간 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 라이어가 멋이 부동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 하다 현타 부동동작 TFT 갤럭시 부동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 팬츠 우주 부동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동작.
We are back after the Dudung Dingjang song. I'm glad you guys got to join us for that. And I'm glad that they're playing it over and over again because that's really the one bright light in my life as of right now. There's more pauses, as you guys can see. It's me and LS here. We're back for the podcast, of course. And
I want to jump right into it.
Sure.
So the 4v5. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Valdez. Yeah, take the stage. So, if anyone watching the game recalls, the top inhibitor could have potentially gone down. And, you know what? I've lost my train of thought, Valdez. Take over.
Oh, okay. Sure. So, during the break, I went and I ate some chicken. It was really good. And then, very importantly, I went and I grabbed a milkshake.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Did you? Wait, I got my strawberry ice cream. I ate it.
You got your ice cream? Yes.
Yes.
We're just bumping up those dairy stocks, man. That's what we want.
That is exactly what's going on.
Yeah, hashtag ad.
I'm very worried about my chicken salad. It's gonna get cold.
What are you talking? It's supposed to be cold.
What? No.
It's
the chicken's
salad.
supposed to be warm.
No.
Yeah, the salad's cold, the chicken's warm.
No, the chicken is cold too. Have you ever eaten a chicken salad before?
You are a type of species that I do not.
I thought you were gonna call me like a sociopath.
Oh no. That's totally fine.
Because people
it's really good that the podcast is back. I really hope that they don't interrupt us with any League of Legends.
They've tried multiple times, and we've
they
shut
really
them
have.
down with more
We had
and
to
more
keep them in
pauses.
line. Yeah.
We told them, what's important, actually.
Yeah. You had to use the big voice.
Yeah.
To let them know.
Atlas. So Atlas is going to be casting starting tomorrow, and he. By the way, he's in. I hope he doesn't mind.
He's in
saying
Jeju.
this. Yeah, he's in Jeju. Took a little vacation. Didn't expect the LCK to come back this fast, I suppose. But either way, we swapped around the days. That's why I'm doing the first couple of days. And he's going to be coming back tomorrow. And he has like a really awesome mic, and he has a mixer so he can change his voice.
Oh, that's right. Maybe he'll use it.
He can do super deep or like echo, reverb. He can go super high pitched. He does it, you know, when we're just like hanging out in Discord. He uses it, but like I don't know if he would actually want to do it on like a Riot broadcast. But
that would be pretty funny.
You guys
He
should
did do
ask
it.
him. You should tweet at him and say, "Please, Atlas, can you use your epic voice during one of the team fights?" I think it would be really fun. Like, I really don't think it's like a big deal. Like, you know, I don't think it's wrong. Would add entertainment, and that's really all it's about.
I like that.
Yeah.
I do like that. And you know what I have to tell you about Valdez? I am getting
what's up?
word from the collective.
Okay.
Exactly.
Oh, they said Aatrox?
What? No. You misheard me. Valdez.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, you need to listen a little bit closer next time.
What did they
to,
say?
In order to hear it. What?
What?
Valdez. Honestly, what is going on with you? You're a little bit off.
Okay. Maybe the voice chat cut out. I had my chicken. The chicken was good, and
oh, what flavor? Oh, yeah, that's right. You already told me.
Oh no, it was a different flavor than I was expecting. We actually had the honey.
Honey?
Yeah, like a honey glaze fried chicken. It's pretty good. The only thing is that it's pretty oily, so it gets a little bit old fast. But other than that, it's definitely it's good for the first like 5 or 6 pieces.
Who puts honey on chicken?
Korea.
Listen,
the
Korea
same
does
nation
some
that
really...
puts corn on pizza.
No, Korea does some really weird stuff. Okay, let me hit you with some Pringle flavors. Okay.
Oh yes.
How
please.
about sour cream bologna?
No, that's not. That's not.
Oh,
real.
that's a real flavor. Yes, it is.
No, it's.
Yes,
I cannot believe that.
it is.
Sour cream bologna.
Sour cream bologna. What else is there? There's some real abominations in some Pringle flavors that.
I had one the other day that was like.
There's
crab, like crab something.
There's spaghetti and chocolate. Have you seen that one?
Not together.
Oh, it's a thing. You can find it.
No,
oh
that's
yes.
Disgusting.
I'm fully aware. Spaghetti and chocolate.
Really,
Pringles.
I don't. That makes me uncomfortable. Spaghetti.
What
and
is
chocolate.
your favorite flavor of chips?
I used to like sour cream a lot, but actually my favorite chip is the nacho cheese Doritos. You could
That's
say
not
that
bad.
I'm a true gamer.
That is actually really respectable. Personally, I think I actually like salt and vinegar the most.
Salt and vinegar? I don't know if I've ever had that actually. No, I
Really?
have. I've tasted it. It's pretty good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I really like salt and vinegar. It's definitely it's an underappreciated flavor. You know what Korea just started getting in all of the marts and stores near me? Is they actually have Arizona iced tea now.
Really?
Yeah, they have it up near me. I don't know about where you are, but Arizona.
Is it $1?
It's less than $1.
No.
Yes.
Is it like the big can or
it's 700? It's 701. It's a medium-sized can. It's not like the. It's not the ones that you would expect in America. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you're gonna have to show me a picture.
Well, it comes out to about 56 cents. USD.
56 cents.
56 cents.
When you say the medium can, how medium are we talking here? Is this American medium or is this Korea medium?
You know so it's I'm trying to think what amount of I think it's the 550 milliliters.
Really?
Or it's a little bit bigger than that. It's the one that's a little bit bigger than that, but it's not quite a liter. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, those are. I think those are the ones that are the dollar in America.
Yeah, well, they're only 57 cents here in Korea.
Wow.
Yeah.
You wanna go in there and ask them for a crate and send it my way?
They actually do sell them in crates.
I feel like you're trolling me.
I really did. I bought 2
crates.
I bought 2 about a month and a half ago, and then I never bought any again.
Why is that?
Too many calories.
Are you on a diet right now?
I wouldn't say I'm on a diet. I'm watching my caloric intake.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah.
This really does feel like a podcast now.
It really does.
We've skewed so far away.
I am so curious what the LCK Korean cast is even talking about at this point.
I mean, imagine they're still talking about the game.
They're talking about Wadded being the most Googled person in Korea from the 20s. Is that real?
The most what?
From the 20. I think that means like the 20, like people that are in their 20s.
The most gold?
Google.
The most Googled player in his 20s? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Jason, can you type this out? It's really hard for me to... I can't hear. I don't know what's going on. My brain just... Okay, he's number 1 in Naver, apparently. Right now. So he's the most searched thing on Naver from...
the 20s age group.
Okay, so that's very descriptive. Now we understand. So Naver is basically Korean Google, and they show like the top searches from different age groups. Apparently, I didn't know they did different age groups as well. So from the 20s people that are searching, he is the most searched thing right now, and that's because I guess it's his first time on the Korean broadcast.
Oh, that probably is the reason, right? Like a lot of... Oh no, because he's been on the analyst desk so much on the Korean broadcast. So I wonder what's actually causing that. Ji-san, do you have potentially any insight?
I mean, it's his first cast, right? He's
true.
done like analyst desk stuff, but he's got like a pretty fun road that he's been on. Oh, because the Korean podcast is so funny with Sungcaster right now.
Oh, okay.
Sungke is a super funny guy. I love him, actually.
Well.
I know it's kind of sudden to reveal my...
Yeah, I didn't know that, you felt so strongly.
Yeah, it's real. It's a real bromance, me and him. And Atlas. Atlas loves him, too. He's a really nice guy. Just for real. Like, he's just super nice, friendly, charismatic. What do you think, Ellis?
I've never interacted with him on a personal level all that much, but he's always been very pleasant with me backstage at Lowell Park.
Yes. Yes, he has. And hopefully we can introduce you so you can get to know him a little bit better in the future. And there's probably like 5 people in the chat that just joined and they're like, what is going on?
Yeah, there's probably a couple of people.
What is happening?
They're really wondering what, is going on here. And if you're just joining us, you're actually tuning in to the LCK Episode 5 of the Pog State. We have actually sabotaged the computers at the APK residence in order to get the pauses so that you guys can be here with us talking about things that do not pertain to League of Legends. And it would be a real shame if they happen to start resuming the game and interrupting us again.
No.
That would be a little upsetting.
Yeah, do not do that. We need to continue talking about whatever it is we're talking about.
Yeah.
We have a computer ready, apparently.
Okay.
You
ready
what
for
I'm
this
hearing.
one?
Oh, a VCR ready.
Okay.
See, this I can't hear. So I suppose that we might be going to the VCR in a second. Maybe you guys get to watch the the Faker video again.
Well,
could be happening.
I really hope that they get to see TFT Mobile. You were supposed to do the sound effects and you didn't. You're really letting me down.
Yeah, it's
tonight.
Du Dung Dung Jang.
Thank you for that one, Valdez.
Just so you guys know the correct pronunciation. Very important. But I'm just going to continue saying Du Du Dunga because that's more fun. I mean, that's like the hottest song right now.
It absolutely is. I'm sure that it'll be trending on all music outlets in the world by tomorrow morning.
I mean, if you go on Naver, the Korean Google, and you search for the tens age group, they've probably searched for that song the most because everybody in the collective is 12, by the way. Of course. What?
Valdez, what are you trying to say about them?
No, 12, by the way. That's what they are. It's just a known thing.
All right.
There's probably some Zoomers out there that don't even know that meme. LS, you're not that
breaking
Zoomerish, right?
We need to break the fourth wall here. Okay. So we're not sure when the VCR is going to be ready, but Valdez here actually would like to answer questions from chat. And apparently...
it seems like the game is ready. Sorry about that. We're going to have to cut that to another time. Here we go.
It seems like when we threaten
I'm not even lying.
this.
No questions from chat.
All right, hold on. We're just waiting for a pause.
Don't even...
Just give it a bit of time. It's coming.
He would have paused by now, right?
Soon.
Look at him. He's running around. He's like testing his buttons. It was Ixu's laggy computer, right? All right.
Yeah. What?
Break down the. Break this down.
Okay. So what ended up happening here is Ixu comes in, mines effort, and kills him. I'll send you my invoice on PayPal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, LS. We'll cut back to you shortly. And anyway, Faker killed Secret.
I'm totally losing it.
When you go on like an hour and a half pause, like stuff seems to go out the window. It's inevitable.
Oh, the game froze for a second.
You got baited, man.
My heart stopped. All right.
My heart jumped. It skipped a beat. I was ready. I was ready for the podcast again.
All right. So, let's see. Let's see what ended up happening let's see what's going to end up happening as we are now waiting on Ocean Dragon is coming up here shortly. You can see Elise with Oblivion Orb plus Sork Pen Boots able to deal virtually true damage onto the Azir as well as the MF, depending on if she's going to end up getting any sort of MR later. Obviously Taric is there, so we have to keep that in mind. And the Ocean Drake might just actually be given up by T1 as Silas does recall.
나이스 큐 빠졌고 노플이야.
조직해 놔주라.
So give it to me, give it to me.
이거 이제 미드 막을 생각하자 전령으로.
Baker's he wants the kills. He said he wanted more assists and more deaths in the upcoming games, as you guys saw on the video we had of him, but that's not true. He says, "Give me the kill." To be fair, I think it was between him and Ellen. So obviously, you wanna scale up your Azir and not your Trundle. The Trundle, he's got pretty much all the items he has. I mean, or he needs. He has stopwatch, and that's it. That's all you need. as Cover was thinking about going for a flank. Didn't really pan out, though.
So the scary thing about this is that Azir has his 2.5 completed core items. Aurelia is honestly having a bit of an identity crisis. Build-A-Bear Workshop in her inventory means that this could get a little bit ugly. Abyssal Mask completed for the Ornn, but not the Sunfire Cape. T1's actually just going to raise the mid-tier 1 turret. And we're not going to have a team fight break out, it seems. Perhaps they're thinking about...
Ooh, flashing away from that one as Faker tried to get on in there, and the bullet time will come out. That's a huge amount of damage. A big knock up there from the Sylas stolen depth charge as they are fighting front to back with the Taric ultimate, and will be able to pick up 1 kill. Can we make
Aurelia,
it 2? Ooh, not quite.
Aurelia's just AFK in bot lane right now. Only has a Blade of the Ruin King and a Phage, so not a whole lot of damage. No teleport either on Cover. He's going to have to walk through mid lane here. Take a couple of turret shots. Baron has been started. And Aurelia will have Vanguard's Edge when she gets in here. I don't know what APK is going to do. Flawless needs to steal this.
Try to get in there. The stopwatch from Secret. Not good enough to save his life as Kana over here trying to zone them out. Should be successful even if he loses his own life. That will be Baron. Going down to SKT here at 20 minutes and a half. As you can see, Flawless looking for the follow-up here, but they're relatively tanky. Outside of Faker, Flawless waiting for that one. He is just going to get punished.
Up the water spout. Goes the Elise. And the score 6-9 right now as T1 is really on top here. Inside of this game, they did give over the Ocean Dragon, but Faker, you can see in this replay, he tries to go for the Shurima Shuffle onto Hybrid, stands his ground, and then with the bullet time and all the other damage, they know Aurelia is down in the bot lane. And with the Taric ultimate, they just ignore the turret. And remember, APK's team composition is so wonky. It doesn't really do anything. The Aurelia is the centerpiece of it all. And so in straight-up team fights and even weird, awkward disengages like that, it's just going to look very disjointed. Here in the Baron, you know APK trying to come up. They have to do something. They don't want to just give over the Baron. Ends up going T1's way. I'm not sure what they're supposed to do anymore inside of this game.
Well, they're not supposed to do this. I mean, this is just greedy. I mean, you're not gonna pick up off Faker, even if you catch him in a cocoon. With 4 members there, and you're alone, half health as Elise. It's just not gonna happen. And that's just gonna be another kill. It's essentially gifted over to T1 as after all the delays, I mean, T1 just say, okay, well, I guess we're going to win now. And it's totally turned on its head. Faker's 4-0-1. And he's really scaling fast on that Azir.
And almost 3 items completed on the Azir Sylas. Zanya's Hourglass Proto Belt. They're shoving in mid lane. They're only up 1,000 gold, but it can't be understated how far ahead they are when you factor in the team composition. Then another thing that you can also consider is that there's no real way for APK to resist these pushes. They have no wave clear.
Oh boy, Secret just in the front. You can see how desperately he's trying to get something going. That's another nice knock-up from Ixu. This is so much damage. Oh, big knock-up though, as he's gonna catch 2 in the front. Faker still is going to be safe here, but it looks like he will be the only one as Kana is going on an assassination mission in the backside. Couldn't save the president. Another big knock-up from Ixu. Really playing this quite well as exhausts over the wall. Faker is gonna outplay it, as they do have the damage to take out Hybrid. Ixu looks like he is going to live, which puts a bit of a anticlimactic ending to that one, but a really nice play from Kana and Faker to secure that kill.
We take a look at how this all starts up. It's with the Ornn ultimate. Nautilus does get his ultimate off, and honestly, a beautiful Ornn ult out of Ixu. 4-man knockup. The Ornn ult stun, giving Aurelia the opening that she needed. Flawless tries to buy as much time over the edge as he can. Hybrid dealing lots of damage on the Kai'Sa in the backline. Faker looked like he wasn't sure if he could get back into this. Eventually, he does come over. Kana misses the latch on, so that was 2 in a row that he's going to end up missing. Faker with the big outplay, able to bring down Hybrid, and had that hit, yes, Ixu would have died as well. It would have ended up being an ace. But at the end of it all, almost Rabadon's death cap now is going to be completed on the Azir. However, 2 major core items just came in for Aurelia. Black Cleaver and Wit's End has been picked up for her. And Ornn is level 13, so 1 more level, probably going to be able to give over the might of the Ruin King, I would assume, to cover on that Aurelia. It's going to be a while until anyone else actually has an ornament, though. An APK, if they can burst this down, they'll bring the game to Soul Point.
Yeah, the rest of T1 was just chasing the Aurelia. And they almost caught her, but the pillar for some reason wasn't able to pin her up against the wall, excuse me. So it was just all for naught, kind of. They just don't even fight at the Ocean Drake. I think they could have easily just zoned her away and then gone straight into Ocean and been just fine. But either way, it's not going to be the Soul just yet. This will be 1 away from the Soul, so T1 still have a bit of time to, you know, to go until this 4 minutes will be burned down, as the Baron is also going to come up here in a minute.
The Baron is coming up. Rabadon's death cap completed now for Faker. Some control wards also picked up on the side of T1. Looks like Luden's Echo is actually going to be the 3rd item of choice for Kana. APK. Now, remember, we talked about this way earlier on. The Elise and the Nautilus, this is what their comp ends up devolving into, is some sort of a pick comp.
They're going to turn this one around, though. The Taric ultimate is so good at doing this. Stoneplate trying to help out Secret. He is going to live. Oh, the Subjugate, as you mentioned, is going to take him down. Kana finding the leash that time around, but here's cover, getting into that backline, but immediately just gets melted
Faker
underneath the bullet
yet.
time. Yeah, Faker's looking for more. He's going for this. Will at least get the 1. Hybrid gets baited into this. Nice try, actually. He is going to take out 1, but it is going to mean his demise. He gets the shutdown onto Faker, but goes down himself.
So that was actually really good mouse and camera control out of Hybrid. The maneuver that I did, that he just did at the end there to bring down Faker at the end, trying to make the most out of the situation. You can see in live cam, Baron is going the way of T1. I don't believe APK can stop it. In the replay, Subjugate ends up bringing down Secret. Really good positioning by T1 approaching the Fog of War. They use deductive reasoning. No, okay, they could be in this brush. If they are, we want Trundle in the front line in the event that they try to make a pick-off, and they approach it as such. And right here, pay attention to Hybrid. His screen, he shoots all the way up. I would actually be really interested in seeing the pro view on that play, just to see his mouse and camera control on it all, because that was kind of quick thinking. He ended up trying to do the most that he possibly could, even though it still meant T1 wins the fight, they get the Baron.
Yeah, Hybrid definitely surprising and impressed us here in this first game, or second game, I suppose. And yeah, I mean, he's pretty fed. He's picked up the Molten Edge now, and he's just chilling back, 6-2-2. We've seen Kai'Sa's carry before, but it is going to be a bit of a tall ask here up against many fed members. On the side of T1, you got the Azir, Sylas, and the MF, all with tons of items, great KDAs, and will be looking to do an insane amount of damage, so she has to have some pretty insane control. But for the next fight, Hybrid is not going to have the flash, at least, unless T1 were able to force this really fast.
Minute and a half until that Ocean Soul. If they could get to it, I would say there's a chance that they could win. This is actually such a gross team compositional gap between the two that I think even with Ocean Soul, T1 is actually still favored in fights, which is, I don't know how many times I could ever say something like that.
Yeah. Well, Kana's going to steal that Ram. He's not going to use it here just yet. You can see that APK has backed off of the top inhibitor. Just going to give that one away on the second Baron push of the game. To say, sure, go ahead, take that. T1 now a large amount in the lead, over 5,000 gold, and will be looking to pick up some items right before the Ocean Drake comes up to slowly take these drakes away. No way that they let APK have this Ocean Soul.
30 seconds until it does spawn, and all that T1 ends up doing is buying and delaying anything meaningful from happening, probably until they get another Baron. So we are very, very far away from Elder Dragon being able to come up. And this is a little bit dicey. I mean, Flawless, he can go for the all-in steal, and if he gets it, it will be quite good for APK. They're going to be able to hang on. Now you can see T1 are the ones setting up. Hybrid checks the brush. Trundle Pillar. Honestly, a little bit overzealous there.
I mean, you can imagine a world just based on what you were saying. The Elise gets in there, steals it away, and it's 5-on-4, and then T1, maybe they push in 5v4, they take an inhibitor, but I don't think they can end the game. And then from there, but they're not going to go for the steal, actually. They're just going to go for the straight-up get of the Dragon, but T1 are trying to fight 5v4, but it's not really working out. The Kaisa is going to get in the backline, but the bullet time is so good, taking out the Ornn, and there's Faker trying to go for the sacrifice in the backline, but he is going to go down, but it's okay. He sacrificed his life and gave the double kill over to Teddy, as T1 should look to push to end the game now.
And I mean, the scary thing is, though, is that if somehow APK can hang on through some miracle, they will have a legitimate chance in this. Now, Teddy is going to come over, he's going to tap the turret, and he's hitting it.
Try to end this, but I don't think that they can. Look at Secret just get kited down, and that is going to be the end of that turret, and they're just going to casually pick up a couple more kills on their way to the victory. T1 will pick up this 2-0 as LM is just dancing in their face, and down will go the Nexus. GG. T1, we come back from the 80,000 pauses, and they win the game.
They do end up winning the game, and really, LM had a pretty nice recovery throughout the game. Faker obviously doing a lot in that game as well. Lane kingdoming in mid lane, holding his own, doing everything, setting up so much. I feel like the MVP goes to Faker.
You know, I think I'm going to agree with you on that one. Send out my vote and put Faker in there. I feel like LM and Kana definitely could receive some votes from the side of the other people that are voting on this one. Obviously, Kana also had a fantastic game, but it's hard when there are so many people that were on that team that just had great games for sure. But man, that was a bit wonky. We were in a break for so long, then we went into the game. It was like 5 minutes long, and then we're back again as we did finish the series. It is going to go to an interview next, so make sure you guys are waiting to hear from whoever did pick up the players of the game.
This was a really nice series if you are a T1 fan. They found themselves with 2 back-to-back draft edges. Game number 2, very powerful draft edge, even though some things were going a little bit chaotic. Silas fell behind a lot early after having initially secured a very meaningful advantage. Watch this replay again. Trundle just moves down, knows that Elise sort of coming on the way, and honestly it looked like Flawless was playing in slow motion as LM looked like he was Neo from the Matrix, just anticipating everything. As this was a nice roam attempt. Secret ended up just coming over. Felt like time was of the essence. End up making this rotational play work. Nautilus tanking up the aggro. And so T1 will solidify themselves in second place for the time being. They're not going to fall down below Dragon X. And APK, they can sit back and at least acknowledge that, okay, this loss was sort of expected. And yes, it is obviously painful to lose in round 2, especially when they're struggling to get out of relegation, but it was against T1.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the best teams, if not the best team in the LCK. Even if you're doing well, you're not going to have too fun of a time. I don't think any team really will except Afrika, apparently, against T1. As you can see, the two of them, it was either Kana or Faker that get the MVP. Absolutely, they both had big moments. This is Faker's where he comes over, goes for the immediate exhaust, flashes back, so he gets back to safety. And here, just expecting, predicting that they were going to be in that brush, sending the trundle forward. And another big team fight win. Shout out to APK for never really giving up. They fought until the end. And even in some of these fights, you can see that Hybrid is getting close to just wiping them out.
And, well, I felt like Cover also did really good in both of the games. He definitely has been a positive change so far for APK and really redeeming himself from the memory that a lot of people had of him from the promotion series in 2019. He did really good on the Aurelia this game. He was the one that was really helping get a lot of the advantages. He decimated Kana up in top lane even after the initial flop that was the opening for APK. Faker, 30,000, I mean, it's alright.
It's okay.
Probably, if he played a little bit better, he could have managed to get 30,100, but, you know,
yeah,
apples and oranges.
It's not 1,000 damage per minute, so honestly, I'm not impressed. Yeah, I mean, Faker, just the fact that he was able to do that much on the Azir is why I think we both gave him our votes. I kind of had a couple of, you know, flashy moments, but over the course of the entire game, I think Faker did a bit more. But really just a team effort in that one, as Faker is going to pick up the player of the game for this win. So LM and Faker will be joining us in the interview. Ooh, we got a preview.
Really good mouse control.
Nice.
How crisp and flexible it is. Immediately going into the F keys after the kill. Looking around for anything else that maybe he could use his information on the map or making follow-up decisions. Anyways, APK right here in this team fight as it got a little bit dicey, but Faker able to do so much, bought so much time, did so much damage, and that's gonna be it. All right.
8 out of 9 for Faker. There was one person on the Korean cast who voted for...
it was Cloud Templar
voted
again.
for Kana. They all look at Cloud Templar and laugh. But, I mean, as we said, Kana definitely deserves some votes. But
well,
Faker was the player of the game that time around.
And we'll have to hear from him in the winners interview and see how T1 has been feeling since the hiatus and how they're feeling going forward with the remainder of the split.
Yeah, and I think we should be getting into that in just a moment.
안녕하세요.
Yeah, here we go. Into the interview. I'm going to hand it to Jisung.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll be having a video call interview from the POGs on the side of P1, Elim, and Faker. Congratulations on the win, Elim. Thank you. And Faker, what are you holding right now? Well, this is our team's T1's own MVP celebration. We always give the champion belt to our team MVP that we choose by ourselves. How was your debut game, Elim? I made a lot of small mistakes, so I'm not 100% satisfied, but still, it's a big relief that we got the win. Well, before, you actually interviewed that you want to be a very recognized jungler and you want the POG. Did I really? Yeah, you did, before going into the split. Well, then I guess I did. So, you were subbing in for Cuz as a starting player. Did you feel any pressure about that? Not really.
부담스럽진 않았고 그냥 긴장을 조금 했는데.
I was a little bit nervous, but I think it went well. The game went well. And a lot of people were complimenting you and Kana. The teamwork together as a 2000 born club was great.
네, 맨날 카나가
카나.
좋아해서 자주 하는데.
Well, I've been playing it for a lot, but I mean we've been playing together a lot, but I'm not sure about our teamwork yet.
아직 완벽하진 않은 것 같아요.
I don't think it's perfect.
페이커 선수가 같은 팀에 대해서 참 이렇게 객관적으로
But
또
Faker,
정리도 많이
he
해주거든요.
always
엘리
give
선수가
good
나와서 엘리
comments
선수의
very
장점?
objectively
이런 거 페이커 선수가
as a
말씀해
teammate.
주시면
So what is LM's strong point?
일단 엘리미가 좀 신예다 보니까
He's
패기가
a rookie
넘치고
player, so he has
좀
this
이제,
young spirit, and I think he's a really cute player.
엘림 선수 굉장히 먼 산 쳐다보네요.
LM, you look quite awkward.
판단을 했죠.
No, I like it.
그리고 엘림 선수 오늘 어떻습니까? 그 오늘 특히
LM.
1세트는 속도전에 관련된 내용들이 굉장히
Game number 1, it was so fast.
특별히 그런 부분에 대해서
Did
의식한 부분이
T1
있었나요?
kind of
네.
paid more attention to that?
그냥
Well, just
저희 팀원들이
our
계속 잘
teammates
만들어줘서
made a good
편하게
angle for
게임했던 것
gank,
같아요.
so I was having a very comfortable game.
벨트를 두르고 있는 그 일단 페이커 선수도
And
얘기를
Faker
한번 나눠보도록
with the
하겠습니다. 벨트는 마음에
champion
드시나요?
belt. Do you like it?
네.
Oh, this belt?
벨트요? 이거 지금
This one
네, 굉장히 비싼
좀
모양인데
무겁습니다.
저거.
is heavy.
저거 전혀 UFC 벨트하고 약간 비슷한 느낌인데.
Well, that one looks expensive and looks like a UFC belt.
네, 뭐 일단은
Well, for now,
좀 무겁긴 한데
it is heavy,
기분은 좋죠.
but
이렇게
feels good.
뭐 사실 벨트 자체가 좋다기보다는
Not
그냥
that I like this belt,
상징적인 의미가
but the meaning inside of this belt, I like it.
근데 퍼즈가 좀 길긴 길었잖아요.
네.
But we had a very long pause.
아, 요즘 운동에서 관절은
괜찮아, 그럼 길게 할게요. 그러면 그
But I
사실
work
그
out
경기 중간에
nowadays, so it's okay to have a long interview with this belt.
엘림 선수가 또 신예고 이런
네네.
경우가 사실은
I mean, we had a very unusual long pause in LM. As a rookie player, it must have been a very unexpected situation. How did the players remain focused?
일단 엘리미가 갑자기 중간에 배고프다고
Well,
하더라고요.
in the middle of the game,
그래서
LM
제가
actually said
초콜릿을
that he was
주려고
hungry,
했는데
so I tried to
아무래도-
hand my chocolate to
네,
him.
아무래도 좀 첫 경기다 보니까
But since it
긴장해서
was his first
먹고 싶지
match,
않다고 하더라고요. 네,
he
그런-
said
그런
maybe he was
좀
nervous. He
도움을
said he doesn't really
주고
want it.
좀
So,
주려고는 했었던
well,
것
for
같고
me myself, I
근데
wanted
사실
to
이렇게
help out
오랫동안
him like that.
경기한 거는 저도
And also,
사실
this is
예전에
also
구스타분
my
경기
first
이후에
time to have such a
참
long
오랜만이었고,
game.
네,
After
좀
the
쉽지
historic
않았던
long
것
game,
같아요.
so it was not an easy day for me
엘림
too.
선수, 이 지금 뭐가 가장 먹고 싶어요?
Ellen, what do you want to eat right now the most?
국밥.
Me, 국밥, rice and hot soup.
국밥은 나중에 와디드가 추천해 줄 거예요.
Wadid will help you with the 국밥 suggestion later on.
오늘 아지르가 등장을 했는데
Moving on, back to the game.
올라간 거좀
Let's talk about Azir. Aren't you happy with the Azir buff climbing up the champion tier
이
list?
부분이 좀 기쁜 소식 아닌가요?
저는 뭐 사실
Well,
어느
for me,
챔피언이든 다 잘
I'm
써서 저한테
good at
좋은
any kind of
소식이랄 게
champion,
딱히
so I'm
없을
not.
것 같아요. 저는
There's no
뭐 신경 안 쓰고
specific
있어요.
champion that I kind of want to be on the top of the tier list. Anything is just fine.
영상을 받는 선수가
And
있구나. 막 이런 얘기도
that
했었거든요.
2000 kill celebration video, how was it?
되게
Well,
잘
I
만들어
mean,
주셔가지고
that video was really
참
cool.
저도
They
진짜
made a really cool one for
오늘
me.
처음 봤는데
Today
되게
I
영상이
saw it for the
좋더라고요.
first time,
2000킬을 축하하는
but
의미도
it
물론
was really
깊겠지만
great,
그래서
especially
나중에
I mean celebrating my 2000 kills.
저희 영상팀에서도
So I want my
굉장히
team
유능한
one.
인재들이 많은데
I mean, there are a lot of
굉장히
great staffs in our
편집하시는
T1
분들이
video
유능하신
team.
분들이
So every editors working in this industry are great. They're all great.
그킬 중에서 혹시 기억나는 킬이 있나요? 페이커
So
선수
you've
개인적으로?
had a lot of kills. So what was the most memorable one?
저는 사실 옛날 경기에
Well,
대해서 크게 기억을 못하는
I don't really
편인데
remember the games
팬분들이
I
하도
played in the past.
제드 대 제드를
But
많이
my fans, they've
영상을
been
만들어
always
주셨더라고요.
like
그래서
making
제
videos
머릿속에
and clips
가장
about the Z versus
각인된
Z
그
highlight So
계속 남았었군요.
that one
오늘 그,
remains in my memory the
특히나
most.
T1이 아까 전에 엘림 선수에게도 언급을 해드렸습니다만 속도에 관련된 부분들을
T1 was speeding up today.
페이커 선수 어떻습니까?
Faker, what's your thought on that? Was that something prepared in particular, or did it go well as you guys planned?
1라운드 때랑 지금이랑 메타가 꽤 많이 바뀌었을
Round
거라고
1
저도
and
생각을
round
하고
2, the
있는데
meta must
그리고
have
속도전을
shifted a
저희가
lot.
의식하고 한다기보다는 그냥
But
할
we
수
are
있는
not
플레이를
paying extra attention
했던 것
about
같고
speed
그리고
of our
지금
play. We
메타에서
were
좀
just
더
focusing on our
속도를
own
내는
play.
방향이 저희에게
But I guess speeding up
저희에게 승리하는 데 있어서 더
is
도움이
the
될 것 같아서 아마
one of the most
게임이
helpful
그런
play
쪽으로 진행이
style
될것
that
같습니다.
kind of fits the current meta the most.
계속 치를 가능성이 있는데 오늘 엘림 선수도 데뷔전 이런 데뷔전이
Elim, you had the day,
데뷔전이거든요.
especially your debut game.
경기 시간적인 측면에서는
You know, the longest game
팬 여러분들께
possible,
이제
right?
확실하게, 저 엘림입니다. 얘기해 줄 수
So,
있는 각오 한
any
말씀
last
부탁드리겠습니다.
message for your fans? I
오늘
did my
데뷔전
first
이렇게
match in
했는데
LCK today.
아직 부족한 게 많이 있어서
But
많이
still
보완해서
there are a lot
T1에
of
도움이 되는
things
선수가
to
되고
improve.
싶습니다.
So I want to be a player that helps T1 a lot.
인터뷰가 되는 상황이고 뒤쪽에 트로피만큼이나 오늘 벨트도 굉장히 좀 인상 깊은데요.
Well, Faker, moving on. You have a lot of cool trophies and also a very cool belt on your shoulder. So any last message to your fans as well?
네, 굉장히 오랜만에
So
LCK
it
경기하게
has been a
됐는데
while since we played
앞으로도
in
좀
LCK.
많이 이겨서
It's
저희가
finally
1등
back
다시
now. So
탈환하러
I hope we can get more
열심히
wins and reclaim that
해보겠습니다.
first
그리고
place.
네,
We will do
코로나
our best.
바이러스가 아직도
And
종식되지
the
않았는데
coronavirus
많은 분들이
is
코로나에
still
대해서 좀
a huge
조심하셨으면
issue
좋겠습니다.
in all around the place. So I hope everyone to be safe and take care. This will be the end of the interview with Faker Ellen from their team house, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation. Good to hear from Elim, a new face here on the side of T1, and of course, a very familiar face in Faker. Together, the old and the new coming together there on their side. I also like what Elim said there at the end, where he was like, I want to become a player that helps T1, that builds up T1, which is, I feel like, what all new players should be trying to do, and through their own play, and practice, that should be their main goal. So really, really nice stuff from the interview. As you guys can see, T1 has moved up to second place. Clean there.
And next up we have Genji versus Dom1 Gaming. This is match 51 here in the LCK. So that is going to be coming up next after a bit of a longer break. Not a pause. Not a pause.
Not a pause, unfortunately.
So we shall see you soon.
Yeah, should be about a half hour. That was the original planned time. I suppose it might be a little bit shorter, but not 100% sure, guys. We will find out with you as we do go into this break, as we had a fun time of doing this. They're actually showing right now the results of the the search for Wadid on Naver. He's up there in first for the 20s, and he's third for the 10s, and 13th for the 30s age group. So he's definitely the talk of the town right now, as perhaps we can talk about that a little bit later after the break, what was discussed with Wadid and why it is such a hot topic right now. But guys, first we will go to the break. When we come back, we will have that next matchup.
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team, cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, guys. We are here as dusk has set in the Korea. It's me, Valdez, with LS, as we are about to jump into our third match of the night. It is going to be Gen G up against Dom1 Gaming. Gen G came in extremely clean yesterday up against Griffin, taking the sweep of the 2-0, whereas Dom1 did struggle a bit more up against KT yesterday, Ellis.
No, they absolutely did, and coming into tonight's match, I don't think that there's probably a lot of hopefuls for Dom1, because Gen G are just looking so fantastic so far in Spring 2020. They had really strong drafts yesterday. Dom1, not so much. They were bailed out by one of them, but I think that's really where the game is probably going to be decided here between these two teams, if we're being honest. We are, what are we at right now? 12 for 12?
Was it 12? Yeah, it was 12, right? Because it was 2-0-2-0, and it was 8 games yesterday. Yeah, so 12 for 12 in terms of draft, seeing the draft and then predicting who will win based on the draft. Or, well, yeah, who will win and who is advantageous, who is favored after that draft. But we do have the points of the match here. Leader of the West and the East collides. Same spot but different column. I don't know if I would want to be the leader of the East right now. That means you're in 6th and that you're not in playoffs, so generally not a good thing.
Well, when was the last time we lost? Gen G already on a 6-match, 8-game win streak. Can they secure their pride as the sole number 1? Well, it's quarterfinalist Dom1 disappointing run. Obviously, this is referring to Dom1 is looking very, very shaky here in Spring 2020. The meta did shift. A lot of the power champions that were individual carry champs, like Akali, like Aurelia, even Ryze and Vladimir and rune changes and everything, it definitely is hitting them. Nuguri and Showmaker are not really able to do a whole lot. And when the bot lane has a lot of important champions in it, and Nuclear and Beryl struggling to really bring any sort of aid, Canyon not really finding his stride in anything, Dom1 is really looking lost. So, taking a look at some of the team stats here, win rate with gold lead at 25. So anytime that Dom1 has managed to be ahead, they have almost always brought it home, but the same goes for Gen G.
Yeah, and that's win rate with gold lead late in the game. I mean, 25 minutes. That's around the end of the lull state. Generally, we see a lot of fighting at like 28 to 35 minutes, and that's when a lot of the games conclude here in Korea. So that's basically saying if they're ahead at the end of the lull state, they're probably going to win. But you look at the left side and everything's gold. And it's not just the color of Gen G, which is, of course, gold, as you guys can see, but it's all of the stats. They're pretty much first in everything. And this lineup has really come together. BDD has come back into his own. He is looking like one of the best mids once again in Korea. Clid, it's strange to say, I mean, he looked good on old SKT when they were SKT, current T1, and then moving over to Gen G.
Nice save.
Yeah, you don't know how hard that was
Oh.
in the moment. As, wow, we will have a mix-up here for Damwon.
Ghost is gonna be starting here today, along with Hoyt, down in the bot lane. And so, this is definitely going to be a mix-up. It's been a very long time since Damwon has had anyone really come in to the roster. And this means Nuclear are gonna be on the bench. Ghost was almost looking like he was just gonna take Spring Split off after having been removed from Sandbox, or, well, we don't know if he was removed, but he did end up leaving the team. And this is gonna be very surprising to see him back here today and what he can end up doing. I know that his stream title used to say that he wouldn't join a team until he got rank 1 on Korea, but obviously here he is with Damwon. Current rank 1, I believe, is Thal. So, key player Clid versus Canyon.
And this is kind of interesting. I think we should highlight the bottom ones. Obviously, Clid is just playing like a god right now. Obviously, he's got so many of the top stats here for jungler, second in KDA. But you look at the bottom, and it's first blood percentage and counter jungle percentage, which is generally the sign of an aggressive jungle, right? Someone who's going to make things happen early on, goes for early ganks, and is also in the enemy jungle a lot. And Canyon is up there with Clid. You notice the first blood percentage, though, was 70% for first and then 52% for third. So seems like there's a wide gap between Clid and a lot of the other junglers here, as I didn't quite get to finish that thought, but Clid is just looking so comfortable in this Gen G lineup, as is pretty much everybody on the team.
Well, Gen G, they're going to open this up with a Yuumi ban away. Damwon now banning Aphelios. And will they ban away the Kalista along with the Senna or the Ornn? We'll have to see. Gen G now also banning away the LeBlanc. Now, Ghost was or is able to play some non-traditional AD carries down in the bot lane. He is one of the only professional Draven players in Korea.
It's true. Definitely something to think about, especially in this meta where no one is playing Draven. I mean, we can ban 5 AD carries and then ban a couple more, and then you'll see 2 other AD carries that are not Draven. And I like, Nuclear hasn't been having the best time. I don't think he was really having a terrible time, but I like mixing things up as there's, failure after failure, after a bunch of losses come in for a team. Let some new players play. Let them give it a shot. I like that Ghost is coming in here.
Taric is actually going to be the final ban. This means that Kalista is open. And without any real big trade away, oh, actually Gen G going to actually elect to pick the set is so surprising.
Don't seem too happy with that.
I'm just a little perplexed by it. Damwon now getting a hold of Kalista and the Elise. So already have a lot of stuff going for them. Now Set does have Triflex potential. Let's see what Gen G elects to round this out with in the bottom lane. Perhaps they have some sort of a surprise. They are now getting the Azir. So already looking to have scaling inside of their team composition.
Yeah, Azir has had some mega success today. I mean, we saw Dove on it twice, I believe. He played it at least once, and then Faker brought it out, and now BDD is going to show his hand at it. All fantastic Azir players, obviously. I mean, Dove named himself Dove because of, the bird that is Azir. Faker, it's his most played champion, I believe, and here for BDD has also shown lots of Azir play, Jarvan, and then Pantheon. as a response.
The most bizarre thing in the world is Set wants champions to come into him, or he wants lots of melee champions. So Elise and Pantheon are already fulfilling that role for him. The other thing is, Genji opens with a Azir blind and follows that up with a Jarvan, and then Damwon immediately think to themselves to pick Pantheon, who loses not only against Azir, but also loses to Set. Now, it does have the 1-2 punch with the Elise. It's very akin to Elise Renekton, but the professional level of play, Genji are not clueless. They're aware that, yes, it's Elise Pantheon. So, all it takes is you playing your lane phase in a way that acknowledges that it's Elise Pantheon, and just don't let them do that solo QS combo. And if you end up doing that, they're going to be basically sitting ducks when it comes mid-game.
Yeah, the Renekton ban here, just along that line of thought, is kind of curious because we were just talking about how the Pantheon was not good into this and how it's akin to Renekton at least, and then they go ahead and they ban away the Renekton. I think if they had gone Renekton, that almost would have been a good thing for Genji based on the way this is going, but perhaps they want to get a very comfortable lane for the Set as well, as they're also going to ban away the Aatrox.
Well, Damwon, maybe they will just pick their support here, although if they do that, it would give Genji full ability to get whatever counter pick it is. Now, hold on, it might be a Kalista pivot into top lane. And it looks like that is going to be the case. MF picked up for Ghost, as Ruler hovering a Kaisa is a little bit surprising. Kaisa wouldn't really have any desire to go backline for any reason against Genji's current team composition. You just want a champion that is very mobile, flexible, and has a lot of ways to resist all of the dive and hard engage from Damwon. So pairing that with the Azir is Ezreal, and everything is just lining up for them really good right now. They can choose a support champion that still follows suit. Okay, not Tom, but you know what? We'll give him a we'll throw him a bone there.
Yeah, I could hear the disappointment in your voice.
The thing is that mage supports, even in this spot, it's gonna be pretty hard to do anything. Perhaps they'll try to pick something like Bard or like Lulu. It might actually be Janna. They're hovering it. But they will find success in the bot lane by itself. It is going to be Janna.
Okay.
So she is locked in. Now, the thing about Janna that's so peculiar is that Genji doesn't have to hard engage onto Damwon. That's just one of their available modes with the Set and the Jarvan. But they can easily just use the Set and the Jarvan to protect the Azir and the Ezreal with the Tahm Kench. And they're on blue side, which means that defensive scaling is a lot easier because you always usually have your two primary carries in pretty close proximity to the Baron, and it's very easy to control your blue side jungle. So Damwon have a really tall ask in this game, and if Kalista or Pantheon fall behind, the game just, it's over. It's like a sandcastle getting hit by a crashing wave.
Crashing wave, yeah. Well, Tom is going to summon that wave, no doubt. He's got the power. No Gangplank this time around. Yesterday we had a very nautical composition for both sides. Gangplank, Thomas, Kench, Nautilus, and there was one other one, but I forget exactly who it was. Either way, we do have the lineups here, as LS is going to be predicting the side of Genji's composition to have the better scaling and to eventually win this game, which would line up with our expectations as to which team is favored coming into this matchup. Especially, we've seen this Azir versus Pantheon matchup earlier today. It looked really hard for Fly, who is playing Pantheon. It is not a fun lane.
It's not a fun lane by any stretch, and it's so peculiar because they picked the Pantheon into the Set and the Azir.
Yeah.
You have to wonder what's going through their head. I personally don't know. And I don't want to try to know.
It will remain a mystery. We're not going to try to figure it out. As it is Elise that will be grabbed and put in the death chamber by Kalista. So for all of you out there who don't really know what's going on, why is Kalista in the top lane? This is a new thing. It's a real thing. She, you know, she can hop around. She's good against melee, of course, and you can see even the call is going to be bought here by Nuguri because he's just going to be so safe up in that top side. He latches on with his passive to the jungle so that when a gank comes, he can save the Elise, or he can even throw her in for some extra CC. Hoyt trying to get some money here, but it's not going to work out.
Not going to be able to find anything. Does have pretty high movement speed, so you can't really blame him from being in close proximity with the Pantheon and looking for some extra gold. Now, some people might be wondering if they've been following along with the post-draft predictions. It is going to be Gen G that's going to win this game because of the draft. We're 12 for 12 right now. We have to make sure to get it to 13 out of 13.
Imagine being 12 for 12. I mean, you were even, like, Sandbox was not the favorite against Afrika at all. And you looked at both of those drafts and you were like, no, Sandbox is favored. And then they won both games in a row. It was like, that's not supposed to happen, right? Like, and it's not supposed to be 100% win rate for these drafts, right? But even getting close to 100%, even 80% is impressive. But the fact that it's so far already 100 for these couple of days is pretty insane, as they see where the ward is placed, and they're going to bring Clid immediately up to the top lane.
And Clid is really looking to set something up, and I believe that Rascal must have Facebreaker to make this happen, and here we go, but Nuguri did get level 2. They get the flash out, and now immediately going to cast the sweep, or activate the sweeper trinket, the sweeper lens. Clear out the ward, and this doesn't really do all that much to influence the Jarvan. Now, interestingly enough, the Jarvan is able to function on very low economy this game because it's all about if the Azir and the Ezreal get really big. And so because of that, he's able to just constantly keep running around and influencing the lanes. And if he does that and Kalista and Pantheon can't get noticeable advantages, then he did his job. It doesn't matter if he's down a base level, he's down 1,000 gold compared to the Elise. He will have achieved what he needed to in order to win the game.
Absolutely. And it's going to take little wins, but you can see that Canyon is also really trying hard to influence the enemy jungle by coming in here. She is going to get knocked up, though, that Elise, and he's been hit by the Gromp as well, and it's going to go the way of Clid. He hits level 3 with the TP coming in, and the repel. Is it going to matter? No, it will absolutely not. First Blood is going to go the way here, and now BDD making his way over. Rascal burning down, and is in fact going to go down, but now Nuguri without a flash. They are going to actually have it burned down to Clid. I think they wanted to hand that kill over to Azir, but the burn from the red buff was too much, and in the end, that invade does fail with the 2-1 victory in kills going to Gen G.
Yeah, a 2-1 victory, and they get so much value. You get the teleport off of the Pantheon, and you're absolutely right. They would have ideally liked for that kill to go over to the Azir, giving him the double buffs, but it was Clid that picked it up. You can see he's immediately going back up to top lane. Top lane is in a beautiful state. Nuguri not having a control ward, and I don't even think he's going to go over to ward. I think he's just walking straight back to lane. He has his trinket, Valdez, and he's not going to place it. He's so greedy.
I think he will.
Oh, he is?
Here he comes, and he is going to get knocked up. And you can see that he's not going to go down because Rascal couldn't run up the lane. And yes, Clid will eat a lot of damage, but again, just sticking around, trying to affect these lanes.
And Clid going to come over and add a lot of mental pressure by clearing away that ward. And so this grants Rascal the ability to shove in this wave, recall, and just go and get some items. He's not under any pressure. The wave is so big, there's no way for Nuguri to really do anything. Let's take a look at this replay. I have no clue what Canyon was thinking, trying to do this Gromp. Now, you have the crashing wave from the Kalista, but that means that Set is going to be the first one to respond. Now, pay attention to Rascal. He waits for the repel to end, so he gets the stun on the Facebreaker. Azir making his way over, doesn't really need teleport. Rascal does eventually end up dying, but it does come at the cost of Showmaker using his flash. And then Nuguri, right at the very end, ends up falling as well. So, in the live game, the Jarvan, we talked about how he's able to be functioning on very low economy, as 649 days ago, Janna was picked. She was picked elsewhere, though. She was picked in LEC, as well as
just in the LCK.
And North America, I believe she was also picked.
Yeah.
And so Janna finally making her debut here. She was banned away, though, I believe.
Yeah, she was,
one of the
actually.
pick bans.
That was when it was all about the supports that go top and just sit there and get money. When Soraka was getting banned at the same time. I think she was banned in like a second phase or something like that.
Yep.
Either way, Rascal here is being zoned off his turret for a little bit. It's okay because it is the cannon, so he gets to wait a bit. But here comes Pantheon, 3-on-2, trying to burst him down, but so much damage coming out from the Haymaker. They're going to get one. Will they get the two? The Fate's Call is going to save Canyon here, but in goes Clid. There's the double kill, and there's Nuguri trying to hop away, but BDD should be able to easily sweep this one up. A couple of autos, and that is going to be the extra kill going to BDD.
And so that is a really unfortunate series of events. And Valdez, in game number 2, Damwon's going to really have to reassess how they're going to approach the draft here, because this one is all but over. The camera can pan to bot lane as the last potential place that Damwon can maybe hope to achieve something, but it's a misfortune and a Janna, and they're not the focal pieces of this team composition. It was all about the Pantheon. It's all about the Kalista. They failed to get ahead. Nuguri about to make yet another donation.
Clid is being a bully.
Actually, I think he's going to get out.
He like kind of messed that one up, but here we go. The Superflex coming on in and just going to be punched in the face. Doesn't even need Clid. After that, they're going to fully push this out, and TP was just used by Nuguri. So that's going to be a whole wave missed by that top laner.
And take a look at this replay one more time. Grand Skyfall comes in. Pantheon does the W, but the angle on his E, not that good. It didn't account for if the turret aggro would re-shift over to him, and so he takes a lot of damage, even through his E active, because it wasn't blocking the damage incoming from the turret. And Nuguri, I have no idea what he was trying to do. He knew that BDD would be on the way. The immediate follow-up here is Clid is... he is living rent-free in Nuguri's head and lane.
Yeah.
He's actually taking brain tax on Nuguri right now.
Oh, no. Not brain tax, Monk is. Yeah, I mean, he's just setting up shop. He like came to a new neighborhood. He's like, hey, this area looks nice. Let me build a house. And he's been chilling up there. He's been having a good time. Rascal had the option to freeze. I'm not sure. It looks like he's clearing out those minions, so perhaps putting on a small freeze, it looks like. Not immediately pushing it out, but puts the lane in kind of a awkward state for Nuguri. You can see how passively he has to play, because this is what you were talking about. Taking up, real estate in his head is exactly what's happening, because it causes Nuguri without, to feel very unsafe.
And the thing about this top lane matchup now is, even though Set does not yet have Fade, she has the Ninja Tabbies, and it's just so effective against the Kalista. The mobility early on, also super valuable. Kalista went for Berserker Greaves and double longsword.
We do have a 2-on-2 here in the river, as Canyon is going to get to safety because of the repel, and now Nuguri is going to come down here, but he's going to get burst down! Just like that, as BDD and Clid are going to put an end to him. That Cocoon is going to go wide, and BDD is just skating around the river, and the jungle picks up 2. And now Nuguri and Hoyt, even though Hoyt got here first, Thomas Kench, he is a Sir. Nice little ultimate there to push them all away. Means that Janna will go to safety, but a massive, magnificent play from Genji.
And honestly, Canyon is looking like the Grand Canyon right now. There is so many dents in his gameplay this time around, as he is looking really, really rough He's making a lot of questionable decisions, getting clapped at every single one. It really looks like Hercule when he tried to run it Cell. Have you ever watched Dragon Ball Z? Alright.
Yeah, I remember that.
Bowder's never watched Dragon Ball.
Yeah,
Okay, you can't fool me or the collective, okay?
I remember. Now, this is going to go the way of Damwon, funnily enough. Looked like they just got more support faster. Showmaker just hopped in there with the Grand Skyfall. And that was the end of that. So they very aggressively took that objective back.
And the score is 8-1 right now, just over a 3,000 gold lead. Damwon, they do have a Mountain Dragon, but none of their champions build any resistances. We take a look at this. Showmaker runs over eventually, tries to stun up Clid, does proc his Conqueror fully, but BDD ends up arriving as well. Canyon tries to take up residence inside Shelly, and honestly, a beautiful CC chain, not allowing Pantheon to do anything. Hoyt came over, the anti-synergy is real. As everything is just going wrong in this game. This is one of the worst games in the world. This is where you mentally type /FF, which actually might be one of the best options right now. This game is so far gone.
Hey, they can't do it yet. There's still 3 minutes plus. They have to wait if they want to go for that. We haven't seen a surrender in pro play in years and years and years. The Observer, by the way, was pointing out that Ezreal had to flash as MF used bullet time, so Ghost winning that small skirmish against Ruler down in the bottom side. Didn't catch that on camera, so thanks to the Observer for letting us know what happened.
And the thing is that Gen.G, they're the scaling team composition. They're the one with the champions that don't need as much resources as Damwon needs. And Damwon also thematically has a team composition that fares extremely poorly against Gen.G. So you add up everything together, and the gold score at the top might say that it's a 3,000 gold lead for Gen.G. It would be much more comparable to something like an 8,000 gold lead, assuming that the team compositions were even or something. And I'm just spitballing a random number to really try to emphasize how deep in the water Damwon is, and they can't swim.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't draft any nautical champions, so... I mean,
they fell off the ship.
What are you going to do? When you fall off the ship and you can't swim, I mean, you don't really have much
honestly,
of an option, right?
Gen.G, I think that they own the ship this game. That's why Tom's in here.
They own the ship, and they own the piece of ocean that the ship is swimming in. Ships don't swim.
Maybe they
what
fly.
Do ships do?
What if this ship is actually magical and it floats, and that's why Azir's here? You ever think about that?
What do ships actually do, though? They wow,
they
like it's been a long day. I don't know. Like a sailboat floats. But what about like a steam-powered engine? That's not exactly floating. You're like,
they sail.
No, like sailing is a sailboat too. I don't know. It's let's blame it on the long day that we've had.
Thank you for that, Valdez.
Yeah, I just had to ask the important questions here.
Yes, this is actually imperative that we understand this.
Yeah.
As thank you for that. As Sir Thomas, he's actually wearing his sailor outfit.
Yeah, so the ship can float.
So that he can go
swim down the river.
Back to bot lane. And we have entered into the lull state. Now, Damwon Gaming were able to get the top tier 1 turret, and all that this has done is grant Set the free farm. And I really like Rascal's itemization. He actually picked up the Bramble Vest. It's going to be super effective against not only the Kalista, but also the Pantheon, the MF as well. Just a really nice item purchase. Get that out of the way super early on, and it's just so impactful at every single stage of the game. And Kalista's just going to keep playing ping pong in top lane, And the scary thing is that yes, she has Blade of the Ruin King, yes, she has Zeal, Berserker Greaves, etc. If she has to overextend, Jarvan and Azir can just easily collapse, and yeah, sure, you have...
Oh, he was...
What?
He actually got out of vision there. And there were a lot of pings, but...
don't know how that happened.
That's like a studied thing. Because he flag dragged past the right side, but not past the left side.
Yeah, that was really strange.
Like, he knows that vision is possible on the right side of the scuttle, but not on the left side.
Well,
otherwise, why would he flag drag at all?
Yeah. And ooh, bit of a trade going on there. So mid-tier 1 turret has fallen, and honestly, I think that this game is really showcasing though how obnoxious Kalista can be. She was put 6 feet under really early on. And Nuguri on this Kalista, still up 40, 50 CS in top lane, had the first turret. Look at the health on the top tier 1 turret for Nuguri. Basically completely healthy. Now, unfortunately for Dom1 Gaming, they're not getting bailed out by potentially trying to race to some sort of an Ocean Soul or do something super cheesy and get to it. It's going to be a Cloud Dragon coming up, which means that Gen G going to have all the more time in the world to just sort of sit back and scale, and without Shirley, there is no way to break Azir's mid-tier 1 turret, which means that Dom1 eventually are just going to be guillotine in mid-game without anything to really do, and Azir and Ezreal will just coast to 4 items freely. Set's gonna get to 3 items, and team fights are gonna be so lopsided.
He missed the cannon there. And when you said coast, kind of reminded me of like a sailboat on the sea, just sailing by, you know, floating very easily with just the wind behind their sails. And it kind of does feel that way now that you put it for Azir and Ezreal. Just chilling, just sitting back, farming up. They're going to hit their item spikes really comfortably. There's not much that Dom1 can do. I'd be curious to see how a Kalista does in a team fight, as she does have already the 2 items with the ones that she has picked up already. So definitely really strong in terms of the farm that has been coming out here already. And the mid lane didn't go as poorly for this Pantheon compared to Fly earlier on today. So I suppose that's good news for the side of Dom1 as well.
Well, Dom1 is still struggling to really find anything here inside of this game. Now, also, they are getting a little bit of aid. Black Cleaver was picked up on set. And Jarvan is pure tank. Ezreal does deal hybrid damage, and obviously Azir. There's a little bit of physical stuff going on, but we've talked ad nauseum over Spring 2020 about itemization and things of this nature. When you don't go Trinity Force on set, really just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You get a little bit more HP from Black Cleaver. Set's goal is to deal true damage. We might have a team fight.
Janna really finding huge value, actually, to secure that dragon. The 1 tornado was enough to get them that one. The question is, though, what are they going to lose for it, as they're totally zoned out of the mid lane here? And Gen G to say, okay, let's hop in Tom's belly and go ahead and take a mid-tier 2.
Dom1 now trying to make quick work of this bottom tier 2 turret, and they're going to be able to get it. Nuguri is going to be extremely big. He's level 13 right now. But you look elsewhere across the... Oh, okay.
Nice flash. But, stopwatch. And now Hoyt is going to protect for now, but I think they can just continue chasing here. Canyon going to use those wolves to great effect to get to safety.
The heal out of Hoyt, though, which is a really big victory. That's 2 summoner spells they got for free. And now
stopwatch.
Yeah, Nuguri and Canyon are trying to do something down here. Maybe trying to hope that Rascal makes a mistake, walks forward, and ends up dying. And yeah, as you pointed out, they did get the stopwatch. Now, obviously, I'm assuming Canyon will go Zanya's Hourglass, so it's not like it's him just sitting on a stopwatch and you got a ton of gold out of him that he's going to sit on forever and waste an inventory slot. But there's not too much else going on. Jarvan completes Ronduin's Omen, which is really effective in this game, all things considered. Has the Kindle Gem. We'll see if he ends up picking up Knight's Vow or if he just goes on into Warmogs. As Ezreal with the Iceborne Gauntlet, fantastic itemization out of him as well. Ionian Boots, Mirror Mana. The only thing missing here is Leandri's third item on Ezreal. It's actually good. No, I'm not trolling you.
That's like, that technology is like, you're like a time traveler, and everybody else is kind of just like a normal, like a citizen, normal person. So they don't know about that technology yet. But we do know this technology. We've seen this many times. It is going to be scouted out by Damwon, but do they even care? I mean, the jungle was way down in the bottom side, so they're not going to have a smite for this one, and the damage coming out here with the bullet time is not enough to steal that one as Clid will smite it away. TP used here by Damwon as they want to force a fight, but it will not happen as Genji now looking for the play onto Canyon. He does have that repel, is going to come in, and now a TP from their own side as Fate's Call going to help him out there, and Showmaker now all alone. But what is going on the right side? Rascal all alone, but he is going to trade 1-for-1, looking for a little bit more, but he is going to go down in the end. But that is the only kill going Damwon's way. So the Baron and a 2-for-1 here for Ruler, or rather for Genji, and Ruler is looking for more as he hops forward. Still had his flash. He could have potentially flashed after them to try to extend it into more people going down and more turrets potentially. But still a big win here for Genji.
Yeah, and Damwon are really sort of almost at a point where they're out of options for what they can try to do. With Baron having gone down, the gold swing even more in Genji's favor. We're starting to get to the third item break points. Things are just looking really hopeless right now, as in this replay right here, Grand Skyfall comes in, and I have absolutely no clue what Pantheon could ever hope to achieve there, as Rascal on this set, putting on a little bit of a show, doing a lot of value. They end up getting the flash out of Ghost as well. And here we go, 50 seconds until Cloud Break.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of Pantheon syndrome today, if we can call it that, where they're just like, I'm going in, I'm the Spartan, you gotta follow up on me. It's like somebody on the team makes the call to go in, and then they just press their ultimate right into the back line, and it's like, wait, that's not exactly what we meant. We saw that earlier with Fly, we're seeing it a little bit here with Showmaker. The Pantheon can be a strong champion. I like it a lot when they peel for their team, but the ultra-aggressive Pantheon, not so much. I'm going to cut off that thought, though, because we have a bit of a base race that will absolutely be in the favor of Genji, as they will feel pretty good about just immediately taking Ghost off the map. No more bullet time to clear the wave. They will continue to push on in here with their minions, as there is not much wave clear on the side of Damwon Gaming. Nuguri is going to come on in. They are trying to engage your Clid in a bit of trouble, but again, they have Thomas Kench, the Knight himself, and so they're not even going to take down the turret just yet. You can see that BDD and Ruler sticking around thinking about it, but the flash on in as Ruler just going to jump away extremely easily, just trading his E for the flash. He'll take that every day as the push is coming down here on the bottom.
They're going to raise the bot tier 2 turret, immediately turn their attention over to the Cloud Dragon. It's not that big of a victory. There's only 10% ultimate CDR, and realistically, team fights are only taking place once in the current game state, so it doesn't really do a whole lot, especially when the map is as busted open as it currently is. So everyone's going to take a brief reset. Mid tier 3 turret ends up getting raised. You can see the Shurima shuffle right onto Ghost, as BDD tells him he doesn't believe it. He said, I'm gonna go. We can end the game.
앨리스랑 판테온 집을 거야.
천천히 걸어올 생각도 해.
갈게.
그냥 와라 이거 미드.
Just come mid and go slow.
Yeah, and the push was going in slow. They weren't going absolute 100% forward there. They were just slowly chipping away, seeing if they could get any more objectives. Of course, they weren't able to end, but I could see at that point how they could think that. But then the second everybody came back from Damwon, they were like, oh, okay. We're just going to get, the kill, maybe a bit of damage onto the turret, and we'll be happy with that. Still miles ahead is Gen G, even if the gold score is only like 3,000, 3,500 in their favor, it's definitely a lot more. They have 3-item Azir, they have almost 3-item Ezreal, not to mention a super chunky Jarvan, who is quite thick at this moment in time. It's 4, 0, and 7.
I've never heard chunky.
He's got so much health, like so hard to fight through all of that armor.
Sort of like Ben and Jerry's, the Chunky Monkey ice cream.
He's a chunky monkey. He's having a good time. He's probably the tankiest Jarvan we have seen of late, because he just has so much gold in his pockets. He almost has the same streak that the Azir has in terms of a bounty. So he's having a good time. And they're just pushing down top. Oh, just pulling Canyon over the wall. There's nothing for him to repel over to the right side. He is going to have to flash away as the push will commence once again. The poke damage is huge, especially when they're so far ahead. You talked about this in the draft, and lo and behold, it is coming to life before our eyes.
Well, they're going to play it really safe. They're going to back up 20 seconds until the Baroon does end up spawning. You like that?
The what?
Yeah, the Baroon.
Okay.
NA Shore.
NA Shore.
NA Shore.
I like what Life does there. He's not afraid to just flash. He knows that if it's a 5-on-4, it's going to make it much harder, but his flash is just, it's just a summoner. It's not going to make the biggest difference. They're just going for it. They say, hey, we have Ballista.
You know what? This is why it's the NA Shore.
The Baroon NA Shore, as they are all going to be versed down there in the end. Elise will pick up the Baroon, but will it matter here? Nuguri doing a great job, but a big knock up there by the side of Jarvan, and you can see that Nuguri isn't able to kite away as nothing but air there from BDD as everybody died so fast. Life is just going to lick the Azir, and the Soldier is going to hit Life as a little bit of a friendly tussle comes in there at the end. Gen G 16-3 in kills. They will dominate Damwon here in game number 1.
Yeah, domination is absolutely the word, as Damwon are really just looking so lost. But massive credit to Gen G. Another stomp, another one-sided victory, really, and Clid just putting on a show in the early stages of the game. Absolutely my MVP. I don't think you can really give it to anyone else. He was the one that got all the balls rolling, playing on that low econ, so clean with his mechanics as well on the J4. So many CC cancels and interruptions. It's really good play all around.
Gen G just proving once again why they deserve to be number 1 here. We look at T1's play earlier, extremely clean against APK, but Gen G go up against Damwon and just make them look silly, essentially. Nuguri trying to fight back, but he got camped extremely hard by Clid, and both teams are just so smart. I feel like we're breaking down the tiers of the standings into further smaller tiers, and I feel like Gen G and T1 are on their own level right now, in my opinion at least. We'll have to see more out of Dragon X as the games do come along.
Yeah, and this was really the beginning of the downfall, and Nuguri, he tried his best to come back in this game, did really good in the CS department, but honestly, his over-aggression just got completely clapped inside of this game. Right here, a very uncharacteristic mechanical error by Showmaker with the direction that he pointed his Pantheon E. As, I mean, this was really big as well. I mean, there were major turning points inside of the game. BDD comes over, finally impales the Callista, and actually that looked very aesthetically on point. That was one of the CC cancels into the Cataclysm to get the clean kill. The anti-synergy here, as Hoyt actually saves Clid from the Cocoon, I believe.
Yeah.
It does get windy at the Grand Canyon.
It does. And
I've never actually been there.
So then how do you know?
There's no water there, can't take a ship. The ship used to be there, and that's why the Grand Canyon exists now.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, the ship, it likes to make dents. I mean, there are a lot of
very
champs
thick
on that ship. It's a thick ship for sure.
Craters didn't make themselves.
Jarvan knows. Just ask Jarvan. And yeah, they thought they could win here. It wasn't the case. As Dom1, they go for the all-in, essentially. And boop, right into that back line. Nice try by Ghost, though. By that point, they were too far behind to really make too much of a difference. At this point, it's only 80 carries left.
And it was a real, basically do or die attempt no matter what. Dom1 knows that they don't have much time left in the game, so they start the Baroon NA Shore, and they found out what happens when you go to NA Shores.
Yeah.
Had to weave that in there.
It's a rocky shore for sure, and we saw that it was a bumpy ride for Dom1 on their ship, and yeah, I mean we've seen a lot of this today, a bit of one-sided games once again, and again I can't say that it's unexpected. Gen G kind of proving once again that they are extremely solid. Guys, we're gonna come back once again after a 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 먹이봐요 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘게 누나 막아 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디스 새끼 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 하다 현타 도동동작 TFT 갤럭시 도동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 머신 팬츠 우주 도동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 도동동작
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the LCK, and everybody is here with us on the ship. Raise them sails. We are going to game number 2. It is me, Valdez, with Lesnek. And yeah, I mean, game number 1 was just a stomperino. Gen G took them to the ship. You know what I'm saying, LS?
They took them to the ship, they tossed them overboard, and I don't want to know what happens when you sink in the waters that the ship sails.
I know, it's
the only pure
scary
thing that floats in the ocean of sinners.
Yeah, the only person who really knows, I suppose, would be Tom Kench, maybe Nautilus? He might be too deep for that. Anyway, guys, we do have Clid picking up the player of the game. He's got 700 points. He has earned 7 player of the games, and 5-1 and 11, just dominating in the jungle. 100% kill participation. There were 16 kills. He was part of every single one of them.
Yeah, he had such a phenomenal performance. We were talking about it at the end of the last game, so it feels like a very rightfully deserved MVP capture by Clid. It's just so on point. Look at that cancel onto Pantheon. Didn't want him to be alone. Knocked up the Scuttle Crab with him as well. And this was it. The Baroon. It's sort of like Maroon 5, but
Baroon
without
5?
any good... Yeah, Baroon. Because the 5 of them were in the pit.
Yeah.
This is like if the Baroon 5 were... I don't know, if they were memed like Nickelback or something.
Yeah. Oh boy. 9
All right,
out of 9, by the
finally.
way.
A unanimous
Everybody.
vote.
Yeah, I think this is this the first time today? I feel like we had multiple troll votes come in. Like, the observers voted a couple together. There were multiple times one person on the Korean cast voted for some random person. We were like, I guess he was a player in the game, but not exactly player of the game. Either way, guys, it is going to be Ghost out and Nuclear in. I'm not sure exactly. It wasn't like Ghost had a bad game or anything. I thought he had good moments in the bottom side, and a lot of the different the reasons why Gen G got ahead were not at all related to the bottom lane. So kind of funny, but I suppose they just want to try it out. Nuclear's going to come in. Barrel will come in as well. So a new bottom lane for Damwon.
I mean, it makes absolutely no sense. Bot lane had nothing to do with why that game was losing. And so whenever I see substitutions like this, I never really understand what goes into it whatsoever. Now, obviously, maybe the bot lane came out of that game and requested to be subbed out. Maybe they're tilted, or maybe they're... I
Get
don't
me
know.
out of here, coach. I don't want to play with these guys anymore.
Inside of teams before. In best of threes, and even I've even experienced it personally. When I was coaching in Korea briefly, sometimes that would happen. Players would actually come out of a win or a loss and just request to not play the next game. So, could have been a real thing.
Okay.
Obviously, we don't know.
Wow, an Ezreal ban here on blue. They were not happy with Ruler's Ezreal. They say, get me out of that. They do not want to go into a game with an Ezreal in it. And so we do have still Kalista and Ornn available. Ornn is gone. Will Kalista follow?
And the really scary thing is that Gen G are now the ones on red side. They're going to have the counter picks available. When's the last time we saw Aatrox banned on red side?
I have no idea.
This is...
Sent before the dawn of time. It's the last time.
So is Nuggery just going to pick the Kalista again?
Yeah, I mean, especially on blue, I think, why not?
And, okay, well, this is honestly a little... The moxie on Rascal, if that is going to be another top set, because we got to understand that Kalista did get ahead of the set, despite everything super catastrophically going wrong in the early stages of the game for Nuggery up there. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me why they would pick it up. Now, obviously, if Set gets ahead of Kalista, it's lights out. But that does require Kalista to make mistakes, and she did make them in game number 1. Clid capitalized excellently, but Gen G looking like they have a very similar draft going on right now.
Yeah, they just pick the same first 2 that they picked the first time around, and they did hover the Taric. Obviously, Kalista Taric in the bottom lane is very common, just because Taric is going to be tanky enough to be thrown into fights. Plus, if you throw his ultimate out first and then you throw him out, it's like, oh, nice little combo there. Everybody on your team is going to have invulnerability for a while. And so he does get picked up here. Genji kind of reading the situation. What is Damwon going to go for here in terms of a jungle? I would consider they pick, but actually no, they're going to go for Sylas here.
Well, Sylas and Taric both picked up. This is definitely looking like a brawler kind of team composition out of Damwon, and will Genji just, again, calibrate into long-range, disengaged champions, as Kai'Sa doesn't fit the mold on that one. Definitely a bit strange. We'll see what ends up happening elsewhere in the draft. Remember, the set can pivot down into bot lane. But as it currently stands, I would give Damwon the edge as we move into ban phase number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to take an edge away from a team that picks up first pick Kalista into Kalista Taric, plus something that fits well with those 2. Now they're going to ban away the Renekton here. I feel like it makes a little bit more sense than we saw in game number 1's Renekton ban. Although I'm sure you'd argue that maybe Renekton should never be banned.
Well, at this point, maybe they're suspecting that it is a legitimate pivot down into bot lane by Kalista, and that it won't actually be Naguri piloting it for the second game in a row. As what is going to be the final ban for Gen G, and what are they going to blind here on R4? They could choose another dual-purpose champion in the sense of retaining set stability to flex mid-top or support. I think that would probably be the most valuable, and then waiting for a lot of information as Azir does bite the dust. Now, LeBlanc is open, and LeBlanc is pretty good against Sylas. Zoe, another champion that is open and available, but would definitely be a bit interesting as Akali is going to get locked in here by Gen G.
Very interesting that does get picked up. As you mentioned, the set can be flexed down into the bottom side if they want to keep some kind of mid-top last pick for Gen G. Of course, they could just last pick a support and go kind of normal there, as Jace is going to get locked in.
The Jace pick is a little bit scary, because with the set Jarvan and Kai'Sa only having one mode paired with the Akali, it gave Damwon a chance to sort of pivot back into more control, and they've opted out of it. They lock in a Jace that's now off theme with some of the other champions inside of the draft. He's not going to have any sort of split push potential inside of this game as it currently does stand. The Sylas is now actually going to end up inside of the jungle. And the Zoe blind, we talked about LeBlanc, has the ability to come out here, and LeBlanc doesn't actually counter Zoe. But it's BDD on LeBlanc. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors that can go on this game, and what a bizarre B4, B5 out of Damwon. They really punt the draft, and I'm gonna need a little bit of time to think this through, Valdez.
Okay. Yeah, we've seen a lot of punting. We talked about how the players are extremely well-versed in ping pong, but apparently also quite good at American football at the same time. And it's not the first time, again, that we've seen this in the draft, a bit of punting. They totally switch up the way that their composition is going to play. Of course, Zoe and Jace can work well together, but not so well with the rest of them. And as I was saying before, Gen G actually does go for the flex with set into the bottom side, as we both alluded to They saved that counter pick for the mid lane. As you mentioned, not exactly a counter pick up against the Zoe, but still, it's BDD on LeBlanc. LeBlanc, extremely powerful. Right now, we've seen a lot of bans towards it today, but this is going to be the first time today that LeBlanc is making her way onto the Rift.
And, okay, I've thought it through. I'm going to give the draft edge over to Gen G. There's just so much mobility and repositioning on the side of Gen G. And with the Zoe and the Jace being off theme from the Sylas, Callista, and Taric, things just get really wonky. And the way that I'm picturing a lot of mid and late game team fights is that there's too much disruption on the side of Gen G, too much repositioning, makes it really difficult for the enemy to even do anything against it. And LeBlanc is actually going to scale here in a weird way because she has so many targets that she can pop. Obviously, Taric does make things a little bit confusing, but there's not going to be any point in the game where it becomes like, oh yeah, LeBlanc stops being effective at this point, because everyone is a viable target for her.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I really love that B5 LeBlanc pick, and that's part of the power of flex picks. It's part of the reason why we see Set picked early, because he can be flexed in this manner. By the way, shout out to BDD. Congratulations, 300 games here in the LCK. Already a nice career under his belt, but I have to argue this might be his most impressive time, as he's just working so well together on this Gen G team. I can't stop raving about it. It's really awesome to watch, and we'll have to wait and see how he can do on the LeBlanc here, if he's going to bring LS to, what would it be, 13 and 13? Or 14 and 14?
14.
14.
Here we go.
So you're 13 and 13 so far for draft predictions about seeing the draft and who is going to win. And we'll see if that goes up to 14. You can see here, Omnistone is going to be the selection for Set.
Omnistone Set, we saw this yesterday. I believe it was Irove.
Yeah.
Ended up taking it as well. So once you do get the boots, you get access to the Predator as well. And Set support doesn't have a ton of keystones. He's not always trading straight up. And I suppose that when your AD carry is also ideally looking to scale and you're not going to be utilizing anything like Aftershock, etc., then I suppose it's better than taking Grasp or Guardian or something like that, but it still strikes me as a little bit peculiar, although he does get a lot of value from that tree. So it's not like Inspiration is something to scoff at, but definitely a bit surprising. Comet still hasn't been able to be procced. Jace versus Akali, you'll have to pay attention to that lane up in top. Akali doesn't really use her energy all that much up in this matchup anyway, so the nerfs don't really influence so much, but Jace did get buffed, and Jace used to be one of the champions that was very popular against Akali.
We've seen a lot of lanes in the archives of LCK where it's just super one-sided lanes up against Akali as the Jace. Clit is going to come up here once again and support Rascal. This is not the first time we've seen this either. Going to go ahead for that scanner, take away that ward. Now he's just going to sidle his way on over towards the Raptors. So just giving a little bit of vision support. It's a nice little trade here with the Electrocute proc. Will go the way of BDD. The flash on in, and they're just going for the kill here onto Nuclear with the Ignite ticking. And even if they don't get the kill, a big trade win going the way of Gen G.
Yeah, and that's really big value. Set has the Hextech flash available as well, so he'll be able to use that later on. Nuclear just in a really rough spot here. This is his first pick on the Callista in the LCK. We pay attention to the junglers as well. Jarvan trying to make something happen. And unlike...
9-0 on Jarvan, by the way.
Yeah, Clid 9-0 overall.
This is this season's stats, by the way.
And he's coming down here looking to make something happen. Hex Flash, nice face breaker.
Oh man, Hex Flash is just so good on the support set. You see, he's just gonna stroll up past the minions. Has no stun, no dazzle available. They dive on in. And just like that, he makes it look so easy. Even on vision, they're able to get that very simple dive off.
And it's just really good. Jarvan able to path down to bottom. Now, much like, or a little bit different than game number 1, Jarvan will want more of an economy this time around because the laners don't have the ability to stand on their own like in game 1. But as long as he can get the ball rolling or offset a lot of the pressure that can be present in some of the lanes, it's going to be super good. And Jarvan does have value in the later stages against the Zoe, against the Jace. Comes down here, Ruler ends up picking up the first kill. That's exactly who you wanted on to get the ball rolling for the Kai'Sa, trying to accelerate towards her evolutions, getting the ball rolling. As meanwhile, up in top lane, Rascal not really doing that bad of a job. If he ends up getting all of this CS, he's only going to be down 10. And Jace lanes are always measured by how close you are to Jace, not necessarily how much CS did you miss.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen this lane. I feel like we're going back to early last year, but Rascal's doing a great job so far of cleaning up all the CS that he can, even under so much pressure. And so really got to hand it to him so far. Of course, Klid has been up there multiple times. Even Life this time around comes up, scans out for wards, puts down a control ward actually. And they're supporting him in not just ganks, but just in presence that makes Nuguri back off just a bit.
Well, Nuguri does have to be a little careful. You never want to fall behind on Jace. As Rascal finishing up the minion wave. Nuguri might not have to teleport. He might just elect to run back. Although Rascal staying inside the lane. Teleport is available. In case they wanted to use it bot lane or something. I don't know. There was a lot of pausing and then the camera zoomed in. So Hex Drinker, first item on the Jace. Does give the magic resistance, which has insane amounts of value against not just the Akali, but also the LeBlanc. And even the Jarvan, because he ends up getting the Cinder Hulk, which deals the magic damage. Klid just gonna solo the Infernal Dragon, and that is a beautiful dragon for their team composition. You have so many champions that utilize dual scaling. Kai'Sa obviously gets a lot of value out of Infernal. Akali as well.
Yeah, and I love the way that Klid mixes up his game based on the game state. It's not always let's camp the top side. It's depending on exactly what he's going to be going up against. Game 1 looks entirely different from Game 2 Klid. He's really trying to make waves, but if he can't find it in lanes, he's going to go for a very early dragon take. As you can see, a bit of a trade here. Rascal hopping back into the Shroud and now going in. That's a huge burst damage. Beryl, though, is going to be able to get away. You can see just what that set support is able to set up for his AD carry.
Yeah, meanwhile, in top lane, Canyon trying to respond in kind to the pressure that was present in bot lane. Canyon trying to just do the golems. Rascal comes back up into top lane, is going to have the Shroud available again. He's going to try to clear out this minion wave. This is 2 turret plates going over to Jace. Ends up taking a turret shot. And honestly, bot lane, as my stream just died. Am I still with you, Valdez?
You're here. We can hear you, or at least I can hear you.
Trapped on the ship.
Is this still down?
It's still down for me, Valdez.
Oh boy. Well,
I'm back.
Okay,
Hello.
we're back. Can we hear you? I can hear you.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay. Well, Klid
is flagging away.
Yeah. Okay. You're with us. Looks like your sync is fine. The fun in games of the remote broadcast is trying to punish BDD. It does not happen. And he just hops away. LSU okay over there?
I am fine. I am here. Thank you for looking out for me, Valdez.
Yeah, just making sure.
As Rascal just trying to sustain again up in top lane. Genji, they're ahead in the gold department. A lot of that obviously stemming down from bot lane. And as if it wasn't already bad enough, Cole also picked up on the Kai'Sa. Just going to get more and more ahead. Jace is doing about as expected up here in top lane. You see Klid coming in now to maybe try to offset the pressure. By Rascal's movements, Nuggery should know something is up. Silas trying to barrel up the top lane.
Absolutely, you can see he's coming in, and the knockup is going to happen. Nuggery doesn't flash away from the flag and drag. He had flash available, but I suppose he just didn't expect Clid to be so on point. Either way, it does happen. We should see if he steals away the Jarvan ultimate. No, not going to go for it. But he is still around here against Rascal. Clid hanging in there. He's going to steal away Akali's just in case there would be any opportunity, but it does not come to fruition.
And I think the reason that Nuggery doesn't flash away there is because at that proximity, let's say that he does flash away, Jarvan can chain Cataclysm, and then at that point Jace is still just locked inside and would end up going down, but Nuggery probably not feeling super good right now after all of that pressure was just alleviated. He was doing so good in the lane up until that point. Akali only down about 23 CS. Bot lane finding a lot of success for Ruler and Life, as LeBlanc still has yet to really show her fangs this game. Does have a CS lead here against Showmaker. Has the Ignite. Lost Chapter. Merc Treads is interesting. Definitely more defensive purchase here.
Yeah, it's not something you see all the time, but I suppose just wants to be extremely mobile in this case. We've seen Faker grab those on this champion at the same time, so I don't mind it. As Shelly is going to come on down and take down this turret. Will give Nuggery a bunch of gold. As Canyon still around. Rascal, nice footwork there as Canyon going to use that ultimate of Akali's, but not going to amount to much.
바로 갈게. 아 위치 보이면 돼.
Take a look at the replay here.
용렙. 나 용렙 하면 하자. 점화 1번. 하나 잡았어. 나이스. 철 체크.
They asked for a spell check at the very end. And that was pretty much it. And so now, with the top turret going down, that's basically just free farm for Akali. As every single time, this is all that's going to happen now. Jace is going to go up to top lane, he's going to shove the wave in, Akali's going to go up to it, and then Jace can't overextend because he has to respect the Jarvan. He can't do all that much. Now, on this instance, he might be able to get the golems. Genji rotate down to the Cloud Dragon. They're probably looking to just pick this up really fast, and if you're Genji, what you want to roll right now is Ocean. Ideally, that way you can really just stay on top of them and brawl endlessly.
See that the Drake is taken down here. And yeah, I mean, that is going to go the way of pushing into the mid lane here is Damwon, looking to get as much chip damage as possible. Should be able to pick off one turret plate, 53 gold to all of them, but now they are trying to punish them. The big engage from Life, as Nuggery is going to flash away. Flag and drag to get away from that bubble, as the poke is real for the side of Damwon.
And, well, BDD just gonna do a trade here with Showmaker. But this game is much slower than anything else that we've experienced so far tonight. Mountain coming up in 4 minutes. Now, they do have champions that build resistances. And it isn't like Damwon doesn't have bursty champions. They absolutely do. But not as ideal as Ocean Canyon. Trying to steal away this red buff.
They didn't even know Canyon was there. They were going for the guy up in the top side. Shuriken will come in and lock him down. Canyon, I suppose, gets away with the red buff after all of the shenanigans. Really close on the trade there. He's going to pop back one more auto. Might have done it. Looks like maybe it was two there towards the end. Barrel comes in with a heal to make it a bit closer.
Yeah, and what a close encounter, honestly. BDD has the blue buff still, not going to be able to get that last turret plate before the turret plates do end up falling, so Zoe going to end up recalling. Call is almost complete by Ruler, so that'll be a nice little pickup as Nuclear does secure the red buff via the Rend on the Callista. Pretty hard to win against that. As Cinderhole completed on J4, 2.5 minutes until Mountain Dragon comes up. Kaisa has completed her call. Take another look at this replay, and Life just did not see what was going on. He Hextech flashes over the wall, Clid comes up, flag and drag, knocking up Nuggery, and he just doesn't have anywhere to go. Canyon just says, see you later. As we head back into Live, and there's not much really going on here.
Trying to start up a fight here. They bait him into it with the TPs coming in. The Ren's not going to be enough damage for Nuclear, and now Rascal's in a really awkward spot. The exhaust is there. The TPs come in from the side of Damwon, and now Showmaker up on the top side taking a ton of damage. They should be able to catch up to him here, I'd imagine, but now with a bunch of the other members of Damwon Gaming coming on up, looks like he's going to get away unscathed. As does Rascal, by the way. He's able to hop away from that one.
And Damwon are going to reward themselves with the bottom tier 1 turret. They're going to have to be careful, though, on the reset timing. With Mountain coming up in a minute and a half, we'll have to pay attention to that, what they end up doing for about the next 45 seconds or so. BDD crashing in another mid-wave. It is a cannon, so Canyon or Showmaker should be able to get there in time and get the entirety of the wave. BDD gonna recall into Luden's Echo, does end up picking it up. Can Akali get to Gunblade before this Mountain Drake? I don't think so, but Rascal should be pretty close. Does have 2 assists. 1 minute until that Mountain comes up. Seekers must be fully stacked. Jace is going into lethality at this point.
Lid, you gotta be careful. That Jace, at this point in time, he's got a lot of burst damage, especially with the extra Dirk that he has picked up. And down 2 levels, so Clid eats a bunch of damage, is going to go for a recall. And yeah, we're kind of just waiting for this Mountain Drake to spawn. About 40 seconds left until that does come up here. Gold score pretty even at this point in time.
Dark Harvest stack actually available for Life. It's really important when you're playing Omnistone to try to get as many Dark Harvest stacks as you can. There's actually a Reddit thread that really goes into detail on what Dark Harvest does for all of the runes, amplifying all of their effectiveness. And so it's sort of like this own little mini game when you have Omnistone that you really want to try to chase after. So this is the Mountain Dragon fight. It's really big. If Gen.G get this, they are threatening a 23.5 minute Mountain Soul, which will just spell lights out for Damwon.
They're on it right now. As you can see, Damwon, they zone away BDD, but now he's got a really interesting angle. Even if he's seen, that is massive damage. Showmaker trying to come in from behind here, but Rascal zoning him out with a bit of damage. They're going to let the Drake reset as Kaisa took an immense amount of damage. That time just barely missing on the Shock Blast. Ren's getting close, and it is going to go to the Silas, actually. So nice smite comes down here from Canyon. They pick that one up, as now they're on the chase, but I think Gen.G at this point should probably just disengage. Sleep Trouble Bubble coming on in, and that is probably a dead Jarvan looking to trade this one back, but with the Taric ultimate, Canyon is going to survive, and now Set just left out to dry, as the double kill will go the way of Canyon. Follow up here onto Rascal, not quite going to land, as in goes BDD, and he nearly dies on the backside, just looking for an extra pick onto Canyon.
Yeah, and that is a really big swing in Damwon's favor here. As they get the Mountain Dragon, they're going to be able to raise the mid-tier 1. And the thing that's so surprising about this is they were obviously posturing for a fight. They didn't have the Gunblade complete, nor the Guinsu's Rageblade on the Kaisa. Really big item completions missing. The other thing is that LeBlanc, she has Luden's Echo, doesn't have Swordhead Boots or an Oblivion Orb or anything of that. So depending on who she's going for, doesn't really deal all that much damage. You can see Gen.G really don't actually want to fight here because they're waiting on major key item completions. And BDD tries to go in, do some damage onto Canyon, ends up coming up empty. And so now Damwon, they're ahead about 1,500 gold with the Mountain Dragon, which is really valuable given that there is assassins on the side of Gen G.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just going to provide just that bit of extra resistance against Kali, Blanc, so much burst damage, backline potential that can keep a lot of people alive in the thick of it. Gen G, you can see they're going to let Shirley go. I'm not sure if they had full vision of that, but they're playing extremely weak on the north side with Rascal up there, just saying, you handle it, we're going to pressure bot. You know, we're not putting any focus up there at all. Whereas Damwon is doing the exact opposite. They're going to drop down Shirley and say, hey, you're not going to protect up in the top side. Let's try to take this objective.
And the top turret is going to end up going down. They're also going to crash this into the top tier 3. Not going to be able to raise the turret, however. It's going to be a close call. And the game isn't really in either party's favor right now. It's in a very even state. That was a really nice key series of events for Damwon that occurred at a really nice point in the game where Kali's still waiting for a major item completion, as was the Kaisa. But the next team fight is going to be a lot more telling, especially because from this point forward, Silas is going to conduct himself essentially as the same champion, has all of his recipe components, and that's where the real utility that he's getting comes from. So there's not a whole lot that's changing for him, nor the Jace. He's still on the Serrated Dirk. He's going to have another lethality at him, but it doesn't really change how he conducts himself at all.
Second chain goes down on the barrel. He forces the exhaust just like that. Because there was no vision up towards the north side for the blue team. That does mean that we do have the Mountain Tree coming up here in a minute and a half, so that exhaust should be down for that objective. And just a little win going towards BDD, who, you know, you talked about this in the draft. It was kind of hard to see exactly who was going to win this one, especially after the really off-theme Zoe and Jace when it originally looked good for Damwon in the draft. But the amount of mobility and the way you can kind of flex with the champions that Gen G has, kind of push them over the edge, and that's a little bit of what BDD was trying to do there as he goes in again, and he gets flexed on. Maybe trying to flex a little bit too hard, and he just got popped like a balloon.
Well, that is a very unfortunate death right now. As
about the worst time.
Yeah. Wave in mid means that Damwon, they're gonna raise the mid tier 2, and they're pushing on. LeBlanc is actually up in about 10 seconds. And Zoe going for the Banshee's Veil, second item. See what ends up happening. 15 seconds until the Mountain Dragon. And realistically, Gen G, if they give this one up, I think that might be enough for Damwon to really just close home the game, because this is going to start invalidating the second item completion. We're talking about 12% amp to armor and MR. That's not super big because obviously no one's getting any sort of magic resistance yet, but Zoe will get the Banshee's Veil. Natural base stats as well getting amplified. Double assassin on the side of Gen G with no pen on either of them. It's just so much effective HP being given over to Damwon.
르블랑 때려.
나이스. LeBlanc hit LeBlanc.
아, 실줄게 이거 민혁 건드리지 마.
And now, speaking of ace,
Oh,
we're going
man.
for a Baroon. Baroon 5 is back, as they are just going to go all in onto this objective, and the smite will go the way of Clid. But can they get out of this afterwards is the question. Rascal trying to get out of here, and he will, but Canyon on the chase is going to poke down life as he is going to bite the dust. You see the Baron recall on the top side. Looks like it got Kaisa to safety, and somehow they get in and only get out with 2 deaths.
Oh, man. Well, Baron does go the way of Gen G, and that helps them a lot in the gold department. They only lost 2 members, but now all the waves are going to be pretty favorable for them. They have a lot of gold and XP coming into them. That's also a lot of XP picked up. Everyone was inside of that Baron pit.
Yeah.
And this is really big. Look at the level discrepancy on Gen G compared to Damwon. Obviously, the top laners are even, but one level in mid, one level in bot. Yeah, Rascal really wants to try to kill the Jace. And honestly, the Hex Drinker eventually going to be turned into the Maw of Malmortius. I'm actually surprised he hasn't done it already. Given that you keep getting Mountain Dragons, just getting as much MR as possible is really nice. As we take a look at it, really nice smite by Clid. Akali goes over the wall, uses the Shroud R2 into the safety of Red. Nuguri misfires. And eventually life ended up going down.
Yeah, but you could see the way they split up was really the impressive part, because the Akali went one way, went south, and distracted the Jace. So Jace could have actually potentially stopped a back onto a Kai'Sa or LeBlanc if he had been there, but distracts the Jace. The Kai'Sa goes north, is able to get the Baron recall, and then BDD's on LeBlanc. So, of course, tons of mobility there. Looking for Nuguri here in the brush. Does not pan out, as, yeah, he's been doing that all game long. He's been the real bane of Ruler's existence in this game.
Bane's not in the game, Elvis.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the Bane from the Batman movie.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, the other one.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, yeah, thank you. All right. Well, 2 minutes until Mountain Dragon is going to be coming up here. Rascal, meanwhile, in top lane, just trying to shove in waves. There is still the standing gold on that top tier 1 turret of Damwon. Void Staff ended up having to be picked up by LeBlanc, and it is a nice item to get the pens, but these Mountain Drakes are really so scary. If Damwon gets another one, just keeps adding up, and then threatening Mountain Soul is going to be super insane. Kai'Sa not even going to probably be able to deal a lot of damage at that point. I mean, Jarvan is tickling the opponent, honestly, at this point, as Tank Jarvan. And Edge of Night was completed on the Jace. Really does seem like LeBlanc is stuck on 2 items. I'm not really sure how much gold BDD has in his inventory, but Damwon is in a pretty comfortable lead right now.
You can see he just went back. He picked up a tome and 2 control wards. So the answer was about 550. And it's really not that much gold. It's not a great spot if you are the LeBlanc. 3rd Mountain Drake about to be threatened here for Damwon. And we talked about this. Every single Mountain Drake is just chipping away. This is not a Cloud Soul. This is real resistances and winning potential going the way of Damwon. So Gen G want to have any chance. I think they've got to stop this one, if not the next one. See that they're moving up for it now. The Hex Flash over the wall coming in from Life. He's trying to find that engage as Rascal is going to TP in behind here, but Damwon able to group up as a huge shock blast already into the back line, but some Life Steal gonna be good. Looking for the trade one-on-one here is Canyon. Rascal will back away as Damwon move to support their team, as the poke is always going to be good for the side of Damwon. They're fine to play this game. Nuguri's having a ball. Not to mention that beach ball.
Yeah. Okay. This is a 3rd Mountain Dragon going the way of Damwon. And it's the worst possible Drake for Gen G to try to fight into. If it was 3 Ocean Dragons, Gen G can still easily win fights, but 18% amp to armor and magic resistance is so painful at this point. Akali has Sork Pen boots. I think she's going to get Oblivion Orb next, but just think about it. It's really scary. You're going to have the Maw of Malmortius completed soon on Jace. Not sure what Zoe is going to end up picking up next. Hex Drinker picked up on Nuclear. Makes it that much harder for Akali and LeBlanc. So much pressure on Ruler in this game now. He picks up a QSS. He's going to have to go into the AD Kai'Sa, as there's just way too much magic resistance. Maw of Malmortius picked up now by Nuclear.
Just stacking up the resists. They get the items, they get the Drakes, and it feels like Gen.G are going up against a rock here, as the burst damage of Akali and LeBlanc is eventually going to become laughable. The longer this game does come along, the more items that are complete, and the more Drakes that do go down. Not to mention the Mountain Soul, which is just going to add even that much more survivability. And on their side, they also have a nice amount of damage. You could see that the poke, we talked about how it looked off theme in the draft, but they've been able to make it work, at least so far. Gen.G have been looking for hard engages, but Damwon have been great about their positioning so far in the game.
3 minutes until the Mountain Soul does end up coming up, and things are really looking pretty gray. You can see LeBlanc comes in to change it nothing to nuclear. Clid has to hightail it out of there. And the scary thing is that Tariq's ultimate, it's hard for Gen.G to even take a straight up teamfight at this point. The heals, the shields, everything, it's so problematic. They don't have split push options available. And so much pressure put onto Kaisa. And honestly, Nuguri he is shooting bullets at Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a cannon. It's like a literal cannon just bonking the backline every single time. You can see BDD being a real nuisance on a Showmaker now, though, as Life, he's going to be the one that distracts the rest of Damwon and leaves Showmaker a bit out to dry, but again, he's able to get the redemption down. Nuguri is on the chase here onto Rascal. Clid is just going to go on a one-way ticket into that backline. Set's ultimate is going to be stolen here as Canyon gets into the backline and is just looking to take down more and more members. Ruler is also going to be going down here in the end as everybody else is just backing.
And it looks like this is going to be the end of the game, I think. They have a cannon minion. It's only an Akali and a LeBlanc, the two champions who the entire enemy team is itemized to perfectly handle any of their attacks. I mean, LeBlanc did no damage.
Yeah, they're just trying to clear out the wave, though, as BDD is actually going to kill Showmaker, and Rascal gets in and gets out and buys time for Life to make it up. They need Jarvan, as he is going to make his way in. Damwon really trying to push the issue here. I'm not sure if that's smart, though, as they are going up against both of these turrets. The stopwatch is huge, but the damage from Nuguri is going to be enough to take down that Akali. And in the end, Damwon, they don't get any Nexus turrets, but they do run away with a couple more kills.
Yeah, they run away with a lot of kills, and they expended a lot in the past 2 minutes, but they're so far ahead now. Take a look at this team fight. Leroy Jenkins right into Damwon, as I have absolutely no thought process for what could have been going through Clid. Yeah, exactly. Leroy Jenkins the fourth right there with the flag and drag. Ruler failing his flash, not able to kill Canyon before he ends up getting the massive heal. Replay here as well, as this was Battle of Helm's Deep here.
That last turret shot actually killed Showmaker. And had there been a Zoe to help out and keep it 5 members, I think they would have had a better chance of slowly chipping away as they were trying to.
Well, Nuguri right at the very end, knocking Akali into Tomorrow. As Damwon, this is it. It's the Mountain Soul. It is a 4-stack Mountain Dragon. Look at Callista. I mean, she's a tank. She has, I think, 103 armor and 106 magic resistance. So no one deals any damage. She has lifesteal. She has shields coming in from Tariq. There's no way for Gen.G to win.
Yeah, I mean,
itemized in a very peculiar manner. LeBlanc had the Merc Treads super early on, no Sork Pen boot. It came time to get the third dragon, and it happened to be a mountain, which is the worst possible Drake.
Well, they're gonna give it their all here in one last desperate attempt. They're up against a Callista that's on the Baron. I think the Baron steal is off the table. They have to try to go for the actual kills here. As you can see, Life is chasing, but Rascal is just gonna die. Into the backline goes the Kaisa, and the steal on the Baron at the same time. Can Gen G actually win the fight? You see Ruler with so much room, and he's gonna get a triple kill already, and the kill is gonna go down onto the Jason somehow with the quadra kill. Somehow Gen G have turned this game around.
Wait, they have a minion wave!
And they have a minion wave.
Showmaker!
They're gonna try to end the game, absolutely.
No,
Pentakill!
no.
Pentakill!
Wait!
Oh man.
Valdez.
They're ending the game, LS. You better be a believer. Oh, I don't know though. There's 15 seconds on the Callista. They're gonna go for it though. Yeah, they're absolutely going for it. They're not going to waste any time. They have the one minion. They're going to tank it up. And absolutely, Gen G should be winning this game. The turret will go down. And down will go the Nexus in the span of 30 seconds. Gen G have pulled the game back to their favor. Literal silence from my co-caster.
I'm just so blown away.
14 for 14, baby. I was ready to give you crap for losing that one. It does not happen.
Saved it. You know what? I'm gonna need to. I need to set. I gotta get Arnold's PayPal. After this series, I'm gonna have to shoot him a DM.
That was a sick team fight, though. That was crazy. The way they handled that. Kaisa Ruler had so much room to pull that in somehow.
Oh my. How? They had one job, Valdez. Actually, one job.
How did the Wrens not get the
only
Baron
thing
in the first place?
Going through my head right now is like Patrick Star failing something from SpongeBob. Like, that is the only thing. They had exposed middle. They could have ended the game in mid lane when they were pushing the Nexus turrets. Let's take a look at this. One more time. Baron, you would think that it's impossible to lose it. Mountain Soul plus the Ren. Callista goes out of range, stops attacking. The Baron, Clid, with a miracle. Well, I mean, it's Clid. Come on. Undefeated on Jarvan. As the Ren ends up failing. Now, Callista's Ren did get a hit, I believe, last year.
Yeah.
On
the end of last year.
Yeah, at the end of last year, I believe Callista's Ren did get nerfed, so it's not as strong as it used to be against monsters. But, or just insane. They had a minion wave in such close proximity, tapped it with the Baron. And even though the LeBlanc went down, she did her job. And then Penta. No flash, no flash. Focus. Penta. Now I'll give it to you. Nice. Said keep focusing, it's not over yet.
Yeah, and then it was over.
And then it was over.
So 14 for 14, how does it feel?
You know what? Honestly, I thought
so
that
lucky, man.
I thought the Cosmos was working against me. From the Merc Treads on the LeBlanc to the Mountain Dragon rolling and Gen G not having their core item completions to it, and then just more and more mountains. My life was flashing before my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, that game was, we were calling it over, and for a good reason. I mean, that was just so hard to lose. To be real,
it was really hard to lose.
It was just so hard to lose from that point. I mean, that must have been like a 98% chance to win.
They have an Akali and a LeBlanc, both without any sort of penetration in the early and mid transition. Eventually, LeBlanc gets Void Staff, but you're stacking Mountain Dragons, and it's just so problematic. Things are looking so dire, and you know what? Your hearts really have to go out to Dom1 though. I would imagine that if you replay that situation from the start of the Baron out, that they win the game like 99 out of 100 times. And Clid raised his finger like Doctor Strange and said this was the one time.
Yeah. Not today. Clid is just, I mean, I really wanted to give him the player of the game vote again, but I felt like Ruler's positioning and mentally just fortitude, I guess. to be able to understand how to play out that game or that team fight specifically, and essentially carry them from that position. I don't know, it was just so crazy. It's hard to give it to one player in a game like this, as everything was going Domlin's way. It looked like they were actually going to challenge Gen G after a really extra clean game number 1.
Yeah, and it looked like it was going to game number 3, and honestly, Nuguri was having a stellar performance. If there was a way to give an MVP to a losing team player, I would give it to Nuguri. His Jace was so on point at softening up all the members on Gen G, and it's really, really sad, and this is a very tilting kind of loss for Damwon. They looked so close at so many points to just outright winning it. From the Nexus turrets to this failed Baron attempt, everything was going their way.
Yeah, I mean, you look at a fight like this, even down to the failed flash, and you're like, damn it, okay, I guess we're going to game 3. And Damwon's really putting it on, but this is the team fight. Ruler right into the back. Somehow the steal comes in. Just the mental fortitude of both of them. Clid and Ruler just they're like reaching another level. They have transcended essentially at the end of this game. As Clid's, that's another streak that doesn't get broken. Clid 9-0 before this game. Now he's 10-0 on one champion in this split of LCK. As you were talking about Jace, you were talking about Nuguri. That's, yeah, we've seen that graph before, and we see it once again here for Nuguri.
And, Gen G were not able to deal a lot of damage. Nuguri was trying to 1v9 this game, and it's a very heartbreaking loss. A Mountain Soul. 4 stacked Mountain Drake. With resistances too. This isn't even like the resistances don't matter. The enemy team had 2 assassins, a tank jungler. I mean, you can't hope for more.
Yeah.
And the game was just stolen right under their noses.
It really was. Again, it was so hard to lose from that point, but everything went right for them. As I think we're gonna have the interview. No, actually, we're gonna have the Pog first. It is going to be Ruler that does pick it up. I voted for Ruler, and then actually I changed my vote over to Clid. I was so torn. Just the 2 of them together, like, I just wanted to give 2 votes, to be honest. As Clid comes in, steals it away, Ruler's perfect positioning to get into the back line. Tarek Ultimate not able to save them, as it was Nuguri and Showmaker, these 2 Pope champions, even though they were so far ahead, they really struggled once the collapse came in that hard. I mean, Showmaker may have gotten, 1 Battle Star off in that fight? Wasn't really much that Zoe could do in that position.
Just, I honestly, I lost speech here.
Yeah, they didn't change my official vote, as it did still go the way of Ruler, but it wouldn't have changed anyway. As 6 votes went to Ruler, 2 went to Clid, 1 went to what? Why am I forgetting? The support player of Gen G, Life. Yeah. My Life, by the way. As yeah, he also had a pretty good game. Gotta hand it to him. But yeah, it was between Ruler or Clid for sure. As absolutely fantastic comeback and a devastating loss for Damwon, and that ends up making it the third 2-0 of the day, and LS 14-0. 14 correct predictions in a row on drafts starting here in round 2.
And things are so again, I don't have the total update on what the prediction score overall for Spring 2020 is, but so far, some of the people I have going through it, it's a pretty good number so far.
Yes.
I will update that on Twitter at a later point, but 14 for 14, doing pretty good. You know Atlas is going to come along tomorrow and curse me.
What was that? You cut out. I didn't hear what you said. What? Yeah, for some reason you cut out for me sometimes, but not for the stream.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's strange.
It just started happening, but
it's totally fine.
Yeah.
Lost script, lost sound.
All I heard was, that Atlas.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna come and curse me tomorrow.
Wait, he's gonna come in what? You got out again? I swear.
No, I
I'm not
didn't.
even trolling you. Okay. Well.
All right. Well, we're gonna go to the MVP winners interview here in just a moment. What an exhilarating last game! If you're a Gen G fan.
I did not expect it to end that way. To be honest, I was buckling down. I was hunkering down for the long winter, the third game that was going to come in after what has been a long day. After we had that, what was it, like an hour and a half pause podcast, where we got the unofficial 5th episode of the Pog State in, and talked about many things, including milkshakes, which I did drink.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're just moments away from getting the winners interview here.
I think that the milkshakes really bring all the viewers to the Rift.
Yes.
All the boys to the Rift. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
You know that song?
Yeah. I am aware. And I'm aware that Jason is going to help us with the translation now of the player of the game interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from Ruler and Clid with his video call interview due to the remote LCK going on. Genji, 10th win of the split. You guys are in the king right now. How are you guys feeling? For game 1, we did perform cleanly, but in game number 2, there were a lot of problems in terms of play and also draft, so we have to work on it. But let's go back to game number 1. Still undefeated on this champion throughout the spring split. And also, the overall score on J4 is fantastic as well in your career. Did you feel confidence on this champion today as well? I am always confident on whatever champion I play, and also because I like to kind of be the one of making plays, I especially prefer J4, that's true. Well, also for the opponent, well, they could kind of play into this champion J4. However, for Genji, J4 is having a very high win rate, and I also like to play it, so we were confident enough to lock it in. And Ruler, another pentakill going into your pocket. How are you feeling about that score, that record? Whoa, feels so good. I almost lost it again, but I secured it by myself, so feels happy. Sorry, I have been a bad reception here. I mean, you were very unhappy last time when someone took away your pana. Sorry, I really cannot hear you. Oh, being unhappy with that steal. Well, if someone tries to steal it again, maybe I will express my unhappy emotion again. Ruler, you got the second, third, fourth, and fifth pentakill of the spring split. I mean, my teammates are setting up such a great angle for me. Maybe that's why. And pentakill in game number 2 was a little bit different because it was after a huge turnaround. So who made the calls in that moment? Clid on J4, he said, let's watch Clistar, and he went in with flag and drag, and he did land this airborne on him, so we were able to kind of win that fight. But there were some moments when the game did not go well because Kalista and Tariq kind of ended in Dama Gaming's hand. Well, yeah, I mean, Clid giving him some hints that it's gonna be something strategic, so being more short with his answer. And Kalista, top, also showed in game number 1. Was Genji aware of this potential pick?
네, 뭐
Well, I think we did.
그리고 아마 너구리 선수가
And also Nuguri, he also prepared it in solo queue, and it's a great champion when you play it aggressively. So we thought that this kind of fits Nuguri very well.
속도의 젠지다.
Genji always showing great speed and ending the game so early. Are you guys satisfied with this superlatives?
일단 무엇보다 전 경기가 너무 길었어가지고.
I mean, speaking of the speed, you know, the earlier match lasted so long, so we wanted to end it quite early today. Maybe that's why.
앞선 경기가 약간 좀 길어져가지고 많이 아쉬게 생겼었는데.
Yeah, the match number 2 today was a bit extended today. That's true. And Genji, you guys are showing great momentum right now. So what kind of Genji are you guys trying to show for the fans?
뭐 비록 오늘 첫 경기 같은 경우는 깔끔했지만
Well, even though game number 1 was really clean, we weren't really showing great performance in game number 2, so we really want to improve those points and show stronger performance in our upcoming series. And Ruler.
아까 좀 잘못 말씀드렸는데 펜타킬은 2연속이긴 하대요.
Also, we want to correct this information. You are having 2 pentakills in a row in the split. And a lot of fans are happy with your amazing record right now. So any last message for your fans?
앞으로도 저희가
Well,
연습을 연습이 잘 되고
our practice is going really well, so I'm pretty sure that we will be able to satisfy our fans, and we will keep doing our best. And also, I want to add on to that because BDD had his 300 game in LCK, and he was the one securing that Nexus in the last moment. So any message for BDD? So BDD, well, I mean, during the communication, BDD was doing a great work, especially controlling his LeBlanc passive. So he did a great work. And 300 game in LCK. Any comments about that? He had his 300th game in LCK today, just now.
아직 더 많이
Well,
해야 될 것 같고.
I think he still has a long way to go, and congratulations.
조금만 여운을 담아서 축하해 주시면 안 되겠어요?
Anything more to add on to that? Congratulations, BDD, on your 300th game in LCK. So this will be the end of the interview with Ruler, Clid, the PUG of Genji for today's series, and I'm gonna hand it back to our casters. Thank you.
And I believe that is the end of the interview. So thank you, G-Sun, as always, for the wonderful translation and your hard work today, as well as everybody's work on today's broadcast. We had a while to go there during that pause, and a lot of games once again, as ULS will continue to do that for the next bunch of days, as I am done for the week, actually. Alice is going to be coming in starting tomorrow. So you guys will get to see hear his amazing voice with his super high quality mic. I'm actually looking forward to that myself. But either way, guys, we did just finish that off. Genji 10-1 plus 16. This is real domination right now. 7 wins in a row for this one team, LS.
Yeah, I mean, Genji is just performing so well at this stage of the LCK. They're on a 7-game win streak plus 16. They continue to separate themselves from the rest of the pack, and they managed to edge it out there over Damwon in the end. And honestly, the only times Damwon has looked close to being able to find wins is when they either get an insane draft edge or they get insane RNG, and for certain events to just unfold that favor them. But even tonight, they had a game stolen away from them. Really unfortunate. We'll see if they can eventually manage to bounce back. We're not really seeing any of the Scrim God type stuff that we heard about. Coming back into round 2, next matchups, Hanwha Life versus KT is going to kick off tomorrow, followed by Sandbox versus Griffin. that is actually a really important match for both of those teams, as T1 versus Dragon X, that's the spicy one that's going to conclude the night.
That's a massive matchup, that last one. T1, I would favor slightly, but Dragon X, I mean, they're just so talented. You never know when they're just going to pop off unbelievably. So absolutely going to be looking forward to that one. But looks like that's going to do it for our broadcast today, guys. So thank you so much once again for watching, and we will see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Good night.